Again, it's Thursday, January 27th, 2022. This morning, you heard a presentation from Mr. J.T. Willie, the Division Director at Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Did a presentation on Navajo economy and buy local. Thank you, Mr. Willie, you and your team for being a part of that this morning and committing yourselves to spread the word about Navajo economy. I think there is for announcement. There is a Navajo Nation Economic Summit. Is it? Did Mr. Willie? I do believe Mr. Willie and his team will be hosting an economic summit this year for the first time in 2 years. And that's going to be at the end of April.
April 18th to the 20th.
April 18th through the 20th. And I know registration is going on right now too as well. That's going to be both on site at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino and then also virtually as well. So colleagues, again, let's just go ahead and see if we have a quorum. Yesterday we what time did we? Yesterday we recessed at 4:50 p.m. due to the fact that IT was going to do some shutdown on the Navajo Nation's internet and IT program for a couple of hours. So we just wanted to make sure we're in line to make sure we were having our Navajo Nation Council's session being televised live over the internet on Facebook, YouTube, and Vimeo. So today we're back here today again. Today's day 4 of our session. Time now is 10:04 a.m. We'll come back out of recess. Again, this is 24th Navajo Nation Council winter session. Today's day 4, January 27th. Time now again 10:04 a.m. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. This is still via teleconference, but for the record, I do have Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, Honorable Keon Begay here in the chambers here with us too as well. With that, in presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then we'll go ahead and continue on to where we left off yesterday. Snota?
Good morning, honorable committee, honorable members. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, Speaker. Delegate Kellen, present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, Freeland's on.
Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Henry is present.
Honorable Jamie Haniel answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Gata Pena, Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Otto So is present. I was muted. Thank you.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Oh, Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable
I'm
Jimmy
here.
Yellowhair.
Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 16 members present, including yourself.
This is Delegate McGay. Answering roll call.
Speaker, I'm
Honorable
on the
Al-
call as well. This is Delegate, so
Honorable Almer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 18 members present. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we are back out of recess. And just as a recap, yesterday we did go over, started off with a motion to delete legislation 0209-21 and 0261-21 off the agenda. Then from there, we did move on to approve legislations 0226-21, 0241-21, 0244-21, and then there was a motion to amend the agenda and delete legislation 0003-22 off the agenda. That was carried out and that motion passed. And then we went on to legislation 0005-22, which passed. And then on to legislation 0009-22, which did pass too as well. That motion carried forth. That was the end of our 2/3 legislations. We did start off on legislation 0111-21, which was simple majority, the first of our simple majority legislations. That legislation was actually tabled until either winter session, spring session or sooner, as long as there's a NAPCATIC committee, a work session with that on that legislation. So as well with legislation 0112-21. So we were on, when we went into recess last night, colleagues, we're on item number K, which is legislate. Oh, no. We did approve item number K, legislation 0195-21, which was reinstating Ms. Najoni Harker. That legislation passed as well. We are on our simple majority legislations, colleagues, and we are now on item number L, legislation 0215-21. There was a motion to adjourn due to the fact of information that we did get from Department of Information Technology. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. There's a motion by Honorable Edison Manica, second by Honorable Chairman Rick Dez. Again, this is the lineup. Madam Chair, Charles Newton has 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is in the queue, and Honorable Otto So is in the queue. Colleagues, again, this was there was a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, a second by Honorable Paul Begay to recess at that time. So we're going back to legislation 0215-21. I'm going to go over to Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, just to do a recap, you have no more than 5 minutes.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yate Penanon, Shanantano, Denigi, Kodo, legislation 215-21. Donna Ecuador introduced Yado Ecuador delegate Wika, delegate Nez, which came no arch go arch or Kedo recess with me. But in that I don't Ecuador one has a snatch. Ado Kodo by clan wise, brother petitioner, Kodo Mr. Tooley, Joanne his snatch. Mr. Tooley, you are online, right? Marcus Tooley?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Shanta. I'm just doing a recap. Our introduction and presentation of this legislation. Without any further statement, I believe that we had covered enough, but I'm sure there's more questions. If so, we'll stand for comment, if not questions, but I'm just asking the legislation give can't be called Kodona and she didn't give it to the deal after Ajay could ask him just the initial legislation and so nonetheless I continue to ask for your support on this legislation. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor back to you. We'll stand for comment question from my colleague, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay. Thank you again, Mr. Tully, for being on the line here with us this morning. That, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor. I'm going to start off with Madam Chair, Charles Newton, as she did a motion to recess, but I'll start off with her this morning. Madam Chair, you have 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Excuse me. Good morning,
Thank you.
Speaker. This is Delegate Yellis. I'm on the line for the record. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Tooley, for your presentation and also for informing us where you stand on certain issues. I'd like to ask you 2 questions specifically since we're talking about the Commission on Government Development. One of the issues that we seem to be going round and round about in council is what exactly has government development done since, since being created, and then what are the plans moving forward? Right now, we do have a legislation 0251-21, which is to put a question on the ballot for our Diné voters to decide, and that's whether to increase the number of Navajo Nation Council delegates from 24 to 48. And this is to begin November 2026 with the Navajo Nation general election. I'd like to get your position on this legislation and especially your thoughts in increasing the number of councils, since you did state on the record that you have a strong support for local government. My next question is, in terms of government development, what are your plans to reform the government, and how do you plan to address those? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Every time at 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Moving on down. Good morning, Honorable Yellow here. Floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, Speaker Cecilia, out on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, out on the Cecilia, Honorable K.L. McKay to bring forth on the legislation 02215-21 to appoint a Marcus Tooley. Yeah. So she gets in the name that's Marcus Shea, Jimmy Yeller, and Jimmy Hari Nasha, that's Benasha. Like Mr. Force Lake or Opinion or Heart Rat or Whippoorwill. Shadow under the Kissitsilla. Kudo, the previous director and Lane in a high yet, but should this argue the certified chapter or non-certified chapters again. These are 26 sessions that are certified in that. A about the national. Chikai ne adult Zara. Hate I Banson Chesty non-certified chapter hate I certified or less. I cannot again eat or his I but adult letter way they look not water. Certified you're large thought they get extra money. Topics with cannot a quarter don't they hiring that. So a was a lot of non-certified could also data. It says that all listen to your shoulder based on the Navajo Nation government. Aro ide nanda deshkins shikis. I'd like to reserve my time. Speaker, yeah, yak pen isn't was answered and yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel So. Sorry for being late on the call. I'm present.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delaire.
Speaker, this is Delegate Helena.
3 minutes and 14 seconds on reserve time, Honorable Delaire. Good morning, Chairman Daniel. So good morning, Honorable Helena. That let me go on down. Honorable Otto. So good morning. The floor is yours at this time, and then I'll come back to the sponsor.
Yeah, I did, isn't, did, so I did, I go, so, sige. So additional, I did, so, honey, so I didn't, any, calling that sagi. That is, that'll speaker, good morning. Staff, appreciate you guys being there in the morning and you not in the short. To see with us. And then to that case of it, the Yale not in the short at it. So I really appreciate the staff for putting this together. They Ocean and I have been and Bells on Honas, Kisto, Kodo, she get Mr. Marcus Tooley. He jail hot air go he cashin he did ni hot to he clean he bashin clean the nina hot I don't say to had it out that do kitchen clean that do had it egota did that did the dish nista Atana ye I not behind the I see ye man so the kids did not his cash. One thing that really got my attention to have faith in you is aho want only aho ado aho be to his kato I did ni aho his katinda tito de hot ego just see that it really humbles you the human being. Next year, one so coston leading the last nation art. It only a car that I would up by. I think see it all not a car, not steam there. Some of us that had been raised like that. Yeah, but in the door, yeah, he had ego. Not a about us. And a sweet of funny for that. I did eat. A shiny his ya. Sweet of funny, I did. Yan Sekoto. Unlanded the ego to just kid. So, oh, yeah, just kill. Oh, not it. Yeah, just can't be hold out by pages. Go a pair of Kokodo. Have that faith in you. She I don't the buy things in Kodo, the Minya. Oh, yeah, Kodo, a sheet up. Anton Presto, I ego call boards, though, in the street, or other than that. And long hold G, that don't cut nothing. Be about here, so they don't have any anything to negatively say, why this and why that, and try to look around in your background. Your credentials are your elders. the way I see it. Your credentials are your elders and people that raised you. And it's that you're very humble. I'm late, so it's that initiative, so very respectful. Oh, baby, not you. Oh, it's a kisto. Oh, baby, not you. Hasi. Oh, yashinan. They had it. The kodo. Angela didn't be shot. Give you a chance. And Jahi Aja is government development. Not those stuff. Oh, it's Abahasi. Oh, that's all I have for now. And with that, I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time, Honorable Otto, at 15 seconds.
Speaker Edmund, could you put me in the sheet pen
Yes.
box?
Wait, Chairman. That, let me go back to Honorable Kiambi.
Speaker and Adokodo, Daidos Kidgi, my colleague, Delegate Charles Newton, Delegate Yellowhair, and Delegate Araso Kodoshi. Let me go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Tooley to make his response. So Kodoshi, brother, Mr. Tooley Kodoshi, Hada Isi dot comment that Daliagi questions the Gishin Kodonat Ambi, which Hi did Mr. Tooley.
So, thank you, brother. Yeah, and the Schneedo list. So, thank you, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and then honorable members of the 24th Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you. And Ado Bahiensen, sto kegi be kego do yo nebislau sto to the zimbislau sto. When I did Kidigi Bahiensen sto Hado like gato quena non nisbani lielashin or sen anito or not at la eat ela. So she would ashi in so cases though. I would ashi the anina edikito. A job at least el olzino she would she butado here jolzito ado it in the bebato si. Oh, Charles Newton, Honorable Charles Newton, thank you for your question. I've in my earlier presentation, I had mentioned that I had a lot of discussion with my late grandfather, Albert Hill, on this very topic. When I first ran for chapter president, and that was the basis of my request for information. I felt that I didn't know a whole lot about the Navajo tribal government system. And as time went along, we started discussing the chapter structure, the Navajo Nation government structure and how they operate and so forth and so on. And so with regards to the question on my position in terms of increasing or decreasing council, and I think it goes along with what is decided in terms of the government to adopt, whether it be the three-branch government, whether it be the chairmanship, or whether it be something else other than that. And I think it goes hand in hand with that. And to increase it, to me, and this is my personal opinion, is just a step in front of that whole process. Let's say we increase it, and then we adopt the government, the form of government, and then we decide to decrease it again, or increase it some more. Why not address the government reform first and then decide the number of delegates. And that's just my thoughts on increasing or decreasing the Navajo Nation council delegates. And I know that it's important that we maintain equal representation at the local level, at the government level, at the chapter level. But we have to keep in mind that we need to first adopt the government that we're going to instill and then work from that point on. So, ehut abansis case alsahti be hokato lili ilsach atilil adon da eben nache ehut anahoit adolil not ani lehit abandon hatnini jo hotel and then laiki kwegi Ado kwegi my plans reform hatnini Navajo Nation government reform. And as I was saying, I really don't know too much about government development, but from what I was told, the commission was established as a temporary means to develop a government structure for the Navajo Nation. Like I said, whether it be the 3-branch or the chairmanship or whatever, and then discuss what changes need to be made so that there's equal representation across the board and that the Navajo Nation sovereignty rights are protected and so forth and so on. So those are some, my plans is to do my due diligence, study up on what's been going on, what has been done, so forth, and I can just attribute the delays to the different people that have been overseeing this particular office, and I think we all know that if you're a supervisor, you have your own form of supervision. You have your goals and you have your objectives. So I think when that process is changed and it keeps changing back and forth, and so I think the commission should just concentrate the task they were given and not worry about who's in charge, and then present that. And it should be done. It's been a long while. And it should be done rather quickly, and then move on from that point on. And I know that there's political influence, there's personal influence, and that shouldn't matter in this case, but it does, So I think that just concentrating on the task at hand, I think that would address that issue. Although yeah, Shana, Delegate Yellowhair, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair. So, na idin kidi did na kigot on the thought national, but when the sabbat it lit side of it lit the nini do Khalid a hist edolis. The no behind the Shabansis Kesho Shana, did hist edo nini chotilsa. Big air ho gasto igi SH Eliago ado ibits ado hota the but also but on a letan igi hajoba winto hota Eliashi at esto or these certified or non-certified no ani nanta sto ado be ya hold lesto a quite it as a banata liadi certification on chapters Atan neto laid that o peso by the chapter G pin apashita a bachina hot na listo ninito. A quaggy huto chin so these quite the Neba Washington ye es ido lesido banashi what edo on nisto lesiki such elia adon da e thought national da hona what benado lilo. Ako nil pausano question benije hadit to unled sanat lit unle open hit il gisto be yan halis It ya kutona hote ya da no regionalization da no ado chapter flat ni hoda do liso hita to tsota no Asian na hat I get shukulla azab I see yega ban so there's kezi that's it so putla so kwedo bazin da to what enen da so on level that latrista hoil jishin da ade what na hat I بين تهان أن شيء كتو هديل بديل خالو أن شيء نيتخ نهت آجي كوشين إيش هات إدولس تو شناكو شيء إنسانو إدي آتبندي دي نشوف ولا من آت chapter بقول نيتولس شو إدشنيا local empowerment شنو بايشتكي chapter جو آد هذا عند تخنزل خاص عند Now, nili bispahozen do bche na hoti bispahozen. Ko hot yena listole so. Ko hot adult chije honorable Odo so only that here on Nils and juk adnda keba hozen I really appreciate your comments though. I see Diego ba he Jay Hollande, Hota, just keep next. So I done let the to nail castle. Potentially, yeah, done the cow. So I would have been still had by Henry Zint or little quick. Thank you so much for bringing that and for your comments. Yeah, thank you. What add all this?
Speaker, I believe that we have concluded the response to the three delegates that had asked question or made comment. We'll give the floor back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I do have in the queue now Honorable Elmer Brigade, then Honorable Herman Daniels, and then Chairman Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Elmer Brigade, the floor is yours.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begano. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Shipesh Bounce, and the other people that are on the line, I just wanted to, first of all, introduce people that are here with me this morning. My chapter president, Lorenzo Lee, here. And then I have my new LDA, Chelsea Cheese, here with us, listening into your discussion for this morning. But I thought Mr. Tui, been confirmation again, but before that, we kind of talk about it too, so which I enjoyed it, your plans about being one of the candidates for Navajo government development. I kind of shared it with you my thoughts too. But I think I've been having really I have 3 chapters that are certified, meaning that they're good with financing and all the 5 management systems they have. Right now, at this point in time, we have a broadband which was developed, and BIA even gave us a consent saying that go ahead, this is a 100% grant, that proposal for feasibility studies and assessment that was made for District 7 chapters, which is a design build plan. So go ahead and start construction funds. So we can't go anywhere anymore. We did a presentation before telecommunication regulatory, the cyber team, and then the telecommunication commissioners, and then NTA. Right now, I thought that they would support us. Then, I guess, I don't know, they don't understand that, or they don't know what to do with it right now. So we went outside. So right now there's a company by the name of Lumen from Oklahoma. They're tier 1 designer and internet services. So meaning that they're top-notch internet service. So they're the one that saying that, hey, you guys have this design built ready for construction last mile. How come your own government can't see this? So we took it to Arizona State Commerce Authority. From there, they told us that this is you're the only state of Arizona Indian tribe that is last mile construction ready project. I'm very interested in his no, I don't know that, but they told us to apply for that grant. And then there's no people, there's nobody that can help us apply grants for broadband in our own government. So what I'm trying to say is that, what is your plan? We got stuck here we got stuck with local governments. They got certified. What can the chapter do to move on again? How can we start getting our own grants? The way we could spend this money and the way that we can do it, because our management system is in good, sound system right now. So I think we need to more concentrate, willing to work with you. And if you can come down as a commissioners, to come down to these certified chapters, and what do they want? Do they have that bright ideas and good ideas out here? Or are they you have to come to these chapters, what their needs are. What do you want to do? The certified chapters, just ask. You need to listen to them. What's the problem they have with window rock? What are they don't need? Or are they not just? Or are they not? You have to come over here to these chapters. So I don't know what your feedback is going to be. Reserve my time, speaker. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 13 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. Floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Mr. Speaker, I'm in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm in the Shares Kahasing. I know Flaggy Kodo. I know Kodo. Yeah, get the snake on this. I don't know Kodo should say. I say, Papa, here in the Kodo. Far better now, did I Kodo. Also, say, okay, the Kodo. Get that means so, Kodo. I see by here in Kodo. I don't Kodo Nana Kodo. Get that way. Nabete Kito Nana Kodo. I don't let. Evan Banson case no a Nabete Kit Kodo. A Kodo. She Kodo. Adon and Slendy. But Annie. It's a chain a dash there. Has got a dash null. Out of toy here, Lenny, now create a dash chain or die Kodo a Adon and Slenkodo. I don't Kodo. That's twee. Of course, it's a Monday, but I get a chain. Or I should that or let go. Or I should get be need or let go. That's fast twin Lenny Kodo. Mr. Tooley Kodo. I don't know the Kodo, but he let go get a hold in it. But I don't let the kid of Ben get a hold in it Kodo. I don't say Kodo. The dash out there in the case, it's not that it back and that's the Kodo. For yes, I don't know Kodo in the case again. The dash out there as out there. Of course, it has been very Kodo. Marie will confirm that the Liago. A day Liago did commissioned that's what I've Leo Kodo. This is a Nazi Leon John Dollars and the whole. I don't know Kodo and the Hotel Kodo Bahata eat the Hiki. I quite his whole just a day. But I go in his now that decade. A court Kodo Great Washington based on Hitch Lagi. What era 714 million. I look at a na kita the bill sort of ni cho holi yagi ko e be ko ya but is for e kada la e be son dit dole so what are the papan sas case ado bahanas ko do ado nana ko do we have these 110 chapters are partners na da hat complement what are the English ko be so ki ko do Salit edo le lan so ya ko do ko that e ko do e ban sa case ki that Ecuador Navajo Government Development Commission so as in here on the Siego I don't see some for you to about this case ko do I don't know ko his house and like it laid near how agita Ecuador in his in ko e I see by here na ko do so dan le strato back hagib kai da the hagib kai da dan his count da street lati I don't know ko do na right on el cut or quite I die na cut or asaj da now here the how agita a date at date what I laid it ni den kan ko what are the ko ya how ko is da ko ba ko sun san le ko ya hot aben hisa friends na ko do ko joni ko do I don't know ko do lees ke da yo sa hot ada il tek ko en his hol just as ani it is even na ni sa hot ekat we has anige ko shuk sa bendo the nebazad ye go ibe yasti ko do aro the nebazad aro le be shil khan ne ko do chwa shne hit the chash ne ge be ko do chwa shadeshna the nebazad al ge do chwa deshna ode aro na do chwa bet zelo de ko bet kana bazad o ya ko nebazad jo is in later so that do aro na an hin je holi ya le bet zeta ko do be yes PC ledo is even not a yo zel do yo ideshna na hala ko so ide ya ko do na rate ko do kada hot do not na nedo khalit ida na ko do na khaya at do le sat Navajo Nation government is ko do have a national store le ko the net is necessary I see what everything need do le ko ko later that is so say ko do dam sa net le do so what I see his that is ko do so has twin liniki ko do Mr. Tooley ko do so idiot or what aba do le ko aro nana ko do certified chapters and non-certified chapters ko do na resources and development committee ko do abenate so aba yelti so adequate is in the certified chapters of chapters but it was the husband of the ko do sa twin liniki Mr. Speaker, on for this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Yeah. Speaker, good morning, members of the council. Mr. Begay, the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Tooley, and then everyone that's online, my colleagues. Just want to say that say that I'm going to go ahead and vote green on this legislation. I want to commend Mr. Angela Morgan for being tough too, and the tough questions that was being asked to him, about what the future is going to be, and once he was confirmed, and then also to you, Mr. Tooley. I've always seen you, sir, being committed in your job, and always working, and I know your politeness was there too, and just greeting the delegates, and really appreciate that. Even though I haven't seen you in grants in a while, but you had showed your commitment to your job, and I'm pretty sure you're going to do the same once you are confirmed in this position. So I'm going to support this, and just ask my colleagues that we all vote in favor of this. So, Speaker, I do not want to reserve my time, and I'll leave it at that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. That I'm gonna go back to sponsor. Okay, where's yours?
Yeah, there's none other session, Speaker. Kudoshi, I'll go ahead and yield the floor to Mr. Tooley. Kudos, Brother Elmer Begay. Say Herman Daniel, other Kodo's brother, Mr. Edmund Yazi, Kodo Tahasi, Kodo Hanahazito, Mr. Tully.
Yeah, Nana, thank you. Again, thank you for your questions and ado questa na idin kitigi the broadband ehada dil ito onasio. Eta the need it no bahne to halit a isla anish. So it ila da by da skal the no bahne iki juti shipansis case of dani what ilia let what has the igi na nishnat iki alle et ischa atuseno والنال نشده جوت إله هجو بتنجل نشوتو جوت نجنكو جتو نشجن زنكو إيه تي إشجاني إجتيل إيه تو تيت إيه بهو تيت تو هت إيه نهت تو هت إيه هو قال جنو هت بعضني هت أشي دونان هذا دول تو إيه هت بانسس كيس تو ديك أت كتو خهويا دوشي إيه هت إيه دول ani na ne katishi to she would abesa to only that ni hidden a job at hosne and dishni only atlana atlete other what's on the no other be ya no she's jo what atlana atle what atlana atle to let snow jo ta e shna hat a whole jish only there what Bonsis kiss. I don't know, stop now, Mr. Honorable Herman Daniels. Stop. Tia nia, ti hot, asli peso bain leto. Ishi ade belatrata hoshi into adi hot. What don't need oshin ta e bayat hito listo. Cho, craggy. Hot, asli the hojo spouse and the snow e. Be dishjane dishya to hojo bit de I do hojo onel I goto halet and ado I had e peso ndi ni to e bet chit on shi jo dat egia adon za holji ani kaya to sada huito za donde chunde anti got e on nasika ni jo e got elato ado Honorable Yazi, thank you for your comments. I really appreciate the compliments, and I really do admire and look up to you for your leadership and for your guidance, and certainly, you know, a lot of the qualities that great leaderships have, you tend to adopt those as your own, and you live by it. And I've had the opportunity to have those individuals in my life as I was growing up, and you know, and I thank them for the examples that they set for us. And so I really do appreciate your comments and your confidence in me, and that means a lot. And I've always thought that it's not the quality or the quantity, it's the quality that we should always look forward to, and how well we work together as a government. What would be the best form of government? What would be best for the chapters and the community members? What would be the best for the Navajo Nation as a whole? So that's kind of like the focus that we should look toward, you know, what would be best for everybody. So what I need it nunst ado lesto here do shna godo ashitsale legislation sponsor in Lehigito, Mr. Key, I want to be gay, and we have thank you. Yeah.
Speaker, that will conclude his response to the latest three delegates' comment questions. So let me go ahead and yield the floor back to you, Speaker, if there's any more comment question.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, are there any other comments or questions from the floor? I don't have anybody else in the
Good
queue
day.
before I go back to reserve time.
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So, good morning.
Yes,
Okay, Bennett.
That is good morning. I was going to say, not in order. That is Marcus. That is not sorry. Not how long I don't accident for the needle is the share and she had not other con Navajo gosh. Not so for the girls. Ink. I don't have the big twin little Eugene So issue edition. 10 years in the inch. Put it in. Basishin Kinya Ani Tashin Tashe Shinala to the Tutson that. But Pido as as a elected official. Delay this year. Should actually I still know, but I'm still living. There's still no running water. I still walk away to an outhouse. I still make water from rain or snow melting or ice melting the ice on my stove. But I told it's I don't want to have I don't want to have it's planning of it. Any oh no the hashing so you hardships it not intended that oh not awful to know make us who we are. It makes us look into ourselves. It makes us grow into the kind of person we are capable of becoming. It makes us to be willing to discover and honestly recognize the areas in our own lives where we did not quite grow up. This hardship changed us into being a voice in the ears and eyes and feeling and smell for the people. We've been there. So that makes us strong, resilience, proud, etc. Or even the shady corner, Tani, and the Nissa. The government development, a crash, and an upgrade. He need the Kagi, Quiz Kana, Shinavida, twin airs that need to artist from the DOJ office stand. She cares it now. Added that shit. The title one is out of it. You got on that. National House Hunt the Shadini. Aquala. I want some agents who can help me to get rid of it. So what I get on this kit. But I want young to that case is there is a gap somewhere. I let ask straight all this issue. Basically, not net all this. I would really like to, look at this the way the government should be. The NEPA, it should be that way, not just a few, just only limited. We need it. We need to change that. I need to But I agency I don't. I'm a very proud and grateful recovering alcoholic. One day at a time. Need let go, let God. That's how I live daily. And also, I'm a 50% disabled American veteran. Boarding school that was the tiny nada corner more than that not average. By your name, because we know where the hardships are. Even now, could I be asking Marcus? So yeah, she had on this. I would let I'm going to vote green on this. So she had Dean on this. A corner. Should try. I wait my time.
Thank you. That colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Halona, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon, good morning, colleagues, to Navajo Nation Council, and Speaker, good morning, and staff, good morning, and all those on the call. Thank you for joining us today. Mr. Tooley, I just have a couple of questions really quick. I guess I missed part of your presentation earlier. Are you serving, I want to find out, are you serving on any other boards or any school boards or any other boards of the Navajo Nation? And then also, what is your profession right now as far as long term? Those are two questions that I had right now, Speaker. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Wilson Stewart. Good morning, Yate.
Oh, good morning, Tele Speaker Damon, Otto, colleagues, Otto and the staff, Otto, this morning, Otto, Mr. Tooley, Yate. Jaya Wilson, Sir Junior Age, Otto, tell that Nasha, Otto, quit so many age, and doing on this education, but she's chin, clutching the shit up with the way the I do I have been listening the past evening and to this morning as I came into Windrock, listening to the various comments and questions posed to you. But, I'm listening and also, understanding, as you have stated, a supervisor, will have different ways to be a supervisor, to be an administrator. And I believe, that is very true. Not everybody will supervise the same. And then on the other side, this is for our Navajo Nation government. And it's not going to be to redevelop, but to see where it can go in the future with the actions of either, as you stated, going back to chairmanship, staying presently, or even going in a different direction. But as you stated, that the initiative should first start with the redevelopment of the policies itself and going forward from there. And I do support that. And I just want to say that with this legislation, I do commend your responses. And I do appreciate what you've been able to tell us, for the questions posed to you, as well as the fact that, you're going to be one of several other commissioners as well appointed to this. So thank you again for your willingness to be a part of this commission. And that's all I want to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. That. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues? There's none. We go back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker. Kodoshi, I'm going to go ahead and yield full back to Mr. Tooley to respond back to some of were just comments, but there was a question. Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Pernell Helona, and Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Mr. Tooley?
Thank you, brother. Honorable Keon Begay, Auto Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I really do appreciate the comments, the confidence, and for your questions. And certainly, I think that to continue to advocate on behalf of our community members and our relatives and the people that have elected us into offices, we need to keep in mind that we need their involvement, their participation in any and all we do. And so that's been my mission ever since I got into politics. When I was working or when I got elected into the school board, and that was just that. This is to keep the families, the parents, the grandparents, the guardians informed of what's going on with their children, the education, and so forth. And then I got into the Navajo Board of Election. That too, it was my mission to make sure that our people were well informed of their rights as a voter, and then that they were kept abreast of the voting policies and so forth and so on, and wanted to make sure that everybody was aware when voting and where they were going to take place and so forth. And then I got into chapter politics. The same thing, you know. I want our people to understand and to be involved in their future. And it's not only them, it affects their offsprings, their children, their grandchildren, and so forth and so on. And we talk about respect and we talk about honor and so forth. And I think the only way you achieve that is by keeping everybody involved and having them participate in whatever it is that they're being discussed. And so with Abans's case, and I really appreciate the comments that are being made here. Although Delegate Eugene So, thank you for your unwavering commitment to serve this great country of ours. Thank you for your service, for the freedom that we enjoy. I certainly am not a veteran, but my dad was a veteran, my brothers were a veteran, and then my niece, my grandkids. So, with those nephews, the last so that it was a by hands and it was a shitting little. Just by your bob on this case, with the last so I will yagi. So even that you with any has also with about hands and do hand need on, and thank you to all the veterans. Thank you for your service. Try to pay my respect to them, and I do it often, even at work here. We hold a special day for them when recognizing for the service that they provided to us. And so what about here ni zinc do little it's not an she on need and then what ado at ba nachiko edota nsi si hota cho ebits ado oh delto the nini to data ni what delto. You learn from your mistakes though. So certainly, and I'm sure that there's a lot of things that have been done and have been accomplished by the commission, and I'm not saying that to undo all of that. I'm saying let's keep it moving. Let's work on it and continue to work with whoever that we need to work with to get this task that was assigned to the commission completed. Thank you, Honorable Halona, for your question. I'm not serving on any other boards other than my chapter duties. I'm a chapter president from Blue Gap Hutchie chapter. I'm also the president of Zithagene Regional Council. So those are the two appointments that I was given. So those are the ones that I'm currently doing. And I work for the Navajo Nation. I've been working for the Navajo Nation for over 20 years now. I work at the facility maintenance department, and before that, briefly, I was assigned to Navajo Transit System. So those are the two offices that I was supervisor over for the last 8 years. So I've been at my present position for over 14 years, and we try to do what we can to make things as comfortable as possible. So, Honorable Holona, those are the two that the two questions that you have asked. Aroshache, Mr. Stewart, Totsoni Dashache, Johota Eke, Dini do Little. Thank you for your comments. And I think, we have a lot of work, and it involves everybody, and not just the commission themselves. I think it involves the delegates, the Navajo Nation leadership as well. So, getting establishing coordination, communication, move this thing forward. I think that would be key. So I really do appreciate that, and thank you again. This is to respond back to the questions. Yeah, no.
Mr. Speaker, did Ashin Kwato met to Delegate So, Helena, and Delegate Stewart, with Ego how it's so I will still continue to stand for comment or question. Otherwise, we just continue to ask for your support, Speaker. I yield the floor back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan. Let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So in the queue. Charlene So, are you, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Yat Eshanant 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't should in that some engage Charlene. So I don't understand that the net phone, but on his machine, touch sheet need to check it, need to shanala. I don't course a conde I use a nasha. Mr. Tulin Hitahanyanigi, and for the interest to pursuing this position with Navajo Nation government development. What is your position now that we have this continuous cycle of different agencies and officials filling these positions? And the thing that I find troublesome is the fact that when you are representing your chapter as an official and you're voting on certain items within the government development, and that would put you in a place, in a position to abstain. How is there going to be any progress, and why? I just don't understand why we have many of our officials going to this position. It pretty much lacks that representation. It's removing one, you're removing yourself from one to represent the other. Of course, so if you can elaborate your thoughts on that. And right now also, we have many that go through this continuous cycle. I just want to get an idea of how you think government reform should take place if you are holding more than one position. Reserve my time.
Hey, thank you very much, Honorable. So 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? Not, let me go back to the reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker.
3 minutes and 38 seconds. I couldn't read my chicken scratch. Three. It's a three. 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and also Mr. Tooley as well. Mr. Tooley, I'm a big proponent for educating our Diné people on Navajo government. Before becoming a delegate myself, I had no clue what a delegate did, and many of our people are often, they often express the same sentiments as well. Even today, I find myself in that same situation regarding my responsibilities. So I feel like I lean heavily on our legislative council to kind of guide me through the questions that I have. So, and then also looking at the Division of Community Development website, there is an LGA proposed amendment public comment. This was taken back in 2012. It looks like 5 agencies participated in providing these types of comments. My question to you is, based on the public comments, they're obviously outdated. What are your plans for initiating I guess maybe a process for educating our people on Navajo government? Number 2 is, how are you going to explain the understanding between certified and non-certified chapters? As you stated, you have spoken to the late Albert Hale, Eshijat, and that. So I also had several conversations with him specifically about chapters and what his thought was when he talked about local government. But right now, it looks like we have 45 certified chapters and 65 non-certified chapters. It has been several years now that we have been pushing to get our chapters certified. Where do you stand in getting all of our chapters certified? And do you think that we should put a deadline date on getting chapters certified? My last question is in terms of chapter boundaries. During COVID, we ran into so many issues where many of our Navajo people who were not living within the chapter boundaries were being denied assistance or services from their chapters. Where do you stand in establishing boundaries and helping our Navajo people, especially in light of the fact that we have many of our Navajo people who are living off the Navajo Nation because they are closer to hospitals, they have jobs, they're getting educated out there, and many of our military men and women are serving in the armed forces. I reserve my time, Speaker.
1 minute and 3 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, we're going back to reserve time. We have 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Going twice. Only 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the council. So, one area is that I guess in Yagogo, I just like to request to see if the commission could meet with the council so that we could have a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, 13 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
We'll probably have to meet later on, though, to schedule it with me. Thank you.
Thank you. That Honorable Helena, 4 minutes and 19 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
4 minutes, 7 seconds. That, let me go back to sponsor. I'm with Keon Begay.
Speaker, kodo nadai da kidgi ishin kodo Mr. Tooley ishin which onan streto lef kodo shmayaja Delegate So, and then Ado Kodos Maria's Delegate Noon, Charles Noon. At Ashin Sato Nan Mina Na Edikidigi Na Aishin Kodo Mr. Tulip John Schlichtole, Mr. Tulip.
Nana, Chicas Nana, Ado, thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening. Thank you for the questions that were raised and asked. Try to provide a response to the questions. Honorable, to the questions that Honorable Charlene So had asked in regards to my position on people that are in elected official positions, official elected position, serving on this commission. I really don't have a response for that, other than to say that that me personally, I've have firsthand knowledge in terms of what's needed out in our communities. I've seen a lot in my years of service, public service. I try to advocate on basis on that. And so, I think depending on the individual that are elected into these type of positions, I think that, if you're able to provide firsthand knowledge and expertise in trying to make things better, I think that's the whole purpose of this commission, is to make things more efficient as a nation here, the government, and to serve its people, because ultimately the people are the ones that we advocate for and work for. Without our people, we wouldn't be in these elected positions. So we work for them, and I think that it's important to maintain that connection. I don't see any issues in terms of having elected individuals into these positions, because, like I said, some have expressed strong advocacy to provide service for our people, and I think that's what's needed. In terms of the cycles, I really can't comment on that, because I really don't know. I mean, what I can say is that at the beginning I was saying that maybe why we haven't made any progress in this area is because of the different leadership, the change in leadership, because everybody has their opinion, everybody has their priorities, and so and what I was saying is that do away with those personal priorities and then just concentrate on this and then present it and see where it goes. Because if we are pleasing one faction of or a group of people, their political influence, and it doesn't get anywhere. So, and I think that you have to be neutral. You have to be steadfast in your commitment to accomplish the tasks that have been presented to you. Honorable Charles Newton, again, I've always been a strong proponent of local governance and education. And the only way it's really effective is if you continue to educate the people. And I try to do that every time I meet in our chapter setting. I try to provide as much information as possible. Too much information is good, always a good thing. And And I think that you were alluding to some surveys that were outdated, and I think I think there's a misconception on the effectiveness of public hearing and surveys, because we're unique. Navajo Nation is unique. A lot of us, and I can probably speak for a majority of the delegates there, is that we like to see things visually, like to hear it from the person that's speaking about it ourselves, us to understand. And so I think that's lacking. What I would like to see is us doing presentation at these chapter meetings. You go one-on-one with the chapters and the communities so that they understand. A lot of people are hesitant to go to a public hearing. Why? Because it's one-sided. They tell you what they're going to do, but then they try to I guess deflect some of those comments that are being made. So if you're in a chapter meeting setting, I think that's more, because then you're one-on-one with the public, and so you tend to learn more. I think that's just my personal opinion on that. And then on the chapter boundaries, that's been a long standing issue, because when I was little, growing up, my dad used to always say, "There's no boundaries. There isn't any boundaries." Why? Because why would you set boundaries? Why do you erect a fence around your area? I mean, why? Is that yours? Are you going to take it after you leave? No. But in this instant, if people are looking for help, and it should be open to everybody, regardless if you're from another chapter or not. You try to lend assistance. I think that's the whole plan. I remember my mom sharing stories about family coming from somewhere and obviously tired and hungry, and then they would provide shelter to them and feed them, and then before they went on their merry way, then they gave them food and whatever resources they would need to complete their journey. So I think we've gotten away from that, and so I think if boundaries are needed, then I don't know. I don't particularly agree with it, but that only limits you, I think. But the whole process and the whole essence of us being is to help one another, and I think you should maintain that regardless of what chapters you belong to. So, thank you for that. Again, I look forward to meeting with the delegates one-on-one and sharing some thoughts and discussing what's going on to get updated with one another. And I stand for that, and I think it's needed. But today, so I really do appreciate all of the questions that were asked, and I try to do my best, and I will do my best. And I'm not going to make any promises. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's been done. I really don't know what the plans are in order for me to respond to those. And I mean, look into what's going on, what's been accomplished, and I understand that there's probably the other commissioners listening in, interested in it as well. I mean, I'm not going to take away from what was already done, or I'm not going to speak on their behalf, because No, I really don't know at this time. It's kind of premature to say anything. So, what thank you, brother.
Speaker, Hatashi Kodo, Mr. Tooley Shinat, several of my colleagues, Kodo, Naide Kidiki, Naha Sito Liso. With that, Speaker, we continue to stand for comment question. Otherwise, we ask for your support. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you. That, Honorable Keon, that, colleagues. Go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? Now let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes and 22 seconds. We're back onto reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, you have 3 minutes and 22 seconds, going twice.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on.
What's yours?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tully, for your response. Speaking and on behalf of my constituents in northern Arizona and southern Utah, that is one of their primary concern is the nepotism that is within this position and how we have uneducated individuals that fill these positions, and we are not getting much guidance as council delegates. And, we haven't had much participation as well as a regular invitation to the Navajo government development meetings. And that poses a concern to me. I question that to the other members. Why are these meetings taking place? That is $500 for each meeting. And right now, I'm not too sure if what your thoughts are on that, but the possibility of lowering the number of members within the commission to 5, I think would be reasonable. At this point with our government, we need a lot of direction and guidance and opinions, especially from our counterparts as well as with our constituents. We are dealing with revenue shortage. We are dealing with the pandemic and how we are going to be moving our nation along. And those are some of the ideas that I look forward, without wondering where the commission is. Why are they not sending us emails? Why are they not inviting us to one-on-one meetings? Why I haven't heard any ideas or proposals on behalf of my 5 chapters in Arizona and Utah. Now, I wonder, as we make these appointments and we vote on it, I really question my vote sometimes. I really want to have faith and I really want to see progress, which is why at times before I have voted green. We get you in these positions. As you go into this term, I'm pretty sure that you are going to be voted in. But right now, I really hope that you reiterate the message to your fellow commission members after today that we need stronger communication. We need proposals on government reform. That needs to happen. That is what the people want. These laws now that are so outdated, we have red tape around all of our progress, red tape around all of our policy. Aro projects pendado nishigi aro benantan ahagi a question Mr. Tully. I just want to get that comment in the brief and perhaps another question may follow with your response. Reserve time.
Reserve time at 17 seconds. Moving on down. Unreserved time, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues. I kind of feel like you're answering questions kind of in a general context, which is really, what you do when you're going through confirmation. But as Shiaja Delegate Charlene so stated, we tend to vote green for confirming people in these positions. And then as delegates, we find out, things that are happening. And I always say, that we as delegates, we have two choices. One is, we can look the other way and just sweep it under the rug, or we can try to address the issue. I always try to address the issue. I'm very straightforward. I come out when I don't like things that are happening. And in one sense, I feel like you're not answering the question. And in the other sense, I like the way that you are answering other people's questions. So I am still on the fence on this issue. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charles Newton. Yeah, I'll put you in the queue, Chairman. Moving on down. Honorable Helena, 4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, everybody on the line again. Mr. Julie, I just had a couple more other things that came up that I was thinking about as far as since you're chapter official. Several years ago, there was a move to try to do some government reform, chapter reform, and I guess they called it regionalization.
No.
Today, I understand that's not a good word for some of the community members out there. But nevertheless, since you're official, I want to get your viewpoint as far as a lot of the chapter houses out there, the way I look at it, are having trouble functioning the way they're functioning because they don't have the reduced quorums. They don't have a lot of people attending the meetings again. And there's many chapters that way. And so I just wanted to find out if you, what's your opinion right now as far as are the chapters functioning for the people? And how well are they functioning for the people? And if there are any changes that we need to be making, any ideas for government reform as far as the chapter houses are concerned? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Every time with 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Here, last Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council here. Around the is enough 110 chapters even the Kadabata is enough hidden. She had eight or corrosion at any. It's the year is added quake. And the upper heart is the 48 council told me that no. So that is added. So that I don't know, card kid need card there. The year that in the 48 council, Navajo, see we're declining a revenue. 8 hours is our nina. Had 11 in 48 days. 48 now, in charge. He didn't know your heart at the cost. We're going to reduce their operation of the expenditures and also stipends and payrolls and whatever they apply to the chapter meeting. But it's not reduced at the other urban talk, 48 hail. So, even in a shelter, what about just making 36 to snow? It's not in the lawyer. Okay, and hidden there. da baka na alloy based upon no dollars. DDS is all penalia open data 88 to 24. It basically no type savings the way legislator of the cheat or in no thought be alien a is about how this thing so should never just skip. We don't want to shorten out the funds of the it's already like that now, like starting to you head about on that. It wants to go about this. So Dina should not have thought I'll like to reserve my time. Speaker, thank you very much. I did up on some cases. It's non disc Ayla Mr. Tooley. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Every time at 1 minute, 10 seconds. Moving on down. I have a new colleague, Chairman Daniel So. Floor is yours at this time. I'll go back to you, Honorable Candidate.
Thank you, Speaker Cecilia, Otto, and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Shache, Honorable Kial Brigade, thank you for bringing the conferee to the council. Otto, Mr. Marcus Tooley. I'm really concerned. Number one, you're a tribal government employee, chapter officer, and now you want to be in this aspect of government reform commission. And I flinch anytime somebody wants to go back to the old chairmanship government. Number one, it is and was placed upon us by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And through their colonialism, this is the way they told us our government should run. And for myself, that colonialism has to stop, and we have to get out of those types of thoughts. And remember, the original advisory committee, they were only established to approve oil and gas leases. And through the years in prior service, we used to have to send our annual Navajo Nation General Funds operating budget across the street at the time when BIA area director would basically approve or disapprove Navajo Nation government's passing of the budget. With the establishment of the three-branch government, that aspect was eliminated. We don't answer to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And when somebody says we want to go back to that old system, I flinch. And I hope all the folks on the call realize that position. And so that aspect. So, and again, Speaker and members of the council, previously at a NABI meeting, we voted on a directive to some of the candidates for confirmation. We never asked the question, we just went consent. And that was one of the reasons for wanting the members of the commission to address the council. And when I had brought it up, I think Office of Legislative Services stated that particular directive had expired. And that was basically to get the members of the new commission to address the council. before the winter session. So I didn't want to bring it up the other day because that discussion was so emotionally charged. I didn't want to throw in that particular hot coal, but I really feel like this is what we need to do. Again, how much money have we spent? My rough estimate from 1992 to 2022, 20 million, and we haven't seen any result. Is it time to eliminate the Government Development Commission? Why? Because in our own effort, Title I, the fundamental law calls for the establishment of a fourth branch composed of the ceremonial and cultural leaders. And so why not that aspect? Thank you, Speaker. And I don't need any response. That was my statement on the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That, let me go back to you, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker Shunta, Kudoshi, Mr. Tooley, which are non straight to this Kudo, Delegate, Delegate Charles Newton, Delegate Yellow Hair, Delegate Helena, and Delegate Daniel. So Kudo, Nada Delegate Ishin Seto, Kudo, Mr. Tooley, which are non slaughter this, Mr. Tooley.
Oh, Michaela, Nana. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for the questions that were posed again. You know, the question on lowering the stipend for the commission, you know, it's not really up to me. I think that needs to go through the appropriate Navajo Nation committees. What we're talking about is the government reform, and I think that's the task at hand. I can't really comment on what was happening or what has happened in the past because I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. So I can't, you know, if I'm skirting the issue and you feel like I'm skirting the issue, because I don't know. I really don't know. And I made it known that I don't know too much about what was accomplished to date and what the plans are. And it's kind of like, for me, it'd be unfair to the other commissioners to comment on it without knowing the full facts. So, I'm kind of hesitant to to answer those questions. But in my commitment, I'm saying that if I am confirmed, then yes, I would make it a point to work with the delegates and keeping them informed. Not only the delegates, but the Navajo Nation chapters and our own constituents as well. They have every right to know what's going on at their government. What's going on within their government, and so, and I think these chapter meetings are held every month to update them on what is happening, and so that's kind of like where we're at right now. And there's questions also on why be part of this commission. As a Navajo Nation employee and chapter official, provided me some information, some insights on what's going on. And I think without that, I wouldn't be where I'm at in my career, because I've always been a curious person. I've always tried to improve situations. So that's just been how I was raised and how I continue to do so. In terms of the 48, personally, I think it's up to the Navajo people, and they shouldn't base their decision on my opinions of it. Di kwet bayat hiki jo eti behokal to lesi the never Washington. At nini jo kwegi. It's about hozon shin da ade hut bayelt kit o lesi to. Hut ela hut eya. Hanen hije nan stand o les na to. Ado head na. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Dit Ashin Kodo, Mr. Cooley, my colleague Jitan Anaha Sitolis, Ado Kodoshi, will still stand for question. If not, again, I just ask my colleague to support the legislation. Speaker, yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. That let me go on down back to I don't have anybody in the queue, so going back to Chairman Hinyo. Good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning to the Speaker David at the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Keon Begation for sponsoring the legislation. Nasiche Marcus Tooley, the NHA, and through the years, and now you're coming before the Navajo Nation Council to be confirmed as part of a group that is charged with providing recommendations to the council on Navajo government reform and other related issues. So, with that, with all your experience within the Navajo government in leadership and also as an employee, you see a lot of the inner workings as far as where the issues are and what needs to be addressed. And therefore, being part of this group, well, I'm sure that there are some, hopefully, you'll be able to provide some of your insights to a diverse group there, which is made up of chapter officials, student representatives, and so forth, 12-member group that all with different ideas and ideals and backgrounds. So hopefully, with your leadership skills and the newly appointed Commissioner, Zane James, you'll be able to provide some fresh ideas and perspectives, and therefore bring some recommendations to the council for consideration, and also ultimately to the people for a referendum vote. So, just going to get your viewpoints as far as, from your own perspective, what do you see that is needed to move this government to the next century, the next 20 years, the next 50 years? What would be your perspective as far as a government reform recommendation that you would be working on, as given your past experience and with all your career reserve type?
Thank you very much, Chairman Hinyo. Hold on, colleagues, we're clarifying the unreserved time. Okay, with that, Honorable Chairman Hinu, reserve time at 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Charlene, so 17 seconds. Honorable
Speaker,
Charlene.
thank you. I have just one final question, and I hope to get a direct answer. Mr. Tully, as a Navajo Nation employee and chapter official, how would you be able to vote on chapter government reform? That is my question. Reserve time.
Reserve time was 1 second. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair, 1 minute, 10 seconds. On reserve time. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, yeah, Speaker. Key Allen, Key Allen, around the house. So that what's to yeah. So asking a lot of questions to you, and I just want to hope you do your best to come up with a new plan, especially a certified and uncertified chapter that we need to resolve those. So the two positions, the coordinator and chapter manager, their position titles are the same. I think that's the reason why there's no improvement. Credit on to us, Mr. Tully. In the meantime, my time is Damon.
Yellow Hair, stop his time at 15 seconds. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Go back to 30 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Helona, 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
Minutes, 35 seconds. That going back to Ms. Honorable Keelan Begay, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, kudo chado ado kudo smayas hananazi kisi kudo Mr. Tully sinat hananazi tole. So with that, kudo Mr. Tully.
Yeah, none at Honorable Kealan Begay, and then Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This specific question regards to my position, my voting, how would I vote on chapter reform? You know, that as I understand it, whatever changes and whatever that being proposed have to be presented, then have the people vote on it. I think, you know, I'm part of that group. I'm entitled to vote on whatever that's placed before me, if it involves government or otherwise. So I'm happy to sit down with you further discuss this issue, Honorable Charlene So. I don't have any questions. I mean, I don't have any problems with that. But again, it's premature for me to say this and that, and when I haven't really done my due diligence in that form of it. I don't know, no, should say, Mr. Honorable Genio, I try to be fair, and I try to be open-minded about things. I've always been a true believer in being transparent, what you do, how you do it, and so forth. And I think that needs to continue. Certainly, working and having that collaboration, coordination with the entities that are directly affected by this, and especially our community members. I think that's very important. And as I was saying, certainly we need to explain and provide information at the chapter level. So adashi that's what I believe in. And I can't say enough to thank the delegates for all that they do, and I'm sure that the questions that you guys are asking, are a lot, and you just want to know the individual, and I understand that, and I don't have any problems answering that. So, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Nobody else in the queue, so let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Honorable Chairman Hino, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thanks to the Speaker Damon, those to the 24th Nomination Council. Shay, Gay, Marcus Tooley. This was the question I asked, was that really answered, which is given your experience with the nomination government, what is affecting the government structure as we see it today? Maybe if you can answer that. Then the other part is questions that were being asked about chapter government reform. The reason why I think those questions are being asked is because of the fact that several years back, when President Russell Begay was sitting in office, there was a referendum that was proposed to the Navajo people, passed by Navajo Nation Council, and it sat on President Begay's desk for a long, long time. And at the very end, he decided to stand in front of the people and not allow them to vote on their form of government. So this is how the government structure works, that we become roadblocks. And during that time when the people were waiting to vote, it was the officials, chapter officials, that were up in arms, wanting to say no to this type of reform. And the way we saw it was just pretty much protecting their positions, is how it was. But in the end, though, I wish the people would have voted, and that vote would have either said yes or no, but at least the people would have spoken. And I just so disappointed in President Begay for vetoing that, and it never came back to the council floor for an override or anything like that. So I think that's why those questions are being asked. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 24 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So, 1 second. Honorable Charlene, so reserve time with 1 second. And twice. Or 3 times. That moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 30 seconds on reserve time.
Yeah, and Speaker, I'd like to give my time to Charlene Sue, the remaining time. If she has, Charlene Sue, Jose. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Charlene, so Honorable Jimmy Yellow here is delegating 25 seconds to you.
Thank you, Shiaj. Truly, as far as your short-term vision, I know that we as delegates only have less than a year in our term, but what are some of the strengths that you can pull as far as your leadership, and what are some immediate policy changes that you can incorporate this year? That is my first question. And also, how would you explain your vote and your abstention to the constituents? Right now, we don't have much communication with agency leaders. Also, I think it's, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Helena, 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I just, Mr. Tully, I was just still curious about questions that you haven't answered, especially been waiting to hear your point of view as far as the chapter houses and if there's need to be changed. But just like Delegate Henio had referred to, those are the kind of things that need to be coming up here sometime soon, because after when the council was cut down to 24, it left a big gap in between there and the chapter houses, and so it should have been where something should have been done to give the chapters more empowerment to help take up the slack, to work closer with the delegates and as well as the division directors, and that would have been a little bit more better setup, but it didn't happen. So that's what I was referring to, and I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Serve your time at 1 minute, 30 seconds. That, let me go back to Honorable Keelan McGee.
Mr. Tooley, response back to Delegate Hideo, Delegate So, and Delegate Helena. Speaker, Mr. Tooley. Mr. Tooley.
Yeah, Nana, Honorable Keelan Brigado, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, first of all, I should say on my thoughts on why I think some of the progress haven't been made. I think it's just communication coordination. I see that as a big factor at the local level, at the chapter level. We don't get a whole lot of information. I know that our council delegate does his best to try to share a lot of that information, but we don't have we don't have people that attend these chapter meetings because of the pandemic that's going on, and so we try to do our best in conveying and sharing information with our community members. And And I think that that needs to, and that will improve as time progresses. The reason, and that's just what my my thoughts are on why there's a stagnant in terms of progress toward the government reform. Just communication, coordination, and I said this, yesterday. It's my commitment to be open-minded, to share as much as possible, to meet and to coordinate, communicate with those that we need to communicate with, and so forth, just to get this thing moving. And I know that I will just be one of 12 commissioners, so I can't really speak for them. But again, to provide that coordination, communication with the others, and try to get this thing moving forward. So that would be my commitment to that. Honorable Charlene, so your question on immediate policy changes, and it would just be my recommendation is my stance on being transparent, to share information, to coordinate, to communicate, and if it means meeting, then that's what it would be. I mean, I think that would usually is a big factor when something stalls, is the coordination, communication. So
Speaker, what I think that Hanna needs it to the Sant Anna Lendy, here on Hidimi, or the Stone Hit Shield of the Ado Kotoshi, Speaker, in Janish Lado Lisnano. We stand for question, but again, colleague gets shown not be legislation. Speaker?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Gay and Mr. Trilly, for that response. For that, I have a new colleague in the queue, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker and 24th Nomination Council. I should say for putting this legislation together for Mr. Marcus Tooley. I'd like to give the rest of my time to Honorable Charlotte So, Speaker.
Thank you. That 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, you good?
Thank you, Nana. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I'm pushing forth, it's not just from me, but overall what I have seen and from my constituent view, this cycle of repeated positions, and basically it just becomes a political career for many, and that we lose the objective of what our task is at hand. And one of my concerns is when you fill the position as a Navajo Nation employee, in most cases in recent years, the commission members, they are in a manager position or a director position. And then that always seems to challenge the executive director's position and direction. Now that I find very problematic, because the executive director is obviously a position where it's supposed to lead the government development. But in this case, over the years, in my observation, I always found that the executive director has always battled against seniority and thinking that their current position is definitely on top of the executive directors. And that there hinders the vote of progress and proposals and right now, I don't know if I fully support this legislation. And in part to what Delegate Honorable Charles Newton stated, I feel like I'm only getting half of my questions answered. How would you be able to explain yourself to the chapter on your abstention? And how would you be able to fully represent these areas, the categories, these positions and occupations you fill? I just feel like it's not fully served in the correct manner. And in some cases, many of my constituents will find that as double dipping. Now, I've also considered the thought, and I've entertained the thought of pretty much, rescinding all 5 agency representatives to the commission, and also defunding the Office of Navajo Government Development until structural changes are made. Now, I want to know what your thoughts are on that. Do you think that's effective? Is that something you, as a constituent, not in your current positions, is that something you feel is necessary? And also, in the recent months, we again, just the absence of Navajo government development. It has been very concerning. And right now, I just feel like we are not moving forward as a nation. What needs to be done immediately to make these changes within government development? And right now, some of the challenges that I've seen our previous executive directors face is the budgetary, the supervisor, the personnel, the managerial, administrative, and specifically relating to disciplinary matters. They have always been ignored. And these are some of the actions put forth by the directors, the executive directors, but the commission members tend to overstep that. They don't listen and they do not abide by the policy or the directing actions and what is put forth before them. And, I'm not too sure if I have any confidence in our government development now. So I want to know your response to that. Is that something that we could see for changing here immediately? Because right now it's just very conflicting. And we have many commission members that say we do not answer to the delegates. Some of us delegates have heard that statement from one commission member, and then other employees and personnel coming forth to the delegates saying they don't respect delegates. They say that they don't have to answer to the delegates. They don't have to report to the
Honorable Charlene, so we lost you for about the last 5 seconds.
Defunding the Office of Navajo Government Development. I've asked several questions as quick as I possibly could. If you can bestly answer to the best of your knowledge and to your knowledge and to your, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, everybody else in the queue, so we'll go back to reserve time. I have Chairman Hinu, 24 seconds.
Reserve time.
Return with 23 seconds. Honorable Helena, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to give my time to Charlene, so if she would accept it.
1 minute, 25 seconds. Honorable Charlene, so.
Thank you again, Nana. And just one final question I do want to pose is, what are your thoughts now with the attitudes and the behavior that has been seen forth? I'm sure you have witnessed some and overheard some conversation over the past year, the attitude and the behavior towards council delegates. What do you think, how would you object to your colleagues in the commission
if they were to bring that fact and that statement forward before you, how
That's
would
what I
you
was saying.
interject? That is my question. Thank you, Speaker. I'm done.
Thank you very much. That, let me go back to Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, here to listen. Ko kudo hanada isi to nada itakit. Oko kudo si Mr. Tuligi just remember, colleague, this is a new individual that we're appointing into this new program. But I'm sure he'll do what needs to be done. So Hatashin kudo after Soha seat on this, but at any kudo Mr. Tuli kudo sin it some of the delegates had another hasigi shin kudo net up Jahan sister. Tuli.
Yeah, Nana, Honorable Keelan Begay, Adult, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Charlene So, the question on what my expectations would be if I were a constituent, not in my official capacity, what I would expect of this individual. First of all is that I would expect the individual to conduct themselves in a professional manner, to focus on the task at hand, and that do all they can to make progress toward the task that was bestowed upon them. I've always been a believer, and I exercise that here, and in my capacity at work, as well as in my elected capacity, is to require that everyone conduct themselves in a professional manner, that they abide by the rules, and that they provide and be transparent in all that they do. And that's what we have been doing, and that's what I practice, and that's what I would require in terms of making, I guess, inappropriate comments about another individual. And to me, that just shows the person and really how they are and how they were brought up. We were always told never to speak about other people, never to make fun of other people, and never to comment on another person's beliefs or position, whether it be in concert with your beliefs or not, or So I truly believe that in terms of not answering or having that thought of not subject to answering to other delegates or other individuals, I think as elected official, we are obligated to show respect and to provide information when asked. I don't feel that, and of all my years in serving in public service, I've never I never held on to that position for a long time. So, and I've always been a believer that you give opportunities to other people. You know, you do what you can. Move the program or the office forward and do what you can, and then give others the opportunity to carry it forward again. So, and that's just me, and that's just my belief, and that's how I was raised, and I've always been taught that. And so, and then I respect that teaching as well because it's brought me to this point in my life. So, and I think it's just a matter of letting bygones be bygones and start anew, and start the communication, the coordination, the collaboration, that dialogue that needs to happen to move this forward. What is best for the Navajo Nation people, the government, what would be best for those that are still out there, the grassroots people are still going outside to use the facilities, people that drive on muddy roads and so forth, and those individuals that have all the modern day conveniences. It doesn't discriminate on that, and it's for all the people. So I think that's the task. What is better and what is good for Navajo Nation as a whole, not just certain select few of the individuals or a group of individuals. It's for everybody because it affects everybody. Those that are elderly, those that are middle age, and those that are in the adolescent years, and those that are going to be born tomorrow. So, thank you.
Honorable Kiamagi, does that conclude your response? Jay.
Speaker, Adoshan and Anna Lindigi, Kodo Dit Ashini, at Anhiche, Anna Odzi Odlis, a couple or another Schmid or listen and Anna Lindigi, that's Shandido, also Lindigi, Bekin, the Cato, Nasbet at Dilne. Called it I could bench and Nana seat of the Shad, Mr. Speaker. We conclude our responses. No change of Mr. Speaker, Chair.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any further comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? We are on legislation 0215-21, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. Main motion. Go back to reserve time. Honorable Chairman Henio, 23 seconds.
Like shake hands to the Speaker David. I shouldn't have 24th Navajo Nation Council. Really, this to those Chief shouldn't have Marcus Tooley. I want to say good luck on your role as the commissioner and representing the Chinle Agency, and hopefully I look forward to see good things coming from your recommendations. You and your colleague, Mr. Zane James, as I have faith in the both of you to work together. And with that, I really miss my time.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? Everybody in queue, nobody else with reserve time on legislation 0215-21. One
Speaker
twice.
Damon, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro Peshpa Anna Senigi, Kitendale Nishigi, Aro, Arishina Hot Casa Arosh Nera Isnos Age, Aroshitsilla, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.,
Helanaton, Hepesh Bahasana. Aro Mr. Tooley, Yate, Oshi Kahanil Zendande, O Nation Strago. Kehadil Zinchin, Bahol Jishko. I like what you said. Ahen Jege Dara. As Chena coaches on. For Jish, then need a hense. I was Shido. This is not as that's coached and Linda. I coached basketball as well as soccer. I really enjoyed soccer the most. And then I coached in soccer for about 15 years. I know what it feels like to be a coach for young children as they grow up as well into high school and then they go off to college. They come back and they still call me Coach Nez. I'm sure they call you Coach Tooley still. So it's a very good work that you volunteer to do that. It says a lot when you give your time up for young people to help them grow. Yeah, and that's what they remember you about, being an example. Maybe a few areas, but data. I used to be a chapter official too. I would like to hear your definition in your own words, what a politician is and what a public servant is to you. That's my first question. Now, Mr. Tooley. Now, Navajo Nation boards, commissions, throughout the Navajo Nation. NAPI, NECA, NTUA boards, out of a Office of Navajo Government Development, commissioners, there's quite a few former delegates that are on these boards and former chapter officials and current chapter officials. This is your first time being on government development. We have 110 chapters, Nanda. Diban Siskes go boards, commissions, Nenigi. Palet Nacha. How it or letting government to kind of not allow former delegates and former chapter officials, which would be like former elected officials or current elected officials, to even sit on these boards anymore. I'm wondering if the government will be different if we do that, because that's why I'm asking you. Politician legal about a public servant and the nation I reserve my time.
1 minute, 7 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? If not, let me go back to Honorable Kiambage.
Speaker, Kodoshi, your brother, Mr. Tooley, John Straightly, Delegate Chairman Night Deskido Tau has Uncle. Kodoshi, Mr. Tooley, John Straightly. Mr. Tooley?
Mr. Tooley?
Thank you. I guess I muted myself. Thank you. Apologize for that delay. thank you again, Honorable Key Allen Begay, Speaker in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. What is a politician to me, and what is a public servant? I've always had this thought of, and I try to tell people that I'm not a politician. Politician is someone that is out there, and it kind of like a supervisor, boss with it. No, and I try to make it a point that we're tasked with the same responsibility, and I don't have any qualms or any embarrassment when it comes to helping out, and I've done my share of sweeping, mopping, doing water line repairs, that kind of stuff in my line of work over here. So do araban sis kesta o che don nito che ho don nit idea and sekes on sekes la ado the politician. What is a politician? And I've always been there's definition certainly, but when somebody says politician, I view them as an individual that's recognized for being in a certain capacity. What they do, I don't know, but that type of individual. But a public servant to me is someone that is there to help you, to help the public, and that's what I've always tried to be, is to be a servant. And that's what do and watch things happen. You got to get your hands dirty. You got to help out when help is needed. And then that's kind of like how I was raised. So that's kind of like how I was raised. So that's the definition that I see in terms of former elected officers serving on boards and so forth and so on. Personally, I think that maybe some politicians still have they can contribute to an organization. So either way, I'm not against it or for it. It depends on the individual. It's kind of hard to say. So I don't. In this case, in this bishop, way back in the day, you give opportunities. You do what you can, get out and give give others opportunity to carry forward. You do your best to improve an organization or a place, and then you move on, get somebody else in there to do the same thing. So and that's kind of like how I view that. And people try to ask me to run for re-election, Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. I said, hey, somebody else's turn. That's kind of like my thoughts. I don't know, Vice President, so, and as well as the school board. And I'll say, you do what you can, because you don't want the program to get comfortable with you, although to get lax. So you do what you can, then you move on. Let somebody else take over and try to contribute. And everybody's responsibility. And just like coaching, coach different sports, and had the great pleasure and honor of taking a group of Navajo boys, young boys, to the national finals. Also, by hands, be recognized and to take a group of Navajo kids to national spotlight. So, you never know, about hands. And quite an identity, honorable member, delegate. So, Nez, need on this. Thank you much.
Speaker, we yield the floor back to you. That concludes our response.
Thank
Delegate Nez.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? We are on legislation 0215-21. There's no other further comments. Chairman Nez, you have 1 minute, 7 seconds.
I yield my time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? I don't have anybody else on reserve time. Nobody else in the queue. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on legislation 01 or 0215-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Speaker, Delegate Kelvin Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown
Honorable-
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty,
Sorry, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James did
Delegate
not
James
vote.
votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did
I
not
vote
vote.
green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Start kids, start shit.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazdi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Don't get yellow hair, votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. On the main motion on legislation 0215-21, 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. So the final authority is here at council. Congratulations, Mr. Tully. Moving on down. Item number M, legislation 0222-21, sponsored by Honorable Edison Manika. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0222-21, an act relating to law and order, Nabakiati and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Election Code at 11 NNC, Section 8282A, voter registration time period. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. We do have committee reports from the Law and Order Committee. The Law and Order Committee recommended do pass with no amendment. The Napakeeta Committee recommended do pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is majority vote and moves on to the Office of the President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Is there a motion? Honorable Halona. Is there a second? Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0222-21? Twice. And 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
My legislation, that's that big one.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alana votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
India votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable
Slater.
Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Dan. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote.
Yeah. Well,
Speaker,
we'll post it.
with the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
We'll have Val stop by.
Thank you very much with colleagues on legislation 0222-21. Sponsored by Honorable Edison Manika. On the main motion with 21 in favor, 0 opposed, a chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, colleagues. That, moving on down on our agenda. Item number N, legislation 0232-21, sponsors by myself, Seth Damon. That, colleagues, could I have a chair be the chair? One of the chairs be the pro tem speaker at this time.
Speaker, I can assist you with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. You can stay right there. Yeah. That, Madam Chair, toss the virtual gavel to you. Floor is yours. Or
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues and staff. We do have legislation 0232-21 that is before us. I'm going to go ahead and ask at this time that the legislation be read into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0232-21, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council approving oil and gas operating agreements between the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company for Kahachi Wash, Beautiful Mountain, and Porcupine Dome. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. Also, a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommend a pass with and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a majority vote. We'll move on to the office of the President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second on this legislation?
Madam Chair, I motion.
Motion made by Honorable Charlene. So can I get a second?
Second by Delegate Brown.
Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with that, committee members, legislation 0232-21 has been read into the record. We do have a motion and a second. Are there any questions on legislation 0232-21? Second call. Are there any questions on legislation 0232-21?
Vice Chair. Yes, Madam Chair.
We do have, I believe it's Delegate Raymond Smith and also Delegate Carl Slater who have questions. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly? Delegate Raymond Smith and then Delegate Carl Slater?
This is Delegate Slater. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I believe that Delegate Raymond Smith did ask to be added to the queue. Delegate Raymond Smith, did I hear you correctly? Are you asking to be added to the queue for questions?
Oh, yes, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, so with that, we have Vice Chair Raymond Smith first, and then Delegate Carl Slater. After that, we do have a question of privilege. Delegate Eugene So.
I don't have
Delegate
that legislation again. I don't have the legislation set. I'm going to be by the chambers in about 15 minutes.
We'll have a copy ready for you, Delegate Eugene. So with that, we're going to go ahead and begin. Speaker Damon, you are the sponsor of this legislation. You have 20 minutes on the board. You can call up to 2 agents. I would like to request that everybody's phone be put on mute and that we have order in the chambers. I believe somebody's been banging on the wall. I'm not sure what is going on here. But if we can go ahead and start the clock. Speaker Damon, you have 20 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good afternoon, everybody listening in. Good afternoon to all the staff. Good afternoon to everyone that's joining us here this afternoon. I bring legislation 0232-21 to the Navajo Nation Council. This was an action that was approved by the Resource and Development Committee and is approved by the Navajo Committee, and now I bring it here before the Navajo Nation Council during the winter session. This is approving an oil and gas operation agreement between the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, which is a enterprise of the Navajo Nation for Tohatchi Wash, beautiful mountain, which has been renamed because as a recommendation from the local community, and then also Porcupine Dome. This is actually a agreement, colleagues, that's put in place for an operation to apply through the process to explore and move forward in the process of exploration of helium in these 3 locations. This is a Navajo Nation action that has been placed not only through the time that has been excluded through this present, but also has been vetted through the process. We did go through the 164 process. This has been recommended by the Navajo Nation Minerals Department, and that has been on record there stated at the NAPATIC committee. There is a resolution that is in place too as well. I do have my agents who are on the line, who is Mr. James McClure and Mr. Leonard L. Sosi from the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. If you see, colleagues, on this legislation, item number A, or Exhibit A, is actually the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Operating Agreement that's in this legislation. And from there, it specifically tells any for specific points. I can say that, colleagues, as a recommendation back to myself, when we were at NAPATIC committee, there was recommendations, and some of those recommendations was, one, to hear directly from the people at the local community. We did have a couple of hearings. Well, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas in the past has had more than 5 meetings with the communities there, and we did have a meeting this past Sunday there at Sanasti Chapter. Beautiful location out there, and I was joined by some of my colleagues there this past Sunday, and we did hear directly from the people. We did hear directly from people that were not from the community too as well, but as indicated numerous times, there was a question about the chapter support, and there is chapter support there. But as always, there's also disagreements or non-supporters, and that's the reason why we're bringing this legislation to debate here and moving forward on a recommendation. On legislation 0232-21, this is the first step again in codifying an overall lease agreement with the Navajo Nation that will be approved by the Bureau of Indian Affairs formally, and that has still have yet to happen. And this is just, again, a stepping stone process in order for us to go ahead and get to that level. Colleagues, I can go ahead and move over on down, Madam Chair, and to the rest of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to Mr. Leonard L. Sosi, and then to Mr. James McClure, as my agents who I'd like to hand the floor over to at this time. Madam Chair, Pro Tem Charles Newman.
Thank you for that, Speaker. So with that, we're going to go ahead and recognize your agents, Mr. McClure and Mr. L. Sosi. If you are on the line, you are being called upon at this time to assist Speaker Damon with this legislation. Mr. McClure, Mr. L. Sosi. Are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine, Mr. L. Sosi. The floor is yours.
Okay, good. Thank you. Certainly, Yat Eshik Eshet and Nashanat Ahno Senegi, Ada Asla no Zenako, Echehe, Nan Hidish Nisla, Adon that the Yakonda, Beniye, Nal Sospe, Atana Hodit Ahin Lenegi, Nketas, so the Lenegi to a Hashin so, Beniye, Nitch Hanane Zit or Leighton, a coho. Njonie to Heha Nihidishnitinla. Nihisan to she pick echo. Panso case to Nahayat Nahan Jon Joishi Hunda at With that, I'd like to give the time over to Mr. McClure. We do have a PowerPoint presentation that we want to present here again. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mr. McClure, we can hear you fine. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and also the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I want to thank you for the opportunity today. As indicated, we did distribute a presentation. I was not planning to walk through that today. I can answer any questions, but I did want to make a few comments about some of the highlights of this presentation. As Speaker Damon mentioned, we did have several interactions with the community concerning these operating agreements. The three operating agreements are located in two specific chapters. So the Sanasti chapter have two agreements. That's the Big Gap Dam and the Porcupine Dome agreements, and then the Tisnaspas chapter has the third agreement called Tohatchee Wash. As we've explained to the community, there are costs and benefits to this operation. The benefits are stated in the presentation. In summary, you're looking at the potential royalties to the Navajo Nation exceeding $115 million from these two developments. $100 million of that is coming from the Sanasti operating agreements and $15 million from the Tisnaspas operating agreements. The cost, I think what we've tried to explain to the community is that helium is an inert gas. It's colorless, not flammable, has no reactive capability, so it's not going to have a negative impact on the environment. But there will be actions taken to put roads in place, to put drilling locations in place. There will be truck traffic in the area, and grazing rights permittee holders will be compensated whenever we do begin work in this area. I think the other item that's really important for the council to understand is that this is not coal or uranium mining. It's not. There's been a lot of discussion on social media about the type of activity that we'll be pursuing. This is not a mining operation. This is a drilling operation where we try to bring the resource to the surface and separate helium from usually nitrogen and be able to market the helium to medical communities is really what we're trying to achieve. The other item I think is important to understand is there already is a significant amount of helium production and development that is already ongoing on the Navajo Nation. In the Red Valley chapter, there's a company by the name of Capital Operating Group that operates the DBK field. They already produce helium there. The Tosato Dome field, which was developed by Tacitus, now Intech, is also producing helium. There is another called the San Juan and Hogback chapter area that Vision is planning to drill 3 new wells on. So there's a significant amount of production and activity already, and the Navajo Nation's entity that can pursue this, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, is ready to move forward on these 3 operating agreements. We've had discussions with RDC, with the Minerals Department, and we've had several workshops. I think the first interaction that I had was in November of 2019 on these areas. And so we've provided a significant amount of opportunity to the delegates to ask questions of NOG, and we continue to be open to any questions that you might have concerning this legislation. We do have resolutions of support from both chapters. And that goes back to 2017. again in 2019, and then finally in 2021, we had reaffirming chapter resolutions. And so I think in summary, from a legislation standpoint, we feel like there's significant and sufficient information for the council to be able to make a decision on these 3 operating agreements. There's some details in the presentation about profit sharing that the company has communicated to the chapter. And we're trying to not only the obligations within the operating agreement around royalties and bonuses and so forth, but also pass on some of our profit to the chapter to be able to support initiatives they may have there. So in conclusion, I just want to, again, thank you for the opportunity to hear from me today, and can answer any questions you might have, and wish you luck in your deliberations. So thank you.
Speaker Damon,
Thank you very
does
much.
that conclude your presentation?
Thank you very much. Again, the willingness to compromise on any recommendation too as well is working together to see how this legislation can best be moved forth, as well as always on the table too, colleagues. I have stated that when I first dropped this legislation. We're looking at time frame of trying to move forward on this, and I bring this legislation to the table because I was tasked as the speaker by colleagues to how can we possibly make more revenue for the nation? How can we look to make more revenue for the nation? We can't always depend on the permanent trust fund. We can't depend on the stock market. The stock market's not going to be the best as it always is. We can't always depend on other resources that are coming into areas. We have APS that gives us annual royalties too as well. They're going to be shutting down here in possibly less than 10 years. Those royalties are going to go looking out. We have to come up with new ways to find revenue, and this is one way. I know in the market we have been looking at to try to identify where we need to get more non-renewables, and that has started to as well with our solar farms across the western and northern portions of the nation, and now even into northern agency. We have been identified to know that the hydrogen models are actually moving forward on the Navajo Nation for the first time ever. Hydrogen is being produced, and it's something that I think that we can definitely capitalize on too as well. Capitalize on too as well, and receiving that revenue for the nation. I know that this is a decision that we have to make. But again, I bring this legislation to you, colleagues. This legislation is yours now. As a sponsor of this legislation, I do hope to have a good discussion. We did have a good discussion at NAPIATIC committee, and I am open to any further recommendations as may be. And if that means to continue on the dialogue, I'm open with that. I just want to make we don't continue on too far along, because I know that we need to make sure that we have some kind of possible new insurance rolling forward for our people and for the Navajo Nation. So again, thank you very much on this legislation 0232-21 that I bring to the table this afternoon, and I say thank you very much, colleagues. I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor at this time. Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newman.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. The remaining time has been yielded back to the floor. We do have 2 delegates in the lineup. We have Vice Chair Raymond Smith and Vice Chair Carl Slater. I don't have any other text messages from other delegates, so we'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is Edmund. I'd like to be put in the queue box.
sheet pen.
You have been added to the queue box.
Thank you.
Delegate Yazzie. Vice Chair Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, Chairwoman Charles Newton, and also Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on board, and also Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, and also Honorable Seth Damon for sponsoring this legislation. I'm sure there's probably a lot of misnomers and a lot of questions that needs to be presented. That's why I wanted to at least maybe clear the air on what is actually taking place, because we know that our revenues are dwindling, and this is one of the resources that could be tapped into. However, the concerns that I keep hearing about is the environmental impacts. How much of this exploration will it impact, and is there a long-term impact? No impact? I know for a fact because Nahat Etzi had passed a resolution opposing this, and I think the reason why was because we had allowed Ranger Development to come in and start exploring some helium, and they weren't user-friendly, land use friendly, and there was some negative environmental impacts that were obviously ignored. So those are the things that I see, and we could ensure that these things are not going to transpire and take place. Yes, we do have uranium, not uranium, but yes, it is uranium. It's a byproduct of uranium, which is decayed, and it's an inert gas, and it's now known as helium. So oil and gas wants to explore that, and the market, I understand, is really want to get the high grade, and I think that's what should be articulated today, so that we can have a better understanding and vote either green or red on this legislation. So I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. Your reserved time is at 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to Vice Chair Carl Slater. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. To start off, I have a couple questions. One is, does the operating agreement authorize hydraulic fracturing or horizontal drilling? Two, where will the water from the drilling be stored? I reserve my time. Actually, I'll keep going. And are there any district grading committee approvals that endorsed this legislation? I reserve my time.
Vice Chair Carl Slater, you have 4 minutes and 39 seconds left on the time. Chairman Edwin Yazzie, you are next on the lineup. Chair Daniel, so I'll go ahead and add you to the lineup.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Pro Tem Speaker,
Chair
thank
Edmund
you.
Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, Speaker, being the sponsor of this legislation, then to your agents. I'll just have one question on this legislation. I know there are members that are for it and the members that are not for it. And I know you presented all the info that we as the decision makers need to make a decision on, either vote in favor or not in favor. I heard that you stated, and this is to oil and gas, that $15 million the chapters will benefit. So my question is, how much will oil and gas profit from this if it's approved? Madam Pro Tem Speaker, I reserve my time.
Chair Yazzie, you have 4 minutes and 8 seconds. We currently have on the lineup next Delegate Crotty. After Delegate Crotty, we have Chair Daniel So. what we'll go ahead and do is we'll do 3 delegates and we'll turn it back over to the speaker so that questions get answered. And then we'll turn it back over to the floor for delegates to ask more questions. So at this time, we did have Vice Chair Raymond Smith, Vice Chair Carl Slater, and Chair Edmund Yazzie, who has asked questions. Speaker Damon, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you to answer. Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and Chairman Yazzie for your questions. Regarding the environmental imprint or impact, I can turn that over to Mr. McClure. He can also answer the question too as well, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, about the horizontal drilling methods, and then or any fracking methods. District grazing approval, working together right now on that exact question and making sure that we have the right question to the council on that. And last but not least, how much does Navajo Nation Oil and Gas is going to profit from this? I would really like to on an overall platform to give a detailed answer from Mr. James McClure. I know Mr. Elsosi can help assist too, but I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. James McClure to answer at least the first 3 questions, and then we can go on from there. Madam Chair Charleston.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. Mr. McClure, as agent, you have been called upon to answer the question. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So to answer Delegate Smith's question about environmental impact, that's a complicated question because it actually kind of gets to the root of the different types of operators that you have currently working on the Navajo Nation, or in the reference to Ranger in the Newlands area that Delegate Smith referenced, how they operate. Navajo Nation Oil and Gas takes pride in its operations of running an operation that works to limit or reduce emissions of any type. What we understand, and we actually visited the Newlands operation of Ranger, and what they had done was, in my opinion, not what a prudent operator would do in operating an oil and gas facility. They had allowed some of their location to be exposed to livestock, and ultimately they've had some incidents that have occurred because of the lack of care. And so those type of things are manageable and something that we take pride in making sure we manage properly. But let's talk also about the type of development. Most of the helium that has been discovered on the Navajo Nation to date has been linked to old oil fields. So the Tacitus field is maybe the best example. That's at Tosito Dome. That's an old oil field. The lease on that was signed back in the 1960s. And ultimately, Tacitus gained access to it and developed helium in that old field. The issue about developing in old oil fields, you tend to have lower percentages of helium, and you have the byproducts of fossil fuel in the production. What we are attempting to do is a much different strategy, and that in our workshops we've talked about some of the techniques that we're pursuing to try to identify our helium deposits that are ultimately linked more to other gases like nitrogen, potentially CO2. And so our intent is and I won't say that this is an impossibility that we might not find some fossil fuels, but that's not our core strategy here. So it's a bit different geologic strategy. This gets very technical. The presentation highlights some of the technical aspects. So in summary, this question has been asked about what is the environmental impact. We work to contain all production. For a gas that comes to the surface, you have to contain it in a vessel so that it doesn't actually go to the atmosphere. If it goes to the atmosphere, then you've lost your opportunity to sell that asset. So in essence, you don't have an impact because there's no emissions. That's what you should be working to achieve. If there are emissions, they tend to be associated with crude oil. And that's where, if you were to go to the Aneth oil field, there are emissions there. There is flaring that occurs from the offset gas, and you ultimately try to minimize that as much as possible. So hopefully I answered Delegate Smith's question there, but in our opinion, the environmental impact for this helium development will be very minor, other than things like roads being created, trucks driving on roads, noise whenever a drilling rig is running. That is going to be an impact, and we've been very transparent with the community that those type of impacts would be there, offset hopefully by the benefit of additional revenues. Concerning Delegate Slater's question about what the operating agreement allows. So the operating agreement does not specify the type of technologies that you would apply. It's a multi-step process. The operating agreement is actually, it's like a lease. It provides rights to both parties, the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, specifies the terms of the agreement, the royalty rates, the bonuses that NOG pays, and it gives NOG the right to go and explore the lands for development of oil or gas. And in this case, we're pursuing helium. To be able to implement work, there's future steps or additional steps. We work with the Division of Natural Resources of the Navajo Nation. We work with the Bureau of Land Management on permits to pursue work. So those permits would be potentially seismic permits, they could be drilling permits, and so forth. When we apply for a drilling permit, we have to provide significant detail of our plan. And so our plan would include the drilling and the completion side of the project so that we ultimately can bring production to the surface. So to answer your question specifically about horizontal drilling, our current plan is not to be using horizontal drilling in the initial phase. The reason I say that is about initial phase is that until you start drilling and start seeing the subsurface with the data that you obtain by drilling, it's really difficult to answer your question about whether horizontal drilling might be needed. I think what's important to recognize, and this is in our slide deck of slide 12, is there are 4 polygons that lay out on a map that are the areas we are allowed to work if these agreements are approved in the Sanasti area. And we cannot drill outside of those 4 polygons, even with a horizontal well. The well path would have to stay inside the polygon. Now, horizontal drilling is a technique that's used all over the world, and it's a safe technique. It's just a drilling technique to turn a well from being vertical to horizontal. And ultimately, the reason that you do that is to be able to contact as much of the subsurface reservoir of target. And in this case, we would be going after a specific reservoir that has helium. If we were to drill horizontally, your attempt is to try to ensure that a long horizontal section, and then when I speak long, you're talking feet here, not thousands of feet is kind of the maximum that you might want to pursue. You're trying to capture as much of the earth at that depth as possible. It's an extremely technical process, but a very safe process. Now, fracking is a different animal, and we are not anticipating any fracking in this area. And so that's not on our agenda, not something we're even contemplating. So the water that would be associated with fracking is not really an issue that we even consider, because of our current knowledge, we don't believe that the subsurface is going to require that. Horizontal drilling, I can't rule it out. I would say that our initial plans are all vertical wells. And so once we start to learn more, then we will talk with the community, we can come back to the council. We can talk about if we had to drill with horizontal wells. Horizontal wells are done on the Navajo Nation today. We have horizontal wells in the Aneth oil field. They were drilled back in the 70s. And so there's several horizontal wells that have been drilled on the Navajo Nation without incident. The final question about water retention, and I'm not sure if I totally understood your question there, but we tried to describe to the chapters, and it's on slide 23 of my presentation, the attempts or the efforts that NOG will make to protect fresh water. Typically, fresh water is located in the first, let's say, 1,000 feet of a well. And we use techniques to run casing in the well and then cement off each section of the well so that we actually prevent any contamination of the freshwater sands. And that's a standard technique in the industry, and again, done worldwide in a more prudent manner. Now, there have been incidents in the past, and they tend to be from operators who aren't following proper procedures. NOG has hired sufficient technical skills to be able to carry this out. Every technical person on my team has over 30 years of experience in the industry, and so this is something we do routinely. So protecting fresh water is paramount. It's critical in all of our operations. The other aspect of water that's important to understand is that when you produce a resource, in this case helium, there is also normally water that's produced with the gas. When you get to depths, and in this case we'll be drilling to 5,000 to 6,000 feet, which in the grand scheme is actually very shallow drilling. In my career, I've drilled wells to 25,000 feet before. But what you'll normally see at 5,000 foot of depth is water production that may come with the gas, but it's saline, it's salty. Salt water then is taken to the surface. We ultimately put it into we have to separate that from the gas, and then we put it into a tank, and then we transport it to another location so it can be properly disposed of back down hole. So you put the water back down. So that hopefully that answers those questions. You also asked a question about the grazing permittee involvement. The way this works from a lease and operating agreement standpoint is that there is no formal agreement between NOG and the permittee holders at this point. They are included in our invitation to the community when we meet with the community and talk about resolutions to be passed, but there's not a one-on-one meeting with each permittee holder. And the reason is pretty straightforward. The issue is today, we're not exactly sure what permittee we're actually going to impact. Inside of these polygons on slide number 12, that the land mass inside those polygons, we have the ability to go and explore. We may find that we have, let's say, 5 drilling locations in the Big Gap Dam operating agreement. Let's use that as an example. That doesn't mean there may be 30 permittee holders. Not all 30 are going to be impacted by our drilling operation. We would contact those individuals and we would have a conversation about compensation. We work with the Navajo Nation Land Department on those conversations. There is a set standard for the types of compensation that we give permittee holders that are impacted, and so very, very transparent type process. The reason that we don't do that day one is that today we're not exactly sure who all is going to be impacted, but they are included in all the community engagement, or at least they're invited to attend. So the final question to Delegate Yazzie. So let me try to really make clear of some of the numbers, because the numbers, they're in the presentation, and I'll refer to slide number 14 and slide number 16. That is the specifics for each of the chapters, and ultimately that then links to the royalties that goes to the Navajo Nation for these 3 operating agreements. For the Sanasti chapter, and again, that is the Beautiful Mountain / Big Gap Dam operating agreement and the Porcupine Dome agreement, the potential revenues to the Navajo Nation is over $100 million from those 2 operating agreements. The potential revenues at the Tohatchee Wash agreement, which is in the Tisnas Posh chapter, exceeds $15 million. So being combined, you have $115 million of potential. So that is what goes to the Navajo Nation. NOG has communicated that we would share our profit, 1% of our profit, with the chapters. So specifically for Tisnaspas, that's $1.7 million in total. And for the Tohatchi Wash or the Tisnas, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. For the Sanasti chapter is $1.7 million. For the Tisnaspas chapter is $300,000. And the difference is the amount of helium that we expect to produce there. So that is what we've conveyed. Now, the answer to your question about our profit, before I answer that question, I want to talk a bit about what is our profit used for. We use our profit to compensate our staff. We've got an operation that is encompassing of support staff, whether that's accounting, whether that's HR, whether that's our health, environment, and safety staff, our technical staff, and so forth, our offices, vehicles, so on and so forth. We also use our profit to support our businesses. So an example is the Blue Gap C-Store. The Blue Gap C-Store is in Delegate Key Allen Begay's area. That store has on an annual basis lost money for years. But we know that is an important C-Store for the community. So we have to subsidize that operation with our profit. So that's what our profit is used for. So specifically about what we expect from this, it is, and I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's almost identical to what the Navajo Nation will be receiving. What's important to understand is that NOG has to pay all the capital for the operations of in the Sanasti chapter. Again, that's Beautiful Mountain / Big Gap Dam and Porcupine Dome. You were looking at about $190 million of investment through the life of this asset. The Tohatchi Wash operation agreement, we're looking at an additional $25 to $26 million of investment. So we have to make that investment. We take the risk. That's sole risk on us, our capital. And then ultimately we strive to pay all the royalties through production, and then ultimately have a profit that we can share. So our profit, again, would match relatively close to what we are going to be providing to the Navajo Nation. So that's about $115 million that we would make in profit. And again, 1% of that we would share. Now there's a lot of conversation has been happening about that percentage. Is that a fair percentage? I think you've got to understand that we're running a business, and we've got to try to also grow that business. All of those comments I made earlier about where our profit gets deployed, it also gets deployed on new projects. So when we want to go to the next helium development or the next operation, we have to fund it through our capital, and that profit is what's funding our capital. So hopefully I answered your question, Delegate Yazzie and Delegate Smith and Delegate Slater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Speaker Damon, does that end your answering of the questions posed by your colleagues?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, or Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope we answered your questions. If not, then we can come back around them again. I know that there's probably some further discussion, so we're here to answer any questions. Floor is yours. We'll yield back to the floor at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. So to Vice Chair Raymond Smith, were your questions answered?
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, Chairwoman. Yes, the question I posed has been answered. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. To Vice Chair Carl Slater, was your question answered?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Vice Chair.
Yes, but I have more questions.
Thank you. When we come back around to the remaining time, I'll call you at that time. Chair Edmund Yasi, was your question answered?
Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, yes, but I would still like to reserve my time. That's okay.
Yes, we have you down for reserve time. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the delegates who are currently in the lineup. The lineup at this time is Chair Amber Crotty, Chair Daniel So, and Delegate Key Allen Begay. If you would like to be added to the lineup, I would like to ask that you text Julissa, request to speak, and we can go ahead and text out that number so that you can be added to the queue. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and continue forward. We have Chair Amber Crotty. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, committee members, council, Speaker Damon for sponsoring this legislation. I did want to ask Speaker, in terms of reviewing dogs, community discussions back in 2019, and it's on page 7 of 24, or actually it's page 11 of 24. The Navajo Nation oil and gas representatives did state that they were going to discuss, to have another meeting scheduled in September to straighten out the contracts and to continue working with the people. This even includes the permit holders and to work with the grazing official. Speaker, at the community meeting, there was issues raised by current permittee holders. And so I want to ask your agent, what information do they have in working with the impacted permittee holders, as they stated back in July 2019, in their effort to try to be transparent to the community? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You have reserved time at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. So with that, we'll move down to the next delegate in the lineup, Chair Daniel So. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp Speaker, and Cecilia, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and to Chair Leonard L. Sosi, and to CEO of Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. What troubles me with this operating agreement, it's been divulged that it could go in from helium to oil and gas, and the possibility of using horizontal drilling and fracturing. And for me, that also then speaks to the possibility of methane emissions, purposeful venting, leaking, and flaring of methane, and then also the other volatile organic gases. And so that's very troubling for me. The other is, in your quest for profit, how far away is the helium market? You're speculating, and is there a market where there are contracts to be bought and sold based on the volume that will be produced? And the other is, what is the current market price for each cubic square foot of helium that is produced? The other is the fact that once you do get into the Earth's surfaces, Mother Earth surfaces, all the systems are connected: water, gas, oil, and natural gas. what other aspects will we be dealing with this blanket approval? I'm concerned. The other aspect is to the Minerals Department. Why are we using BLM procedures? Isn't the Navajo Nation capable of developing their own procedure for getting to a permit to drill? I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you for that, Chair. So your remaining time is 2 minutes and 21 seconds. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next delegate in the lineup, Delegate Kiel and Begay. The floor is yours.
Kudo Shatet Onigi, Speaker, Madam Pro Temp Speaker, out of Kudo Share legislation, so the out of oil and gas. I have a few questions, and I'm not thinking. Pit A the Yale Kasato, a lap by Yale or the neighborhood. Ado the land daily, it Aya had the no the Yale Kasa. The call A is Iki Pahna it is shit. Not the chapter official or not the grazing official, but more what was direct response. That the Nandinigi, the chat ado, the hot asto, Satoya Yasti. A digi, Siki, hyphens, she. Yeah, I mean, my understanding there is a chapter resolution, but coming to find out that it's not being supported just because we have some individuals, a group of people could but that could win in that or I could end it on a using art or the store it on the Kodo Ahaki show a sa but needs the Gilahit Elanson portion and Anastiniki Ashi in me, Kojeya, the Dinigi, Dashi Arj, and now the Shiba Soho Kostoshi that's upon Kaha case. Because big Niche or Axole, the old egg, she Joey Siki, Haki like I see the benefit. As far as the Navajo Nation getting the funding for the operation, but in order to get this funding, this particular product will be, I'm sure it's going to be just going off the reservation as well. Oil wells, oh, you did, you could add it, and then get I see you go be because now what the base or hard to go shooting little credit or trust fund go add similar to you go point it no by yet here. A call deal a whole nest like quite in the jaw. The men then give it in it on go double chat on for like it on the institution and not in the a call ben to go she's a zero. Not to decay, the men didn't give but I think some of the my colleagues had gone to Sinus to the shade area, corn that they do the shade the net of the so the shade added the net are queen actually do it in the another a cocoa a quack geese and not really great egg behind sea case. The Kodo Shama concept the is the chapter. Added the Naya Kataga, a quack geesing sector that's a baban CK, Scotland, not then gate to the end of the Tido, to a quadration, but and not do Kodoshin Yayaki, call a baby and Nastico shot the lead, geesing that it's a quack job at the linking tension and nothing the A ashore. Kasha quack baba to the costo, Joba, and link on the Jove, which handed the car. Ashland are not limited quite in fashion. A Saudi linking so in the decision and are not limited as Joshing Atkins Bahuin and do King Hot or Nisty machine. Then that could all so the beat but ego tao chi ta le hi man ha san da bidi ni do ko hi tha ya dis hot ego nan din be cha da zin ye be hol just to ye ta ni go kwa ji da hit a je sa to be ta hit be da ni zon dan the case is just a ko hot asik en len gi to asman ta no len gi kwa gi cha hot ego go ba ha sit on the store kwa gi shan de to asik I gi ko je I will reserve the rest of my time speakers so allow some other delegates to provide their input, but I sure like to say that let's take a step back and give more timing for this development to be supported, or have our local community members have more input on it. Speaker, with that, I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Delegate Kialan-Bigay. You have 16 seconds of reserved time. As stated earlier, we do have 3 delegates that have asked questions. I will go ahead and turn the floor back over to Speaker Damon. After Speaker Damon has provided answers to the questions posed by his colleagues, we'll go ahead and return back to the lineup. And we currently have Elmer Bigay next in the lineup. So with that, Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton. With that, colleagues, thank you very much again for your questions and concerns, and most importantly, the discussion that we're having here today. With the question directly, I know Madam Chair Amber Crotty, question about the permit holders update meeting that was supposed to happen. Let me refer that to Mr. El Socio and Mr. McClure. And then also to specifically answer Chairman Daniel So's question about moving from helium to oil and gas. I would not be supporting this legislation if that was going that route. And if there's language in there that you want to specifically add in there, Chairman, I'm open to that discussion, so that this is specifically only for that, only for helium. Then the question again raised, I think Mr. McClure can answer more openly about horizontal, and then the option for fracking as indicated that that's not necessary. Questions about the helium market and how much it is, how far is the market, and is that something that's even viable for this area in order for us to go ahead and produce helium. And then last but not least, why are we having using the BLM procedures? If Mr. McClure can answer that, I think the direct individual that would answer that is someone from the Minerals Department, the Navajo Nation Minerals Department I'm speaking of. And then last but not least, Honorable Kialan-Bigay, your questions and concerns about the chapter support. Mr. El Sosi can go over that and the history of what they've been working on, not only in the community there, but other communities there in Northern Agency regarding helium. And then the last, your community concerns that we've been taking, that I have only been a part of this last meeting, but as indicated, I have no problem to continue that dialogue, Honorable Kialan-Bigay. So let me turn the floor over to Madam Chair Pro Tem, to Mr. James McClure, and then I think Mr. El Sosi will help assist in answering some of the questions as well. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Speaker David. So with that, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor over to your agents, Mr. McClure and also Mr. El Sosi, to answer the questions that have been posed by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Mr. McClure, Mr. El Sosi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So to respond to Delegate Kensbach Karate's question, yes, we did have a meeting in 2019. This is right after I actually joined the company. We requested some details about the permittee holders. We do not approach anyone without the consent of the chapter. So we requested from the grazing official details on the grazing permittee holders in each of the chapters. And unfortunately, I mean, in the time frame that transpired, we had impacts from COVID so our ability to go out and actually talk to individuals was delayed until 2021. We have engaged with a handful of the grazing permittee holders in both chapters, but we have not talked with everyone. Sometimes our approaches have been met with no one available or locked gates or so forth. And we continue to kind of try to indicate that we have been open to any conversation, any question that we could get from a grazing permittee holder. We've worked through the chapter for in their process for dialogue at chapter meetings. We've been to several chapter meetings, which I know that you've participated in some of those as well. So have been significant opportunity to engage. As I said earlier, the process for approval of an operating agreement, however, is not inclusive of the grazing permittee holders at this time. That comes as a secondary step once we have identified what grazing permittee holders are going to be impacted. Not all will be. And so we've got to ultimately get to that stage through our exploration effort. The T-Spas chapter is a little bit more straightforward. It's a smaller area, and so we have engaged with the grazing permittee holders there. Much more, it's an easier process for us because we have a clearer path forward on development because we have an existing well there that can be produced, can produce helium. So that one's a little more straightforward as we move forward, and can ultimately, we expect production from that well could occur within 6 months after approval of these agreements. To respond to Delegate So's questions, I want to first off, kind of reiterate what Speaker Damon said here about fossil fuels. There has been significant exploration on the Navajo Nation for fossil fuels, and oil and gas companies know where fossil fuels are at and where they're not at. And so there's a reason why you haven't seen a significant amount of exploration for oil and gas on the Navajo Nation, because all the large resources have been found and they've been identified. Now, that's not to say that there's not smaller resources, but those tend to be uneconomical and they're not being pursued. In the areas that we're trying to explore, we do not anticipate finding any fossil fuels. And the reason that I say we don't anticipate is that until you drill a well, you can't answer that question with absolute certainty. But we are certain we're not going to find hydrocarbons of significant quantity that would make them economic. We are after helium here, and so we can have a discussion about the technical attributes of how we identify fossil fuels versus helium, but in the situation we're looking at, we are not of the view that there's going to be any fossil fuels in these explored areas. If I wasn't clear earlier, let me reiterate that we do not anticipate any fracking at all on our operation here. Horizontal drilling, our initial wells are all planned to be vertical wells. We do not yet know if horizontal drilling would be something we might want to apply in the future, but horizontal drilling is a technique that is being used already on the Navajo Nation, will soon be used on the Navajo Nation at Anna Field later this year, and is used around the world. And it's not an issue from a safety standpoint. It's just simply turning the direction of the hole one way or the other. And again, we have to stay within the boundaries of the polygons that are on the maps that I highlighted. Your question about the market. Now, so helium market is much different than crude oil or natural gas markets. There's not a spot market for helium. It tends to go in auctions or direct relationships with a buyer. Those buyers could be hospitals, they could be hospital networks, they could be purchasers of or constructors of MRI type equipment. So the market is much different, much more fluid. There are a handful of major helium buyers, and so those buyers tend to be large companies like Praxair, Air Products, Air Liquide, and so you negotiate a lot using your sales agreement with those companies. So when you look at these two operating areas, when it comes to price, we're looking at two kind of distinct examples. The Tisnas Tohatchi Wash operating agreement is in the close to the Four Corners area, to the Four Corners Monument, and there is an existing pipeline that is within 2 to 3 miles of our Tohatchi Wash area that we can easily tie into with another pipeline. And we can send helium onto a plant in Utah, and at that point we can sell our helium for higher prices than balloon grade. Now, this gets into the nuances of the different grades. You have medical grade, you have balloon grade, and then you have kind of an in-between level, and it's all tied to the processing equipment. We anticipate that we'll be able to sell our helium probably around $250 to $300 per 1,000 cubic feet by selling it at the Lisbon gas plant. And again, that is only for the Tohatchi Wash operating agreement out of Tisnas Pass. The operating agreements further south in Sanasti, there is no pipeline that you can tie into, so you have to install a processing plant, and ultimately it's then transported via truck to the market. And it's all a function of the processing capability and the cost that you are willing to pay up front to achieve the level of helium grade. So if you typically on small developments, you're going to only pursue balloon grade sales. If, for instance, that we were successful in Sanasti, there may be a significant amount of scale or size of the production that could justify a helium plant in the future. And in that case, then you could sell your helium closer to medical grade. The range of helium prices today from the low end is around $150 per 1,000 cubic feet, and on the high end is around $450 per 1,000 cubic feet. The market, we attended a conference in December. The market is continues to be challenged from the demand continues to increase globally, and supply is not responding. There are some major helium potential developments that are ongoing in Doha and in Russia. The Russia plant actually had a major explosion about 2 months ago, or less than 2 months ago, and so they are delayed, and ultimately you're not going to see that helium production reach market for some time. So in essence, those higher prices we anticipate are going to continue in the near term. Longer term, it's going to be a question about supply and demand always. What we are hearing from the industry, the buyers, is demand is continuing to rise at a very high percentage, and supply is not keeping pace. That disconnect will continue to yield an opportunity for investment. Specifically on the questions from Delegate Kialan Begay, I'm going to defer to Chairman El Sosi.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Mr. El Sosi, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yananat Shinat no Sini Ade. That is no Sanki Ado and the not a kitten by Delegate Key Allen Begay, informing the people. The Nash Besnahon Johot Anna at the kitten. A Kokodo Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, though since 2017, yeah, don't be yet is dida. Or needed that a coco. We had numerous discussion with the board, and then at that time we had CEO Louis Danette Sosi, what echo and although along with our shareholders at that time, and Delegate Amber Crotty was one of our shareholder of at that time also, and she was invited to a lot of discussion that we had. 2019, we had public meetings. We invited all community members, whether they have a permit holder or they don't. So 2 times that we had discussions with the public. Again, 2021 we had two more, and then this past Sunday we had another one. So a total of 5. And I forward a packet from Sanasti chapter that shows the agenda at the chapter meeting with meeting minutes and sign-in sheets, along with
Point of
our
privilege, Delegate Crotty.
public meetings that we had in the hall.
Point of privilege,
Mr.
Delegate Crotty.
Alsosi, if you could please know there is a point of privilege that is being raised by Delegate Crotty. Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'd like to request from Oil and Gas regarding the board statement in my time as a shareholder, the meetings that took place, and to state for the record that I never accepted a stipend from Oil and Gas, that they continue to call special meetings for shareholders that is beyond what is required. And so they need to document all of the meetings that they've had with shareholders for at least the past 7 years, and what delegates are being compensated to substantiate what Mr. L. Sosi just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. Rule 16 points of privilege are privileges that can be raised by a delegate to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. In this case, there has been reference made to shareholders who have taken part in a meeting. So Mr. Alsosi, if you could forward to the council the request that has been requested by Delegate Crotty regarding the last 7 years and the shareholders who have been involved in meetings for the record. So with that, Mr. Alsosi, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you at this time to finish your presentation. But if we can get that information within the next hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Certainly, we did provide announcements, and then also been working with the chapter. So we have, I believe, gone to an extra mile to do that. But one thing that you all need to understand too is we do have opposers, and those opposers, well, one was a grazing official for Sanasti at that time, and she was also part of the discussion at the chapter level. And to date, we hear from community members, grazing officials, or grazing permittees that they're being intimidated, and it's hard for them to come out openly to say that they do support us. So they kind of just stay back in the back, but they do approach us when they're alone, or they text us. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. El-Sosi. Speaker Damon, does that conclude your answering questions posed by your colleagues?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton, thank you very much for allowing us to continue this discussion. At this time, we'll go ahead and yield back to the.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. Before I proceed, Delegate Eugene, so I'll go ahead and add you to the queue. Colleagues, before I proceed forward with the lineup in the queue, I would like to ask the delegates who did ask questions if their questions were answered. Chair Crotty, was your question answered?
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Chair Daniel So, was your question answered?
Not all of them. Thank you.
Presenters, at this time, I'd like to remind you that delegates do ask questions expecting to be answered. Chair Daniel So has stated that not all of his questions have been answered. Delegate Daniel So, as a matter of being fair in this proceeding, I would like to ask, without taking any time from your time, if you could restate the questions that have not been answered. Chair So.
Basically, the question about the aspects of horizontal drilling and the purposeful venting, leaking, and venting of methane. What are they going to do with it? All the volatile organic compounds that will come with fracking operations. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair So. Speaker Damon, before I proceed forward to Delegate Key-Ellen Begay, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to give you the opportunity to answer the questions that have been posed by Chair So, since he did state that those questions were answered when his time was being taken, but they were not. He asked those questions when time was given to him, but they were not answered. So before I proceed forward to Delegate Key-Ellen Begay, Speaker Damon, I would like to ask you, would you like to answer the question posed by Chair So?
Yeah, Madam Chair Charles Newton, yes, I have no problem to answer Chairman Daniel So's question. I do believe that it was indicated that there's I'm not an expert regarding methane that'd be leaking out. I think that can be answered by Mr. McClure, but as indicated, fracking is something that's not going to be completed here. And if that's something that Chairman wants to put into an amendment, that's something that definitely can be is open as an option. But I'd like to give some time to Mr. James McClure to explain more regarding the methane, if there is any methane deposit that will be coming off the wells or into the air. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. McClure, Chair Daniel So did ask questions when his time was running. When I asked if his questions were answered, he stated no. He has reiterated the questions again. I'd like to turn the floor over to you to answer the questions posed by Chair So before we proceed forward. Mr. McClure, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, so I apologize if I wasn't clear. So we're not fracking. That's hopefully well understood. If I can reinforce that, we are not going to be fracking on these leases, these operating agreement areas. The question around potential methane emissions. If there is methane, if at all, methane in the gas, we will separate it in the process and we will attempt to market it. Ultimately, natural gas, you want to get into a pipeline, you do not want to flare it. Normally in areas like in the San Juan Basin where there is a large amount of emissions, it's tied to oil production. And as I said earlier, we're not anticipating any oil production here. So unfortunately, this is a question that will evolve in time. I cannot answer with absolute certainty about all the byproducts of production until we actually start production. So hopefully Delegate So understands that until we get into the operation, my answers are somewhat speculative on what we believe we will find. If we do find methane, our goal will be to market that methane. And ultimately, this is only the Sanasti chapter where this potential exists. In the Tisnaspas chapter, we will be selling into a pipeline. So the gas will go into a pipeline. There will be no emissions. Down at Sanasti, we have, we do have the potential. If we did have gas, if we did have any methane, and again, we don't anticipate that, but if we did, we have gas pipelines in the area that we would tie into, no different than other operators in the area. So that hopefully answers your question. I did realize there was one other question that Delegate So asked about BLM procedures that I had written down. I didn't respond to because I didn't know if Minerals wanted to respond, but I can give you at least my understanding is that the BLM is engaged because of their technical expertise on subsurface matters, that they engage with the Minerals Department and provide a level of consultation on the subsurface aspects of a drilling well that currently the Minerals Department does not have. They have some expertise and could respond to this, but they rely on BLM to give them support. And if Minerals wants to, you may want to ask specifically the Minerals Department for a more broad explanation. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, does that conclude you answering questions that have been posed by your colleagues?
Yes, that does. Turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Speaker Damon. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. I will ask again, Chair So, was your question answered? Chair Daniel So, was your question answered?
Respective of the question that I posed to the Minerals Department, that didn't get answered. Mr. McClure answered it. I'd rather hear from the Minerals Department. Thank you.
I do apologize for that, Chair So, that is my fault. We do have Speaker Damon who's presenting his legislation 0232-21. By the rules of order, he can have up to 2 agents. That is Rule 10F, as in Fred. He can have up to 2 agents. I don't believe that one of his agents has been identified as the Minerals Department. However, Chief of Staff, can we get somebody from the Minerals Department on the line so that we can have them ready to answer the delegate's question? Sure, so we'll go ahead and we'll get Minerals Department on the line, and hopefully they'll be able to answer your question. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Delegate Kiel and Begay, the questions that you asked, were they answered?
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, I believe Mr. El Sosi was in the process of responding, but I sure like for the response to be in Navajo. Kodo jo kodo bahna ite kitiki jo nen yengi restriction dot after la tahia konizin to lesa is agito la shit nen bedigi be psnahan to lesipin ye kodo kago isiki has anigi bahasiki the involvement of the community the similar situation in the Anahuta oil wells and the direct benefit to the Navajo people, especially those in the community of Senasti area. So those are the main direct questions. Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that. Delegate Kiel Begay. Speaker Damon, as the sponsor of legislation 0232-2, when there has been a request made by your colleague to have the answers interpreted in Navajo, for that reason, and because it is an important question and answer to be discussed for debate purposes, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you at this time to allow you or your sponsors to state the answers in Navajo. Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Well, let me attempt to do this, Che. No, I'm just kidding. Let me turn the floor over to Mr. Leonard Alsosi. Mr. Alsosi.
Madam Chair Pro Tem Speaker. O yat na ade kidigi hik hitna la hawate at egita hanile shediat it edota the beshet jet the care hat indigi but the behalo to bedin hallo be bekashi inda the kaya has agi the care hat indigi haned la bilhon to haned la bilbehuzan ado bito hashet haned la ya hatzi inda ta ben saha kesi yilla to ben hat yilla inda beina bi yitche het ayan sakes ado inda ta koche be si huten zindo lehikit au istosha hatzi inda sotizen sin da tsabel bolta ekwa atkhalato da satado sato ya yalti dot ana de kitnle akoko nishidi kodo Navajo Nation oil and gas and hit ninigi so nishhahodet hot ati nenla latne but hik hitten betretate the Navajo Nation oil and gas company in Linigi Nihya ate the nano Linigi nihya Adon the dit or chito dit say hinto tasliki be petit no beche yel kitnle go kodo sato bahat siko ben hot to na big hitole hojon yat don jonto lech ikit to petit nle epic ho ein late na out lech yil ate to hot abel na hulne the neck echo bebel na hulne adon the Epischen das ego sto etone et linipik echo go hot endle a coho besperhusen so ja hot is adon the ekodon handal nshilto late the bebenal sospeta hadloni jo esa betrasitza ado sa di kode a ishin hitran snepenna hits aber ohila a konde so ekodo the bebenant an lenigi ba ot ahagi so be aita be sich na hulne die nisiki esla ata enelt eko es ke hona ago هجوب الساتيت لي هجوب بالسهوتيل نهلا إيد أو إي نكيا هذا أنكي نانسكا كودا أدون دتا إيكو أن بندكا ليندكا إيكو دا إيهاشين سو دا إيجو إي دي نلش إسودن لنكي ندولكا دوشين لهوشين كبكا إد إي أو نل إيهوت أبابش هاتوتسي إيهوت إيلا كوهو أدو بيسون لنيجو هايت إبكات أول ني أو شبيغا شكيا دو كودو شكيا كواكي شبندكا شليندكا إكودو بيجيتو أكون نون خاهوش أكوغو إيشين إيجو إيهوت أبان ساها كيسيجي إيا جو إي آني ياشين بش إسلادو لي إيكو كيا بكا إيت نهكي كوا دوتلاتو بكنشن توليه أدون غاجة اتهين إيدا أشتوش أديل نيشو بدينا إيدو دان لين نكيا بكادا إشتو سهوشين تاتا إسلن هادا هادا بين إيدو تاتونا بنديل نش نجنو آيات إيغو إتشوديل آشو إيهوت نان ساها كيس دو إندتا إيه هوت إيغو إيه نانا هويت إسكاتيجا كيتن سناو أدو أنت تدين نلش الزليل بت ننكيتو شون إيدو لتو النبى بكات أو وش إزاي إنون هز أنا قلت شو هت أبى هتوتسي بس نهتون شو هت إيه أخذ أكو أدو دي كوجة أنا يوتا مونتزوما كريك أبيش إيه دي زيت هسنيسة أجدو أهتاز لنكي شو إيه هستين دبا 1960 دوت إيه هادو هالود سيشن أو هت أبا تهجلنا هذا تو إيه بلغان أسانا كيد كويتين شي أكو كونزا تي إيه جو إسلاتو إسلان أسك إيز إيه كود إيه إل بتروليوم اللي هيجي به أكو غاتا نال صوت بأس غاتا إيست أنيكي جو إيه 32 point agreement إسنا إيه نشي كودو Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company كتت نيجي إيه نشيت اللوبان سي كيس تو بأس غاتا إيست أنيكي إيه نينيتسن أدو بيسون بس آدن دي يهاجيتو إيه كوجة chapters dan linigi ad aneth chapter out under the kojido Red Mesa. So we have agreements. Scholarships and the need to cut needle. No sesle sis KHK hotta oltra gita yostra ajo be hoton nisigi hot up based on the need to cut needle. Hot alcohol. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Alsosi. Speaker Damon, does that conclude your answering questions posed by your colleagues?
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege raised by Delegate Crotty. Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My point of privilege is to request the agreement that's in writing to the chapters that's been indicated by NOG. The $1.7 million. I'd like to see where that is in the legislation or the written agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. So a point of privilege has been raised to get more information. I guess there's a request of information. Delegate Crotty, just to be clear, is that request being made to Navajo Oil and Gas, or is it being made to Speaker's office?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. This will be a request to my understanding is to the agent, as they are the entity that's promised verbally to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, Chair Crotty. So with that, Speaker Damon, there has been a request made by your colleague. A point of privilege has been raised. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you since the request is for documents.
Thank you very much. In achieving the documents, I have no problem. I'll turn it over to Mr. McClure to explain. I do believe that's in the contract area of the agreement under Section F. But we'll pull that out specifically, Mr. McClure, and then I think then we'll go from there. Mr. James McClure, I'd like for him to explain where that's at in there.
Thank you, Speaker. And just for clarification, when you're saying that it's in the contract, are those the documents that have been submitted to council along with your legislation?
Yes.
Mr. McClure, there has been a point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty regarding documents that she's requesting. Per Speaker Damon, they are in the legislation that have been submitted to council. Can you please clarify where those documents are located? McClure.
Yes, ma'am. So I need to clarify the question first. It sounded as if Delegate Crotty was asking about the specification for the 1% profit share that we have communicated, as opposed to, I think what Speaker Damon is referring to is the oil and gas, or the gas royalties. So can I get that question clarified, please?
Okay.
Yes. Speaker Damon?
Well, the clarification is just back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. She's wanting to know where the 1% language is in there, and if it's not in Exhibit F, that's my apologies. I thought it might have been there in Exhibit F.
Chair Crotty, you raised a point of privilege. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to ask the question again for the documents that you need. Chair Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. What I've asked from the sponsor and the agent is where in the legislation can I find in writing that promise to the community of the 1%. Thank you.
Okay.
Documents regarding the 1% language, where is it at in the legislation? Speaker Damon?
I turned that question that it was my confusion. I think that's in the F, but I will turn that over to Mr. McClure.
Mr. McClure, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to answer the question. There has been a point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty regarding documents. You did hear the question. If you can answer, please.
Yes, ma'am, Speaker. Madam Speaker Pro Tem. There is no language in the operating agreements concerning a 1% profit share. That is not a specified item in the agreement. We have verbally communicated, as Delegate Crotty said earlier, we verbally communicated 1% of our profit to the chapter. There is no written agreement. I have said in the past that we have no problem putting an agreement together with the chapter. We have heard the chapter, some of the chapter, there may be a request for some additional profit sharing, and we're open to considering that. But our board, the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company board, had agreed to a 1% profit share, which we've communicated through various documents that we have presented, but it is not in the operating agreement and is not something that, in my opinion, should be debated because it's not part of the operating agreement. That is something that NOG has elected as a out of our goodwill to work with the chapter, are willing to share some of our profit. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, does that conclude your answering the request, the point of privilege that has been raised by Chair Crotty?
No, I'd like to add, I'm remembering now, Madam Chair Amber Crotty's request at this last community meeting that we had on Saturday. There was a request that probably there might be an increase on that too as well. And that was something that I did tell Madam Chair Amber Crotty was open for debate and negotiation on putting that language together. So if there's an amendment for that or to put that in there, that's something, again, as Mr. James McClure has indicated, willing to have that open dialogue, or if that language is not available immediately today, then maybe we can go ahead and get that in there as soon as possible for that amendment. But again, it would have to be something that's negotiated not only from the community, but also it had to be approved by the Navajo Nation Navajo Nation board, by the board, in order for that to go ahead and move forward. So that was an open discussion that I did tell Madam Chair Amber Crotty that I was open to have that amendment if it was available. But again, if it is not available, then that's something that I think that we can have a future discussion on and make sure that that is attached. Yield back to the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Delegate Crotty, the request that you have made, has your request, are you good with the answer that has been provided?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'd like to ask our either Legislative Council or Department of Justice for guidance in terms of how this promised community benefit or whatever the organization has promised in terms of how do we get it into this legislation. Thank you.
Point of privilege.
That's
Point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Carl Slater. You have the floor.
Can we hear from the Department of Justice on that specific point? Because I think there's a lot of ethical issues with setting aside funding that may exclusively be used at the discretion of certain officials or a small number of people with a sudden infusion of a large amount of funding. I know that's been an issue in the past with community benefit fund arrangements. The Navajo Nation has authorized funding to be set aside within royalties or profits that be paid to the nation from recovery, but there isn't a protocol that's set in place for that. So we need to hear from the lawyers in order to explain what that means.
Vice Chair Carl Slater did raise a point of privilege, and point of privilege is on Rule 16B. I'm going to go ahead and read that any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsors, raise the safety of the council, to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. Vice Chair Carl Slater has requested, Speaker Damon, that we do hear from the Department of Justice regarding the 1% arrangement that is being made with the chapter. At this time, as Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to allow that. Chief of Staff, if we can get Department of Justice on the line, specifically the attorney who is handling the agreement. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Speaker Damon, since this point of privilege has been raised and he has the opportunity to answer. Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Again, colleagues, this is just a discussion that was started in listening to the community members, not only this past Sunday, but even through the week. Honorable, just to add on to Honorable Vice Chair Slater's request, there was a meeting and it was between the Madam Chair Amber Crotty and the Department of Justice, and then there was a follow-up meeting too as well with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas on the method on how that was how that could be executed. And that was something that Honorable or Miss April Quinn from DOJ who is the attorney that's working on that information. So that'd be the person to contact at the Department of Justice, and she might be on the line. It's a working document though, so it's not, I don't believe it would be even available today.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
And as indicated, if that's discussion that needs to go forth, and we need to continue on to make sure that those items are added, I have stated that I'm open to act on that.
Thank you for clarifying that, Speaker Damon. And just as a recap, for those of you who are joining in on the call, 2 points of privilege have been raised, one by Chair Crotty requesting the documents that were alluded to by the sponsor's agent. And then in addition to that, another point of privilege was raised by Vice Chair Carl Slater regarding the request to have DOJ get on the line regarding the 1% agreement, again, that was alluded to by the sponsor's agent. I did hear Chair Edmund Yazzie, you still have 4 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock, but we haven't got back to the reserved time yet. Delegate Edmund Yazzie. So with that, while we are waiting, do we have Department of Justice on the line?
Ms. Speaker Pro Tem,
April
this
Quinn.
is April Quinn from DOJ.
Ms. Quinn, there has been a point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Carl Slater regarding the 1% arrangement. I believe that, I'm not sure if you heard his question. Before I turn the floor over to you, I'd like to ask you, did you hear the question or would you like it re-asked?
I believe I understand what Delegate Slater was asking. I did hear what he was saying.
Okay, with that, Ms. Quinn, the floor is yours to answer the point of privilege that has been raised by Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Delegate Slater, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With respect to the 1% profit sharing, Mr. McClure is correct. It's not part of the operating agreements that are part of this legislation. DOJ and the Minerals Department were not involved in any discussions having to do with the 1% profit sharing. So that's why we didn't include it in the operating agreements. As far as adding it to this legislation, I don't believe it can be added to the operating agreements themselves because I would need the consent of NOG's attorney to change the language of the underlying agreements. I can't unilaterally make any changes to the agreements. I did speak to NOG's attorney yesterday about potentially amending the agreements to include the profit sharing, and he said it was basically no, he didn't believe that we should be amending the underlying agreements. So I don't know if that's still the case for NOG, but part of my concern about weighing in on this issue is that I haven't been involved with the discussions going on at the chapter level. I don't know what is being said to the chapters. I did request documents in writing from NOG a couple of days ago, which were helpful. As far as laying out the specifics though, of the 1% profit sharing, I'm a little apprehensive right now about doing that. So I'm not sure what would be added to the legislation, but I mean, ultimately, this is a policy issue that needs to be decided, I believe. I don't think it's for DOJ to weigh in as far as whether money should go to the general fund or should go to the chapter. So I'm hoping that's not what DOJ is being asked to weigh in on, because that's ultimately up to the council. But with respect to the details of the 1% profit sharing, I would be hesitant to review an amendment because I don't know what's being promised to the chapter, just to be honest. If you want to direct DOJ to continue working on this agreement, and, add that to the legislation, I mean, something like that I think could be done. I would defer, to Legislative Council if they have any thoughts on this issue. But those are my immediate thoughts, and I can add more delegates later if I didn't adequately answer your question. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Quinn. And just to be clear, colleagues, I am following Rule 16, point of privilege C as in cat. The council delegate raising the point of privilege may interrupt a speaker and a vote in progress. The speaker shall immediately address the point of privilege raised by the delegate pursuant to paragraph B before proceeding with the session. So the point of privilege that was raised by Vice Chair Carl Slater has been asked or has been answered by Department of Justice with recommendations on changes that should be made or can be made to the legislation itself. The question or the point of privilege that was raised by Chair Crotty has been addressed with the answers that have been provided by Mr. McClure and also Speaker Damon. Just to reiterate, it's still a working document and it is not part of the legislation. So with that, I believe that the questions have been answered. I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward at this point. Delegate Kealan Begay, your request to have the answers translated in Navajo have been done. We do have in our lineup Delegate Elmer Begay, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Wilson Stewart. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward with the lineup at this time. Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. Delegate Elmer Begay, this is your second call. You do have the floor.
Another President Chair, can you hear me now?
Delegate Elmer Begay, we can hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours.
Because I don't members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't that the people that are on the line do that enough. I don't share with put Speaker Damon. Appreciate your sponsoring this legislation. I know that it's I guess we call it controversial, but to us, some of these, if it's something like this sensitive, usually Hastuido Sami or elderlies, to contact them. Through that, with that consultation, we say that elderlies Hastuido then Lingi Atidazi Pohodni around the and then we say that we're here for on behalf of our elderlies and we respect them. The conversation started with them, as far as I know. Regarding this, we can go into this energy because is Nohostan, Lahagido, Bigit Lahagido, Ado, Ebekai Chido, Ihi, Adon the Epi Holonido, Eka Hot A Bansana case. What are the Ya, Doris Hadon need so. Ebka Hagoshila, La, Ashido, this. I would end Equa. They said that they gave us some protocols. They gave us some recommendations how to do that. So with those consultations, according to that, that NOC went through that. These things has you do this who don't need to go eat. It's a link and I'm not saying you other that is not lucky.
ako to iya I ko hat ada I at ado en hot I to les niya at da hat ni se ko chong iya des day chong iya I beka ha utri chong iya beka I so housing ako te ko iya I hot edo les na to ni ko hot ada iya adat hey ako to des indos sun dohol ni ho at ada iya نتاكس نعطى الناس يوتنزل واليهجي دي تسعدي وخين للبيونا إلى نام دول الديدو للحدو نلبك أهلي أهدا إيه أليا سلينكو جيبو هدليهم إيه أدوها هدجي سلينكو أكو إيدا إيه هدى دين لكو إيدا we did a consultation I believe that within the Title 1 within that in that fundamental law. So how do we use it? When do we use it? And how to do go about it? If you become go ibo holneo nimita. So ibo hosni so idg the hundred got one that hold the shiko. Zinde could ne dagi. So you have to the quite united kids linko. We will get some questions that were being asked. It's been answered. I don't know who's going to get this. If there's a profit in it, and then if there's going to be any revenue in it, who's going to be served first? Who's going to get it? That's the only question that we beginning to get to this point now. In the top bohon tra ato ya question aton the beka need ato beka ke tando ya no sabi ya ado had ya hito akwadige she don't he aton the ba hajisho kote ya den ji ibo net siniko so ni to ibo ni in the siniko jot and iko so ya jo ba hunzin but ta ke si at eko oda ya ba yi ka hote is the nothing has ba hunzin do de ko odi ji de to ige to the zin ibo da hadni wa it does in siniko
Delegate Elmer Begay, your time is up. You had 5 minutes to debate the legislation.
Okay.
And for the record, there is no time left for Delegate Elmer Begay. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next delegate on the lineup. We have Delegate Eugene So. The floor is yours. Second call for Delegate Eugene So. Last and final call for Delegate Eugene So. Not hearing anything, no time will be taken from Delegate Eugene So, and we're going to proceed forward to the lineup. We have Delegate Wilson Stewart on the line. Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Pro Tem Charles Newton, Madam Chair. In going this far with this discussion on legislation 232-21 and hearing all the different sides and the recommendations, and knowing that what has stated is that we all are aware that legislations are a living document. And they're moving and they're changing each and every day. So based off of that, and knowing that this is still going through the process, at this time, I would like to request and make the motion that we table this until the spring session for the amendments to be heard and to be put in so that we can move forward with that and all the documents as well that have been requested by my colleagues. Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, reserve our time.
Delegate Wilson Stewart, you have 3 minutes and 47 seconds for time remaining. Colleagues, Rule 19 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order A states that any delegate of the council may move or make a motion to table a legislation that is before council. A tabling motion shall take precedence over all other motions before the council except the motion to adjourn. A tabling motion may include specific directives on when the legislation will be reconsidered. A tabling motion may be seconded, and in this case, we have Delegate Kealan Begay that has seconded the legislation or the request or the motion to table this legislation. At this time, the time that has been directed is until spring council. And just to be clear, Delegate Wilson Stewart, that is spring session that this legislation can be brought forth. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So with that, there is a motion and a
Request to modify.
Delegate Vice Chair Carl Slater, we don't have anything in the rules of order that recognizes a request to modify. Perhaps you could speak to Delegate Wilson Stewart to make that modification. At this point, we do have a motion and a second to table this legislation per Rule 19 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. The sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table the legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. Speaker Damon, would you like 3 minutes to express your reason not to table the legislation?
I at this time, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Chair, I don't know if there's a motion and a second in place yet.
Yes, Speaker Damon, I did state on the record that a motion has been established by Delegate Wilson Stewart and a second by Delegate Kealan Begay.
So what is the motion then? Is the motion still what Honorable Wilson Stewart has stated?
Delegate Wilson Stewart, just for the record, would you like to clarify your motion for Speaker Damon?
Yes, Pro Tem Speaker. The motion was to table until we get the amendments ready and the documents ready for council, knowing that this is a live document and that the time frame would be no longer than spring session.
Okay.
And that this would then go through, and that was Shana Kealan that seconded.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart, and thank you very much, Honorable Kealan Begay, and to everyone that's listening in. Again, as it indicated when I first opened the opening statement to this.
Speaker Damon, I do apologize. Per the rules, you do have 3 minutes to express. I've noticed that the time is not running. Are you getting ready to express your reason not to table the legislation?
Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Vice Chair Carl Slater, the floor is yours.
I believe a point of privilege can be raised to obtain more information. The information I'm desiring is regarding the documents that Delegate Stewart is speaking to. I think it'd be prudent to specifically identify them and say that the profit sharing agreement for the 1% needs to be approved by the relevant chapters, their relevant district raising committees, and the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Board. And I would ask Shanine Delegate Stewart to specify that in his amendment, in his motion to table. And for Tash to second that.
Can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now? I apologize. So with that, thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater, for that point of privilege. To be clear, the tabling motion does require the time frame In this case, you are asking that the motioning party also include within their motion that documents be provided, that specific documents be named during this time that have to be part of that legislation. Is that correct, Vice Chair Carl Slater?
That the profit sharing agreement that's been discussed is finalized and approved by the Department of Justice and is also
Point of order.
approved
Point of order,
by the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Board.
Point of order raised. I don't know who is raising the point of order. Can you
Delegate
say
Rick
your name?
Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is calling a point of order at this time. Delegate Rick Nez, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton. You read Rule 19. I would like to know if there's a violation to a tabling motion shall take precedence over all other motions before the council, except the motion to adjourn. Could we have clarification, please?
Yes, Speaker Chair Nez, I did read Rule 19, the tabling motion. I read from Rule 19A and B. However, the point of privilege, it can be raised at any time. And the purpose of a point of privilege are those questions that relate to the right and privileges of the Navajo Nation Council. And per the point of privilege rules, it does state that the speaker does have to immediately address the point of privilege that is raised by the delegate pursuant to paragraph B before proceeding with the session. Points of privileges can be raised during the debate, and they can also be raised. They may be raised to interrupt a speaker in a vote in progress. So in this case, we are speaking of a motion to table, but just for clarification, Dana from Office of Legislative Counsel, can you provide us some clarification on the issue that Chair Nez has raised?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Yes, a point of privilege can be raised during a tabling motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bobroff. Chair Rick Nez. With that, I believe that I was able to address your point of privilege in an immediate fashion, and the information has been provided by Office of Legislative Counsel, Dana Bobroff. So in terms of the point of privilege that was raised by Delegate Vice Chair Carl Slater, just to be clear, colleagues, Rule 19A further states that a tabling motion may include specific directives on when the legislation will be reconsidered. In this case, Delegate Wilson Stewart, the language is stated on the screen. Just to be clear, for those who cannot see the screen, it does state a motion to table legislation 0232-21 for no longer than Navajo Nation Council spring session to provide proper documents and possible amendments. Delegate Wilson Stewart, is this good with you?
Yes, along with the documents requested as far as the profit sharing, the grazing, and then the boards, the NOG boards documents as well.
I believe that the additional language is that they have to be approved by all of the entities. Delegate Wilson Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
staff, can we make sure that that motion to table the legislation for the record includes the language that the proper documents have to be approved? Committee members who are listening in, if we could give our staff just a few minutes so that they can put together the language properly. This is a document that future council delegates will be referring back to, so we want to make sure that the language is properly stated. At the same time, while we are waiting for staff to put the language together, I would like to remind committee members, speakers, staff members that we did receive an email yesterday regarding the shutdown from IT to update. That has been moved to tomorrow, is my understanding. So we do not need to rush today's debate, and we do not need to be out of council chambers at 5 o'clock today. I was only making that announcement to give staff some time to properly state the reason for the motion to table legislation. Legislation 0232-21. As Speaker Pro Temp, I know that we do have relatives who are outside the council chambers at this time who are listening in to this debate, as well as people on the World Wide Web. I'd just like to say hello. And again, we are just trying to provide some time to the staff to properly state the language for the tabling motion that has been made by Delegate Wilson Stewart and second by Delegate Key Allen Begay. Staff, is the language prepared and ready? Thank you, Mr. Rico. So just for the committee members who are listening in, the language reads, motion to table legislation 0232-21 for no longer than Navajo Nation Council spring session to provide proper documents for possible amendments, including a profit sharing agreement approved by the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Board and relevant chapters, grazing district committees, and Department of Justice. Delegate Wilson Stewart, as the motioning party, do you agree to the language? Delegate Wilson Stewart has given me the thumbs up. So with that, Speaker Damon, per Rule 19 tabling motion, you do have 3 minutes to express the reasons not to table this legislation. Would you like to take those 3 minutes, Speaker? Speaker has agreed to take the 3 minutes. So with that, Speaker Damon, you do have 3 minutes to express your reason not to table. Floor is yours.
I'm expressing the options right now. Madam Pro Tem, thank you very much for giving me the floor here. Colleagues, on legislation 0232-21, again, when I did open up the dialogue bringing this legislation forth, I indicated not only to the community members, but also to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, who represents this area, and also to my colleagues on the floor that one was an initiative to make sure that we listen to the community, and we did listen to hear that, and I have no problem to Honorable Keon McGay's request to continue that dialogue with the community in order for us to go ahead and being transparent as possible. And in doing that, with this legislation on including the profit sharing agreement, that was something I totally told Madam Chair Amber Claudio was open to, and that dialogue, not only this past Sunday, but also throughout the week too as well, in approving that. With that Navajo Nation board, I can't guarantee that the board will approve relevancy, but the opportunities are there in order for them to have that discussion. Working together with the district gazing officials, that is something that's definitely a possibility. As a recommendation, though, it's up to the Department of Justice to see if those documents are actually needed. So again, I guide this legislation as Honorable Wilson Stewart has indicated, and I have no problem continuing the dialogue. But again, as indicated, I don't want to keep this legislation moving too far along down the process, because we need to start making attributes of change, and this is one of them that I do believe is still relevant in an opportunity to make not only economic development for the Northern Agency portion of our nation, but also economic development opportunities to build and expand for jobs, and moving forward, trying to make sure that revenue is bringing back to the nation in order to build our services, to build our communities stronger, and build our our strong supporting economic footprint even further. So again, thank you very much. And if this is the will of the council, I will abide by the council's ruling. As I indicated, I listen to the council. As long as we can make sure together we can get something substance across the finish line at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. So with that, there is no further debate. I will remind delegates at this time that per Rule 19, a majority vote by delegates of the council casting a vote shall cause this motion to carry. Legislation which has been tabled twice shall be permanently eliminated from the agenda of the council. So with that, we'll go ahead and go straight to vote at this time. Staff, if you can go ahead and assist us.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will read.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Dr. Kelly Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes
green.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene
Vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is Dr.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. I'm sorry, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With a vote of 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting. Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Thank you for that reading. 22 in favor, 1 opposed, Speaker Pro Temp not voting. This legislation number 0232-21 is hereby tabled. So with that, committee members, there's no further debate. We do have the reserved time on record, and they have been recorded. So with that, Speaker Damon, your legislation is hereby tabled. I'm throwing the gavel back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Chair, for chairing the meeting. Look forward to that conversation over the next couple of months. With that, colleague, let's go ahead and continue on down on our agenda. We are
Speaker Callan.
on McKeon again.
Speaker, with your guidance, when's the appropriate time to request for an amendment to add an item to the agenda?
I can, if you want to add that on right now. Are you sure?
Speaker, Speaker, if I would recognize me for amendment added to an item to the agenda, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Keelan begin.
Speaker, the Mobis we had a discussion on the legislation report earlier. Koko ebe ben nashiko kodo ni kita tisado bahata sidi to bahata soji koko lache tene na a do anda a ti to you be has ani do ado kodo ni kitne endiliki ato asi be be na hot ki to ala isi be be anta ti ado de hot e koko kodo be has ani sa ata na pa da ite.
Was that the one that was just posted?
I'm asking the council if it could be able
19?
to add legislation, emergency legislation 19-22. Speaker, if that could be read into record, and that could needs to be followed by any person or any delegate asking for the purpose of this being an emergency legislation. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, there's a motion to amend the agenda, adding on legislation 0019-22, Motion by Honorable Keelan Begay. With that, Mr. Rico, could you read that into the record? So at least the heading. I do believe that was sent out. Mr. Rico, you can explain. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0019-22 is an action relating to an emergency establishing the Navajo Nation's position that the voting rights of Navajo voters in all state and federal elections should be protected by appropriate legislation and other means, authorizing the Navajo Nation President and the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council to affirm the Navajo Nation's position. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. And for the record, this legislation was emailed out at 2:32 p.m. today. Mr. Speaker.
Freeland, second.
Motion by Honorable Keelan Begay, second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That, colleagues, the comments, questions, or comments or questions on the amendment, colleagues, this is because we did approve our agenda. In order to amend our agenda, we will need 2/3 of the voting body, which is 16 votes, in order to add this onto the agenda. Any comments, questions? It will be new letter R. There's none. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Mina votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Odoso,
Vote green.
Honorable Odoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Vote please.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. With a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. On adding that on to the adding that onto our agenda this afternoon and into this evening. Colleagues, with that, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number O, legislation 0251-21, sponsored by Honorable Edison Wanika. That, if there could read that into the record, and then I'll go to the floor for a motion in a second.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council. Tracking number 0251-21, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, and Navajo Committee and the Navajo Council, establishing a referendum for the Navajo voters to decide whether to increase the number of Navajo Nation Council delegates from 24 to 48, beginning with the November 2026 Navajo Nation General Election. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. There are committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. The committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommend a pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a majority vote. We'll move on to the President's Office. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule number 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that,
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, on legislation 0251-21, ready to vote? Nobby work. Vice Chair Slater has a question.
Request to speak.
I got you. That, Mr. Wanika, 20 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council, and all those that were listening to us. We are needed legislation gave to increase the council from 24 to 48. The code I said could be not a the Paquin on Potash. The code La Edna Yada Yahun. Dani Safada to don't hit files on that. No, I don't have an agent. I was really relying on the government development, but at this time, there's problems with that office, so I'm just basing it on the information that I have. Okay, there's supposed to have been a 40-page document that explains the process that they went through. So I did work with the government development, and there's some information in the document, resolution that was passed by the government development commission that was dated 14th of September 2019. And then also there was a letter that was to our speaker, and that was dated September 4, 2019. And then in January 2016, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council Navigating Committee passed NABIJ 8-0216 to examine the reduced Navajo Nation Council effectiveness and responsiveness. So to initiate candidate discussion regarding any government reform examination, whether the reduced council should be reconsidered from 24 to 48. Date 2016 at prior to that, I initiated a petition to reduce the council. So I went to quite a few chapters with the people that were helping me. We explained to them and they answered the document. The majority of the people were pretty much in favor. And the number we explained 24 to 48 of it, no. And the only other number at that time was 64. No. That wasn't by a lot of people. So beninadot I sahat out the pentashilness the AD. Ako beninad I said I ye go benas with I ban's case. How did I say when the any gay the nanny but not up a bit of $100 with our answer case. He adigishi pay bahadosi. Allah ni pay sabahadol happening. A coho. Ani a pay sabahadli dole. A co 48 leo. I could in the Tlatovan's case, we have LDA. 48 Kedoshe, 4 LDAs are gained the Bigatolic, 8 peso gay, 48 long agent the nota, a Kodo Eda is a hat out on hidden off latter. The Konda Aje holds is a bit last Leo Shinta. The 9 year Adida, so but what all that when did I 24 they don't need that, actually, don't fix thousand. A copy of Johanna Liao, she in the Yinasian, so course. Though election administration thought they're going to educate the people when it gets on the ballot. The nation is shy or live. They deep in Yahatila, it's going to be on your ballot, but they need or live. Oh, don't know, or I do A 48, they don't need, but they need or don't know, or I do 8 at $24. I could that actually, but we shall not only. A co 8 days, Penyahat Eddie. The 23rd Council of I Kayada, the first year, ADK. A co asking about those things, a co 8 snow benina, a cook at the Bekehosis, a conde. At it, I need such a whole Jishi, but not a. The Bacalia, she pay out those things. A co Padayat or Pana Oshkanti, the nanny a big head out the little so, which a $1. A cohon so a kudo when ya had any gaming question at all. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanika. Let me go to the floor. Honorable Speaker, floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And thank you, Shachai, for bringing this legislation to our attention. I think it takes a lot of bravery to initiate anything involving government reform, and you're demonstrating that bravery right now by thinking about your people and what's the best way to support them in our government. Right now, cannot support the legislation. And I say this because I believe this is a top-down approach to government reform, not reflective of a grassroots movement to reorganize the government. And as a part of that reorganization, we need to contemplate more than what the number of delegates is. This will not fundamentally change how power is wielded on the nation. It will not further empower chapters. It will not further increase support at the local level. It will not authorize more authorities for how we deal with our land, how we deliver direct services at the local level. And because of that, I think that we need to take a breath, re-engage with the people at the grassroots level, and consider what those fundamental changes would be. We need to think about how we can provide services at the regional level. We can't have, because of the funding that's available, every type of service available at the chapter. But we could devolve some of the services that are concentrated in Window Rock, or even in the agency capitals, to, say, the delegate regions, or to other groupings of chapters. That is not presently contemplated in this legislation. Having more delegates does not equal better government. Just like having fewer delegates does not equal better government. So to that end, I cannot support the legislation right now. And I think we as a council need to think about what are those fundamental changes that we can make. The current system we have is based off the American tripartite system. There are some benefits to that, but there are some sincere drawbacks. The benefit is that you can't ramrod through things. There are some checks and balances. The drawback is that it does set up a collision course between the legislative body and the president. And that happens all too often. We need to think about how we can eliminate the collision course and focus on harmony in our governance. So, Speaker, I'll reserve my time at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. That reserved your time at 1:37. Colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And then I got Honorable Juanica for sponsoring this legislation and bringing this attention not only to council, but also to all the people on the Navajo Nation. I think that it has certainly generated a lot of discussion on whether we should proceed forward and have this given to the people. The one question that I do have is, and I guess I'm kind of going back and forth because I feel like I haven't really been given a straight answer. Is this normally how referendum questions are added to a ballot? Or is there a process? And if there is a process, where if you could point me to the citation, I would truly appreciate it. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 4:05. Let me go on. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Speaker Yatesh Seleshat, my 24th council, my colleagues Yatesh. Out of the national Idanos in the Quay, the Behas Ani, Bahun, no, about Hen Shido, Bahil, Shayadi Akura Bahanas, the Dikudo, 48 was he Abidjan deal was the quite of council Benito no. Eta si o shitis asha. Peso pato the hesan don his pehos no of 48 hato ni. Beninat snige aja which has just cut now the down go peso auto le so that's not ani. Later the ayata a personal fringe benefit were low. Fringe benefit rate is increased tremendously. It costs money to take a higher 48 more to use the fringe benefit rate because it's gonna reduce it over at the Cardinals 110 chapters. A core base of the dollar out a win the song under she has your hours no Joe comment but I now that $8 base of what was new. Even in the 36 $36 other store, 48 to 36 cento, as not hit a note. A other a bit of a hat the 48 on me. This all you the equate of when he had this also on even in a cabinet or it's not 36 now long since hit the hudden, but of the door, the door he made banal they are. Aber how see not only he has starting paid out the church official based on the meeting was not that kind. Edaba other door they thought out of NATO, so his revenues that always is declining to Yaha only. He got Shimon has on such case even not 48 of the kids nations. Cabanel Tionish Fiat Ado Ahos, check over to the daily or Yasona Dolly. Because yon did still residential there, yon did the Gila, digital was the Okoton, so that's not on a co a constable street. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you for the floor and each one of you back in and shut it out. And here, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Go back on mute now.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Honorable Yell there. With that, let me go back to Honorable Anika. Response.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the Council, Speaker, and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and for the questions. Honorable Slater, the concern has to do with government reform, talking about this is doing it from a top-down approach. I think my main reason for doing this is because of the concerns of the people. They might not be approach as far as the process of government reform, but I think I feel there's enough people that are concerned about the drastic reduction of the council from 88 to 24, and that's the reason why there's a grave concern in that respect. I know it's not going to make the chapters any better or as far as the authority of the local governments are concerned. I think that's a separate issue as far as when the government, when the Local Governments Act was passed, and they have a local government that they can work on. And I agree with that's where the regionalization can take place. And that specifically to the local government, I think we can address that on a separate issue. I think the Navajo Nation Council doesn't really have authority as far as local government is concerned, because we're not even a part of the Title 26. Prior to the Local Governments Act, Navajo Nation Council used to supervise the CSC, and they had a part in the government, at the local government. Now they don't. So I don't think we need to really talk about the local government when we talk about the national government of the Navajo Nation. And I agree in that respect. It's probably not going to make the government better, but I think it's our responsibility at this level to do all that we can to address the concerns of the people. And as far as check and balances is concerned, I think those are issues that can be addressed as they come up. And I know as far as increasing the council, like I said, I'm just really doing this because of the concerns of the people. I don't know how much government development did research on this when they went before the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Committee at that time. There's supposed to be a 40-page document. I think a lot of these are probably addressing that. I wish I had an agent that would address that. So that would be my response to you, Honorable Slater. And then to Madam Chair Newton, you were questioning, is this usually the normal way of putting referendum on the ballot? Being that I was with the Navajo election administration for many years, yes, this is the proper process. I just followed the Title 11 as far as putting referendum on the ballot. I can't really give you the word for word instruction that goes in Title 11. I don't know if the attorney for election office is on the line, Ron Haven. So, but I did, as far as reading this document, it is according to Title 11. And it has to be simple. And all the questions that we put on the ballot has always been in that fashion. So I'm not deviating from anything that's not in Title 11. And to Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, I appreciate his concern. Like I said, I think with my opening statement, I answered his question on his concern as far as funding. And he wants to put at 36 to it. I wish that would have been addressed maybe 5, 6, 7, or 8 years ago when this issue became before the people. Like I said, the only number that was really brought up at the time was 64. Other than that, it's always been 48, 24. And he's saying that we should give a choice to the people. We do have a choice to the people, 48 and 24. So if the people feel like it's going to cost too much money, it's their choice to vote for 24, keep it as is. So I feel there is a choice in that respect. And I know we are addressing the stipend situation. I don't care if the nation, as far as funding is concerned, if we don't have the funding that we need, it comes before us and we address it the best we can to provide the needs of the people. And to me, that will always be the case. I don't think we should just vote down a document just because we feel there's not enough money. If the needs of the people or the requests of the people, if we're addressing that, I think we should address the needs of the people. And then based on, especially if it's going to be on a referendum, if they decide to keep it 24, then we don't have to worry about it. But if they decide it's going to be 48, then we can address it at that time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that response, Honorable Unica. I don't have anything else to do at this time. So let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good late afternoon. 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Kodoshanala. Abetan Hadit, I gonna hit that name called Kodo. The Nebenet Benan Sheet or Lish. What I had it there. Look at me, 24. There's 24 council delegates. 48 in Don Nish. So that what I never Neil Fluffy. Oh, that's a dot, that's a. And what it actually had that on the ballot. Oh, I don't need a same late 2026. I don't see that the budget that I missed on it. A cockado should not ask, oh, yeah, not the codo. A coy of a nasset, up on that, or United kid codo that delegate yellow hair. Based on Degi. Either that one in the not better. A cock, and he'll hold this again. He'll hold this at the Navajo Nation. Eso we ya no la. A quake be la national ko. The corner 2026 48 bed. Oh, I don't need a 48 bed that is so. Based on that Degi la hate or less and so based on his ya nahin Degi ila hate or less. I wish we had an economist. Okay, hello, not John Dollars, Navajo Nation. The great Nevana, I go on that, the state, and I, Hokado, the Hanata, Holego, what other day, Pator, Nehonleo, Nevana, the Edo Lano, yet his Halmetoles, Nena, Dena, I got on that, the hot Edola, no, the yen his Halmetoles. Of course. I wish we had an economist at the Sneakodo, not for so Kosegi, Mareda 2026. My question would be what is the revenue going to be like in 2026? Because you do yet and you do yet on his she based on his nahin there NGSP body was said in a way that based on gated down in 110 chapters. I call 80 about this case, I call 80 or about against sister. I call go at a knee, could based on that Iliana in dead or less, no could healing, not about a year night, the kid or ego and nana saw the hot. I call what that ego to buy the Nayan case, but not only Bansi case. I call Halit Ed or less and for a adigi. I call Adonana Quador Nagade. He give our Navajo people some options. I call basically I know a leap echo. Not get that was a short one. The car yada, maybe 12 delegates. 24, keep it at 24, 48, or 110. So that the car seems to need so. What are that? But you hold ya don't know it yet. What are she trouble on that something? So but I'm really concerned about our revenues. 80 out, even though it's behind either now we can look hard that and the Ecuador additional paper is that for me. So with that, I'm going to reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Reserve your time at 1 minute and 20 seconds. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute, 37 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from colleagues and, again, the legislation being brought forth by Shiche, Delegate Wanika. At this time, Speaker, I would like to motion to table this legislation so that the Commission on Navajo Government Development and the Office of Navajo Government Development can submit some alternative plans for comprehensive government reform to the Council by the summer session. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time.
Speaker, this is Daniel. Second.
1 minute flat. There's a motion to table legislation 0251-21 by Honorable Vice Chair Slater until summer session. Well, that's the timeline, but in order for Navajo Nation government development to come up with some alternative solutions.
Alternatives for comprehensive government reform, so that there's options and not just one answer provided.
Honorable Vice Chair, does that look good up there?
Thank you, Speaker. I would say to provide alternatives, so add an S to alternative. And after alternatives, say, for comprehensive government reform. So delete plans and then add plans after alternative.
Alternative plans for comprehensive government reform. There. Good.
That looks good.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, there's a motion to table legislation 0251-21 for no longer than the Navajo Nation Council summer session for Office of Navajo Nation Government Development to provide alternative plans for comprehensive government reform. That there's a second by Honorable Herman Daniels. That before I move on, let me recognize that at Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order does let Honorable Edison Winika state the case for the motion. And in this case, it'd be tabling motion. Honorable Winika, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. And thank you, Honorable Slater, motioning to table this. I just don't feel that's the right thing to do, because I worked with government development for, 3 years on this. And so now we're going to give it back to them. The only problem that I have with government development is there's nobody at this time, because of the situation that they're going through, to provide and affirm the working relationship that I had with them on this particular item. I don't think we need to go to other comprehensive government reform. I think that's just putting the whole thing together. And then if we table this to the summer session, there's a timeline with the election administration that's going to have a bearing on this. We're not going to be able to put it before the people. And I think the people are pretty much aware of what we're doing. And sometimes it really bothers me that, yes, we are the governing body, but ultimately the people have the final authority as far as our government is concerned. And I don't know why we're trying to make the decision on our own on this particular issue. We should have the people make a decision. I wasn't going to bring this before the council. I was doing it by initiative. But the initiative process is almost an impossible law. And we asked the people to participate in the government, and we initiated the initiative process. But the initiative process is so strenuous. It's something that it's really hard to use. And it's very evident because of Joe Shirley's administration. They had the staff and they had the resources, but they still didn't come up with enough signature. Now the only route I have is to come before the council to give this to the people, so that at least we can have the people participate in the government to make a decision. And I really hope that we can do that, to let the people have a voice in the government. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0251-21, there's a motion to table. Again, we're no longer the Navajo Nation Council summer session and then also to have an Office of Navajo Government Development provide alternative plans for the comprehensive government reform. Motions by Honorable Slater, seconds by Honorable Herman Daniels. With that, colleagues, no debate on the tabling motion.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Privilege by Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Is it too late to amend the motion to table in response to Delegate Wanika's comments?
I didn't call for a vote yet. I didn't call for the vote yet, but as long as it doesn't turn into any kind of debate, there's no debate on the tabling motion. Are you modifying the tabling motion, Honorable Slater?
Yes, I was going to modify it to say for the commission, or I'd say for the Navajo Committee working in cooperation with the Commission on Navajo Government Development to then continue the same and conduct public hearings between now and summer session.
Point of privilege or point of order?
Point of order by Honorable Otto.
Yes, we're not going to table this legislation or move forth on it. We should just continue debating this issue because it's ridiculous to change something in the midst of it. So that's all. Just trying to.
Also, what's your point of order? What rule are you referring to?
Well, I'm not referring to a particular rule, but just dragging on. Go on the road. Thank you.
That wasn't a point of order, Honorable Otto. So thank you. The Honorable Office of Navajo Government Development and the Office of Navajo Government Development Commission to work cooperatively with the Navajo Committee to hold public hearings.
This meeting is being recorded.
Spell out Nabi. Just spell Nabi. This is the tabling motions 0251-21 is no longer than summer session for NAVATIC Committee and the Office of Navajo Government Development to work cooperatively to provide alternative plans for a comprehensive government reform, including public hearings to gather the public's input. That, colleagues, we're going to the board on the tabling motion. Actually, Honorable Daniels, are you good with that modification?
Yes, I concur.
Okay, that go to board. Voting the table.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Dr. Kell votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Gay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty,
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote
I'm sorry, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., can you repeat your vote?
green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So,
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So,
Kuchki, vote the share.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Paul Begay changed his vote from green to red. With the vote of 10 in favor, 13 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Yes, hello. I changed my vote to red from green.
Honorable Halona, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I want to change my vote to red.
That, colleagues, voted 9 in favor, 14 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. That back to the main motion on our legislation 0251-21. Is there any other comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? Chairman Henio.
Shikela to the Speaker Damon, the 24th Nomination Council. Delegate Ensu Nika for sponsoring this legislation 251-2 or 21. So legislation. It's a legislation that allows the people to vote on their form of government, whether it be size of council or anything. But in this case, it's the size of the nomination council, and their voices need to be heard. And when we oppose it or try to delay it, all we are doing is standing in the way of the people, putting them from their freedom to exercise their voice in their government. Earlier, there was an emergency legislation that was added to this agenda, talking about voter rights. And so when Bilakana, we go up in arms and we start wanting to do recall and everything. When we start doing this to our own people, nobody says anything. So please just move this legislation along and let the people vote on their form of government. And as I stated earlier, on the early legislation, the people had an opportunity to vote on their form of local government. Yeah, the president of the Navajo Nation, and denied that people that opportunity to vote on their form of government at the local level. What are the wishes of the people? Whether they voted up or they voted down, at least we as lawmakers get that understanding that the people have spoken, and we should respect that. So even I support this legislation as a referendum, and let the people go to the polls, exercise their right to vote. Third one time.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Cardi. Before I do that, what
Delegate Council.
hold on, Madam Chair. 2:44 is your time. Chairman Henio, with that point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, floor is yours.
Speaker, with this, yes, thank you. With this I would like to ask Legislative Council, if this legislation is approved as is there any conflicting language when this referendum would go onto the ballot? Is there a certain time limit, or to get some?
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, you're going in and out. I think when Madam Chair Crotty is referring, I don't want to state what she might be stating for, but the Honorable or Ms. Barbara, I guess the time frame, if this legislation is approved, what is the time frame in order for us to have the guidance? Does this have to be immediate, or is this something that we would put on? What does it say in the legislation? The timeline of this. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. The legislation, the way it's written, the referendum will be on the, at the general election in November. That is specifically included in your legislation. And if you look at, let's see, 11 NNC 403A, it states that the Navajo Nation Council shall, by resolution, refer a referendum measure for public votes. The resolution shall place timelines for the election, which shall be held at the next regularly scheduled Navajo Nation election, primary, general, or Navajo Nation-wide election, if such election is scheduled no sooner than 60 days following the adoption of the resolution. Therefore, the resolution specifically, as it was drafted, complies with the timelines set out in 11 NNC 403. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, are you back on the line? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Not, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Chairman or Vice Chair Honorable Otto So in the queue. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. At this time, thank you for bringing this legislation forth. I agree that this is the legislation, something that we're proposing to the people to make a decision, whether they vote in favor of it or they vote against it. So I myself personally would not support this. If we're given the chance to vote on it, I'd vote no. One is that what Honorable Kealan McGay has brought up was that you increase the council, you will not improve the direct service that's being provided to the Navajo people. The other is that this inserting a number is very, what if language is adopted and indicated that the increase of delegates should be based off of population? That way, the current delegate regions that have the population according to what the population margin was for the 24, I believe the threshold was about 8,000 people. And if a delegate region reaches 16,000 people their population, that region should get another delegate based off of population. So I think that you actually increase where it's really needed, not just across the board, because they all don't across the board go, but using the people, the population is a effective measure. Now, for instance, like in these areas that's not populated, they're not living there. They have to get schooled in to another school, or they're gonna get bused into another high school somewhere, maybe 40 miles, 50 miles away. There's probably no stores, there's no economic growth in those areas, but people live in communities, bigger communities, for a purpose. There's health facilities, there's health matters, education matters, and so forth. So, with that, looking at this year's, the last census data that Congress approved, my community has 8,700 people. Shiprock has 8,290. Chintley has 4,879. Those numbers are the current numbers. They're way different than 10 years ago, this number. I think it's better to utilize, my opinion is to utilize the population to ask for, so that a delegate could be given to that community. Other than that, representing people that have 24 regions that has the same population base. Whether you represent 5 chapters, 8 chapters, or 1 chapters, or 2 chapters. Population, reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Araso. Honorable Araso with 44 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, down. Thanks. Speaker, the members of the Nomination Council. I don't share with Delegate Monica. Members of the Nomination Council, I believe that the last time the council was reduced through the referendum vote, I believe that there was a process was established by the Navajo Nation Supreme Court in the Nelson versus Initiative. And through that court, there was an opinion that was made to the people. So the first one is to initiate such a change in the size of the council initiative, gather names and signature, inform the public through public hearing, and give the people a choice of the numbers of delegates. The people has to come up with the choice of the number of the delegates and design a reapportionment plan attached to each of the numbers, then give it to the people. I think the opinion specifically held it that the Navajo Nation Council cannot do it on its own, cannot do this on its own to come up with an idea and place it before the people. 48 we don't even give the people an option and a choice, which I think this might go through another lawsuit. So I think we need to look back into the Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Nation Supreme Court ruling, which extensive public hearing was conducted. Option to the numbers of delegates were created through public hearing. We don't want to go through this lawsuit again. The whole And so what we're saying right now is that allowing the people to decide doesn't mean that the council coming up with the idea and give it the people only one option. Which is quite not easy. So, Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Any other comments, colleagues?
48. Yeah, the 48. Don't they such no? We're not keeping the people.
If not, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and reserve my time. That case that was referenced to, I'm reading it to try to get some more information, so I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare.
Yeah, Nana, so
2
thank you
minutes
very
and 30
much.
seconds.
Okay, yeah, Nana, to shake up base about the Siban to Dika said 48 is now 8 pesos, but the cut on the north, Dagi 24, the cut on the north, Dagi with the fringe benefit rate, the heat of 860,280. That's additional. Nana, because at 36, yeah, it's going to cost $430,140. But not a crow, not tidy meeting bandal, they oh, hey, you peso. Asn't that, oh, you told this or that or this or that's not on. None of the art and so the 48 got or they had thought it's going to cost 1,720,560. Each on a tied on meeting. He has your never on transparency had none. These are about the one that I edit or 8 or whatever. Yes, Kita. These nearly at Edin Jainat at on the Cybernaut. 8 or what 8 no silly hat. Zita Arnold Elmer Gay. He's right. Jo is net at the Hajaban Yati or what deep in that. Oh, you press about all this. Other LD8 now thought me. So what now go? So connect or else enough of this. Indeed. Shady Kitchen, 48. But I'd like to see 36 compared to 48. All Yanahat, all yeah. Only Hotati, no Yati Tina. Ni Saki, Host, don't never yes, no. Those 1,000 hit a native Pahato, the hit of a chest, that then. Could honorable First Lady had seen the great and George Editor, Government Development Officer, H.O. Hanoya had I don't that yard. You don't know what one Saskisha has John Sack neck at Navajo making Nita, Chief Justice Robert Yazzie, even in a venue to see us shown that the band Saskisha at Annie. What I in had all yeah. Be tired of Janata, not beyond yet of key. If once about her, see the late answer to due respect, and I'd like to. I'm voting against the 48. This is not what you call a plan. My colleague, Special Budget Finance Committee, he's done Shlini, a job on Fokis. Out on the day at large at many to the order. So he needs another chapter to combine with the Tuba City so he can get off his rocking chair. We need a challenge. They don't need another additional Tuba City. He just needs to take care of another chapter to take care of it. Are you not? No, thank you.
Moving on down, Honorable Daniels, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Speaker, at the queue.
Yes. You have 1 minute and 20 seconds in reserve time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Kodo Aroshanale. So Kodo. Because data na Zobas at the Nato, which hotel Nick current bananas eat or list. Let's put it in numbers, Yakodo. Kodoni Baha 12 Gabakal, 12 delegates, 24 delegates, 48 delegates, 88 delegates, 110. Yeah, those are just examples. I'm just throwing out those numbers. So 80 yeah, but can't yeah, but it's hot was nicht. Or in the Pipinan is eat or least. Because it that is the Schnee, that's the president. I would support this number. I would support this legislation if there was other numbers on the legislation, like what I just mentioned, 12, 24, 48, 110 that are a call. What I was just on that not about 48 yeah. 80 bits of there I don't know they'll get yellow hair and so about reserve time.
10 seconds. Reserve time at 10 seconds.
Speaker, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker, there was a reference to a case. There was, can I get the citation to that case just to make sure that I'm reading the proper case? And is it possible for Legislative Council to provide us a copy of that case that was being referenced to? Thank you.
Who made the reference to K?
The case that was being referenced was made by Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay. No, but then he said there was a reference earlier to a section, or was it just that?
I figured there was a reference made to a Supreme Court case.
Okay, right.
If I could get this citation and if I could also get Legislative Council to send us a copy of that case. I'm currently looking at I hope I'm looking at the right case, and that's why I want to make sure that I'm reading the right case that is being referenced to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay, there's a request to see what specifically what that case was, what you're referencing to. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, there's a Supreme Court ruling in Nelson versus Initiative case.
Well, do you have a citation number?
No, I don't.
Nelson versus Michigan. Office of Legislative Council. Can you get that? What Honorable Elmer Begay is referencing?
I have,
And send that over to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
okay, that citation is very strange. It'll take us a while to find it. There is on page 3, starting at line 4, there is the citation to the Navajo Supreme Court that the Office of Legislative Council felt was the most important one to reference in this legislation. And I will attempt to find the one that Delegate Begay is talking about, and I will also send the one that is cited in the legislation. And I would just like to add that the Office of Legislative Council reviewed the cases in-depthly. We're actually involved in those litigations, so I'm really confident that we have it right. But I will give those fine copies of those cases for the council's review. Thank you, Speaker. It'll take me a while. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back then to Honorable Wanika for response.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Jamie Hinu just made a supporting statement, and I appreciate that. It is that's exactly my reasoning is because of the people. We need to let our people participate in the government. I think this is one of the legislations that they can do that. And I think they need to express their concerns and their views on this. If they vote no, then that's their decision. Then like Jimmy Yellowhair is saying, then we don't have to worry about additional funding. But that will be the choice of the people. And then in reference to Madam Chair Crowdy, she's talking about the timeline. And to some extent, our Chief Legislative Council answered that question, but in the 2022 Navajo Nation primary election, the first date that it starts with is first day individuals may obtain candidate application and file as a candidate. 14-day filing period. It starts in April 2021. So moving this to the summer session, it would put us in a situation as far as timeline. So that's what I was talking about. So there is the 2022 election is coming close as far as the primary election is concerned. He appreciate us giving this to the people. But I think that's the next step that we're going to be looking at. If we disagree with that, what he said is when it gets on the ballot, he's going to vote no. And I think that's a responsibility that we have too. If we disagree with that, we can talk to our people, let them know why we disagree with it. And maybe this is like campaigning for 24 and campaigning for the 48, like two candidates running. We have another opportunity to address this as a voter. So I think that's what we should be looking at. And that way we can make a decision with the people on exactly what is best for them. And he talked about apportionment going by council districts. That would be the proper way to go. But there's already a process with the Navajo Nation Title 11. In 1975 and every 10 years thereafter, there's supposed to be an apportionment made with the Navajo Nation Council. And we haven't had that apportionment done because of the reducing the council from 88 to 24. And so election administration hasn't given us a date when the next apportionment is supposed to be done. So I agree with him. If we were going by redistricting, then we would look at the council districts and look at population. But we don't have that process as far as the Navajo Nation election laws are concerned. We have an apportionment process. And they just apportion the whole, like 24, they'll reapportion it. We'll get reapportion again. And it'll depend on how the growth of the population would be. And then that might add another 1 or 2 delegates or whatever. But we haven't been doing that. So maybe that's one thing we should be looking at also. And then Elmer Begay, what he's talking about is something that I looked at, and that's the reason why this particular legislation is finally coming before the Navajo Nation Council. When the first year of the 24th Council, I approached our Chief Legislative Council that I wanted this to be put on the ballot before the Navajo Nation chapter officers election. But that was a concern as far as what the Supreme Court decision was. So she did some research and it took a while, and now finally we're going to still give it to the people. And one of the reasons one of the reasons, like I said, is I was just going to go with the petition process. But the law was an impossible law. It was something that cannot be overcome by the people. Akunda behas ani bahata dilia ya do chombe na hon tao dilia because that that in ato le casino gona ato hito that the general petition that is lana that it in ado she so 24 to 48 is lana do bi gata do chombe na hon ta eko even now additional even the President Shirley with the resources he landed it in within the Supreme Court just put it on the ballot in Hidini. A court paddle yashonda. A court even in Dida, you see that Ago Abby has argued bears only because a slain so Ivan's case. So eight and Ado Alaya Huns and Toala Epitaton it eight or with Ada. Even additional. The Kudo government developed that the Shigi Hajot at it Nishiko. Ya, he can't out of Littler, and Nihut Abin, the she the Shin Hidon Littler. Kadi Ajida Nishan or Hasin Side and other Yashmona. Akoho. When so not Anna State or Little Aro Jimmy Yellow, Nana Kudo Peso is going to cost 860,000. Other 430,000 plus other over $1 million. Ishida knew what only so what ain't the cut at the Bahos and the other 24 that don't need so that. A co a other Bikeda house, she a and need $18. Other could Herman Daniels a store. Could not have been the national during the Navigating Committee when he didn't need. A good hour. Not kidding, to reduce the council 88. Not kidding, Navajo Nation Council, but that one not. It didn't go to the people by a referendum. Although when I was on the council in 1998 to 2002, I tried it, and what I did at that time is I put 7 numbers before the people. 7 numbers in the primary 110, 88, 72, 55, 48, 32, and 24. What are able to I don't even get that is nil. Net the highest vote getter was 88 and 24. I don't the 88, 24 gave Nebataton Nanata. The Quadi in the 24 gave by 2 to 1 vote on Nasna. The Quabe Nacha there was a super majority law policy. Majority of all the registered voters have to vote in order for a referendum to pass ITA. I think they needed something like 42,000 people to vote to be a majority vote of the registered voter. I think I just got a little over 30,000 or something like that. So that particular, even though 24 won by 2 to 1 vote in the other week has neither. Driven when Joe Shirley wanted to reduce the council, he used 48, saying that that's the people's choice. No. 88 or 24 and none day. 8 and kill 8 and day. A could at 48 or 24 in that day. Platoida and Nihasin so national Yahoo the numbers again. The Kuitain so a bas on that and he council delegate the Haloda letter that the donation 110 be or no national 88 or 24 be now as night. A quaid of our Honosendo Lisbon, yeah, quite. A co Ticarahonado is never that on it elbow. When did up let him decide don't he chat say just say 48 ba adole to tlache ya 24 da no sin jin huta da ito ne to huta sin hin na bi tawil ne dole bin ye it enige a ko kai da na bi ne liste no hat it a ko kai gi sin tla to e bi lista ni lten dole ni hito a kon so ni jana da na ti dole yeah. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Edison. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions before I go back to reserve time? We are on legislation 0251-21, sponsored by Honorable Edison Winika, motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Paul Begay.
Speaker?
Chairman Yazi?
Yes, I had requested to speak on this legislation.
Floor is yours, Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council. On behalf of our Navajo Nation, our people, I make the motion, let them vote, make the motion to cease debate.
Second by Otto So.
Hello?
And I'm just trying to get a balance. Colleagues, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 individuals. Was well 7 minusing Chairman Yazi, and out of those 7, there's 5 who stated that they're against this. 1 who's for it, and 1 who's has not stated. So with that, colleagues, there's no balance. So at this time, Honorable Chairman Edwin Yazi, I can't accept your motion. That, colleagues, moving on down. There's nobody else.
To speak.
Request to speak, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, floor is yours. 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
All right, Speaker, I'll go ahead and say just a few words on this legislation that Mr. Honorable Wanika is sponsoring. I know this was been in the talks from past councils ever since when it was reduced, the council from 88 to 24. And I remember telling the membership at that time that I was in support of cutting down on the council. And so based on that, the Navajo people, our people, decided that we will do this. But at that time, I know it was stated earlier that the numbers wasn't decided on. It was just 24 was decided on. And I don't know if we all remember, but at the beginning of our tour of this council, we indicated that this 24 was only a temporary number that we are on and that we need to finalize the number. So I'm for this legislation and letting our people decide. And so, and I would just ask the colleagues that we vote in favor of this. And so I know we've experienced the 24, and, you know, we hear from our chapters that it's really hard for us to be at one place at the same time. And so I believe, and I know that going back up to the 40 mark would benefit the delegate themselves, he or she, in producing a good work environment. And also it will also benefit the membership. And so I am for this legislation and ask again that we vote in favor of it. I wish I could make another motion to seize debate, but our speaker had already said that there is no balance. So with that, Speaker, I will end my little 5, 4, 3, 2-minute presentation, and I will vote in favor of this legislation. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. Let me go back to reserve time.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue?
2 minutes and 44 seconds. Honorable Freeland, was that you?
Yes, sir.
I'll put you in the queue. Chairman Henia, 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Can barely hear you.
What about now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, to the Speaker, David Oshman, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Though with that, with what Chairman Yazzie has just mentioned, where he's for this legislation, and I am for this legislation and so forth. And so with that, I motion to cease debate. Hopefully there's a balance at this time, and reserve my time.
Motion by Chairman Yazzie. By Chairman Henia.
Second.
3 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 not stating. How long have we been debating? Yeah, there was over an hour today, and there was 5 hours and 53 minutes at Nobby. I remember that. Chairman Henio's motion is second by Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Henio, I'll recognize your cease debate. That, colleagues, is a cease debate motion by Chairman Henio, second by Chairman Edwin Yazzie. What? There's no debate on a cease debate motion. With that, let's go to go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
I'll make Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty,
Shredded Delegate Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Ron votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
You votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green. Red.
Honorable
Red. I'm sorry.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. With a vote of 16 in favor, 7 opposed, the speaker not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. On legislation 0251-21, there's a motion to cease debate. 16 in favor, 7 opposed, and speaker not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go to board on legislation 0251-21. This is the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kel Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I
vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair
The
votes
chief.
red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Speaker with a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. 17.
Shannon, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Set 18 in favor, 5 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Okay, so that's 18 in favor, 5 opposed, and speaker not voting. On legislation 0251-21, motion carries. That, moving on down. Item number P on our agenda. Legislation 0002-22, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Liu, and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Is there a spot? Oh, wait. Mr. Rico, you're reading into record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. Tracking number 0002-22, an action relating to the resource and development, the health, education, human services, the law and order, and the Navajo committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog and other animal attacks. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, but one recommendation. Recommendation, the Resource and Development Committee recommends that the Navajo Nation Council schedule a work session on legislation 0002-22, the Navajo Nation programs that should be invited to attend the work session include, but are not limited to, the Prosecutor's Office, Fish and Wildlife Animal Control Program, Navajo Veterinary Program, Office of the Controller, Office of Management Budget, Department of Agriculture, Navajo Division of Public Safety, and Navajo Housing Authority. Purposes of this work session include review of legislation 0002-22, identifying funding to increase the animal control staff and to provide more funding to that staff, to provide suggestions as to the number of dogs and cats a household may possess, provide suggestions on how to establish more spay and neuter clinics, provide suggestions on how to educate Navajo residents to care for their dogs and cats, and other topics to address this issue of dogs that injuring the Navajo population. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You also have a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommend do pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a majority vote and moves on to the office of the president and vice president. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, on
Motion.
002.
Delegate Rick Nez.
Motion by Honorable
Second,
Edison
Charles
Nico, second
Newton.
by Honorable Rick Nez. That colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So. That Honorable Eugene So, 20 minutes on the board.
Speaker, add me to the queue, please.
Sure.
Yes.
Question. So, there, on her thought of it, big hell. Oh, us. We could all, not so done, so we all are sure over in this county. Need and expect the husband. It's really urgent that we give something to the prosecutor. They does Michigan, they now Michigan. Earlier, so, it is been getting the corner talking about see, it's really, really bad out there where our young generation, they deformed them. Those Twitter signs. It's just a legislation to give something to the prosecutors to work with. I get it, but up check or agency been yeah. Although I say you can see this. Although I think my agent is Vernon C. Jackson, acting delegate. I think he's waiting also to see what he says on chair.
Hello, can't hear anybody.
Honorable Eugene So, your agent.
Vernon L. Jackson, acting delegated chief prosecutor, Chicago. I think he's listening. I want to give him some time for this legislation for us. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Vernon Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
May I speak, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and for those council delegates that are sponsoring this legislation, this proposed legislation. Special thank you for Eugene So's effort to get this matter up on the table and for all to be considered. We all know that this was vetoed the last go around, and the main reason why it was vetoed was because of the need to get the executive branch professionals involved in the creation of the legislation. That did happen. We met with the animal control, also the resource enforcement, and some members from the zoo also who came and participated in the meeting. I think the only entity that didn't come to the meeting was the Division of Public Safety. However, I do believe that there was significant work done to get this legislation to the point to where it's at today, where we have a consensus that the way it is created right now is the way that we want to see it go forth. There is one part of this legislation that probably needs a little bit more work, but it's inevitably a part of what the situation is with the animal control program, not having the Navajo Nation peace officer certification fully engage as of yet, but it's my understanding that they're working towards getting that authority so that their officers can assist in enforcing these provisions. I don't want to say too much about that because Gloria Tom, who is the director of the Fish and Wildlife Program, and also Kevin Gleason, who's the supervisor in the Animal Control Office, are here today also and present and may be able to answer any questions concerning the law enforcement authority that they're working on to ensure that they become a big part of how this legislation will be enforced. But there are provisions in this legislation that really helps for the problem to be addressed and for the situation to be brought before the courts of the Navajo Nation so that these individuals who do possess these vicious animals, whether it be a dog or a wolf or whatever animal that they have in their possession, that they be held accountable for the way that these animals interact with the community. We all know the problems that this situation has caused in our communities. This legislation helps to ensure that we have the laws in place to assist us to go forth in enforcing these, in creating a remedy for this problem. So that's what we have today. And I don't want to take too much time. I did want to say that there was a consensus amongst all of the partners who sat and looked through the legislation. We worked together on it. The Legislative Counsel's Office and also the legislative assistant, we all worked together to bring this to where it is at today. And all because of the effort of Mr. Eugene So in his effort to bring this thing towards fruition for what we have today. And of course, all of the co-sponsors of this legislation. I think the number of co-sponsors really does show that there is a strong support for legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gene So, does that conclude your presentation?
Okay,
Great, thank you. With that, let me go to the floor then. I do have a motion and a second. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon Ottoson and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Eugene So, and Acting Chief Prosecutor Mr. Jackson, and then all the folks on the line. There is a request for an amendment, and I wish to sponsor it. Legislative Counsel Laura Lane Tabahi has drafted the amendment, and if she would, please send it out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, I would make the motion to amend the legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Do you have that? Miss Laureline Pai? Ms. Pai, do you have that? Have you sent that over?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Give me about 2 minutes to find it. I had sent it to Delegate So, but that was yesterday. So I'm going to find the same email. It's finished. It's very minor. And I'll send that out in about 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you.
Send it out. Oh, reserve your time, Chairman Daniel So, at 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, staff, and thank you, Speaker.
Colleagues, you're just joining us, everybody listening in. We are on legislation 0002-22. This is an action related to RDC, Health Education, Human Services, and Law and Order Committee. Did get recommended by the Navigation Committee, and that's the reason why it's here at Navajo Nation Council. It's amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog and other animal attacks. It's sponsored by Honorable Eugene. So we're at this point waiting for an amendment. Looks like we do have it now. And this is amendment number 1. On legislation 0002-22. The sponsor is by Chairman Daniel. So if you could read it into the record. I do have Ms. Naka here with a. Oh, no, you gotta do it with your phone. Just read it. I'll have Alyssa read it into the record.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment 1 on page 4, line 23, after the word nuisance, underline new language, semicolon, vicious dogs, end of new language. 2 on page 6 at line 28, between the words provisions and herein, insert new underline text, new language in subsection 4, 8, 6, B7, 8, and 9, and a new language. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Navajo Nation Council hereby authorizes the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors consistent with the council's intent in approving this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other council amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, there's a motion by Chairman Daniel. So is there a second?
I'll second, sir.
Second by Chairman Edwin.
Delegate Yellow here.
Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Delegate Cardi votes green.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Well, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Yeah.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
So right now I'm muted.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 1. That, colleagues, let's go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue. Madam Chair, floor is yours on legislation 0002-22 on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Honorable Eugene So for bringing this legislation forward. As the Acting Chief Prosecutor stated, it is something that does need to be considered. However, when this legislation was at RDC, there was a request to have this legislation go back to a work session. And the reason that that request was made was because we were asked if the Rangers were consulted, if the prosecutor's office was consulted, if police department was consulted, as well as other programs. And the response was that it wasn't, that they weren't, that this was just a second try at getting the legislation through. So we did have a in-depth conversation on this. And for that reason, I'm going to ask Speaker at this time that we table this legislation and allow it to go through a work session with all of the departments and divisions that need to be a part of this conversation. And then also RDC Law and Order Committee as well. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Okay, so this will be until no longer than time frame?
If we can either at spring session or if it's ready before spring session, before that time.
Okay, so motion to table legislation 0002-22 and bring it back by spring session, or if a work session has been completed by both Law and Order and Resource and Development Committee, in order for them to adhere and listen to, what are those departments again?
Thank you, Speaker. I hope that no time is taken from me. So at RDC, we did ask that the Rangers, I believe it was the Rangers, the Animal Control, Police Department. We also asked for Prosecutor's Office, Law and Order Committee, RDC, and I believe, I think that is it. Chair Naz, is it possible to get Chair Naz on since the request had come from RDC to table the legislation until we have this work group? Because
From Law and Order, no. Law and Order, I can't keep up a little bit. The screen, oh, there it goes. And that will include the Navajo Nation, or that will include LOC and RDC. No, it's an LOC and RDC joint work session. So we're not. Yeah. Or recommendations and amendments. Okay, motion to table legislation 0002-22 and bring it back bring back by Navajo Nation Council spring session to hold, or sooner, to hold a Law and Order and RDC joint work session and include the prosecutor's office, Navajo Nation police, public safety officers, or police officers, Animal Control Program, Navajo Nation Rangers, and divisions for possible recommendations and amendments. There's a motion to table by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Second, colleagues, is there a second? Went twice.
Delegate Begay, second.
Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, as Honorable Eugene So is the sponsor of this, per the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. He has 3 minutes on this
question
motion.
of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newton, question of privilege.
Yeah, as Speaker, I do want to just point out that page, there is a committee report from RDC that lists all of the programs that need to be part of that work session. I apologize, I just now found it with this point of privilege, because it is important that we have a full, obviously, a recording of this request. Speaker, can I just read the work session, like to include, and then all of the office? That way we have all listed.
Or you could just state the resolution.
Okay.
Per resolution.
It is per the Resources and Development Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council Fourth Year 2022 Committee Report that was signed by Chairperson Rick Nez. And it was a due pass with the recommendation that is provided within the legislation, Speaker.
There it is, huh? Yeah, just put the, and division or rangers and other and other divisions and departments recommended by according to the RDC what do you call that? Committee report.
Speaker Freeland, point of privilege.
Okay, there it is. Point of privilege by Honorable Chair Mark Freeland.
Speaker and colleagues, I just want to get some clarification. Do we call for question of privilege or do we call for point of privilege? Is there two separate instances in this case? Clarification, please. Thank you.
Point of privilege.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, as you can see, colleagues, restated, motion to table legislation 0002-22 and bring back by Navajo Nation spring session to hold must hold a LOC and RDC joint work session and which will include the prosecutor's office, public safety, animal control program, fish and wildlife divisions, and other programs departments provided in the RDC committee report that is attached to legislation 0002-22 for possible recommendations and amendments. That motion by Madam Chair Charles Newman, second by Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, motion I did while we were motioning was going over to Honorable Eugene So. Actually, Honorable Eugene So, you have 3 minutes on the board on a tabling motion.
Okay. Yeah, now we could all now solve it done. So we started last week or last year that earlier on there and has seen later. Or either that China not just other because it's the prosecutor. So I don't. It's a criminal consciousness. Dido, deep as a clean to be. I don't resources I'm coming to it. Ye large, the man tag, not a shark nez. I don't the admin councils. They have on to the kids there. I honor their wishes. They've been not it's on Hanish, you know, they can't all Shinani hands on now to just. Yodo to Shat Olsina is down. All what you know at the question nach thought nach as it. So I showed it. They call me down so the nobody only at the latter. Get chance you go to that's either. I showed it. So they can do something, the prosecutor can do something with it. At least we'll have something to they can fight with. I need a I double on Holland. I did get up on the source. Doshing out the day, does nothing be not hot, also hot, asking to one on it, equation, based on some drinking equipment hot to change these issues, to make laws or to side out some laws where it can help, you know, to apply it and then resolve these kind of problems. That's our job. So this is what we're doing, our job, to give something to the prosecutor that they can use so they can prosecute. Since this one, not so December is long that those December 31st, all legislation. So we need to talk now. Could I be had not feel this let's do something for our people out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Honorable Eugene. So with that, colleagues, let's go to the board on the tabling motion.
Honorable Almer Begay, Honorable Almer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakati,
Shadid, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Dave Charles. Okay.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman
I
M.
vote
Daniels,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable
I vote
Otto
red.
So, Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Edison Winika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Paul Begay changed his vote to red. Honorable Amber Crotty changed her vote to red. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 8 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Honorable Carl Slater changed his vote to red. 14 in favor, 9 opposed, Speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, with a 14 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. To table legislation 0002-22. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down on our agenda. Item number Q, legislation 0006-22. It's an action or okay. Okay, yeah. Legislation 0006-22, sponsored by Honorable Otto, co-sponsored by Honorable myself, Seth Amon. It's an action related to the Budget and Finance and Navajo committees and the Navajo Nation Council establishing the Dene Relocate Fund. With that, colleagues. Oh,
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
I don't know how to.
Talking about Eugene So.
I'm going over to Ms. Nakai. Hold on, colleagues. To read it into the record.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, then Navajo Committee, since Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Otto So, prime sponsor, and co-sponsored by Speaker Seth Damon. Tracking number 006-22, an action relating to Budget and Finance and Navajo committees and the Navajo Nation Council establishing the Dene Relocate Fund. This has been electronically read into the records according to the committee rule 9. And there are changes on page 5 of 10, changes to title 12, chapter 26, the Relocate Fund. There are references to exhibits that are in the resolution or in the legislation, and the Navajo Committee has a due pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This has been electronically read into the record per Council Committee Rule number 9. Speaker.
It's okay, we're getting it done. Thank you, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Thomas Walker.
Second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Twice. 1, 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Keelan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty,
This is Delegate Claudia. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Cardi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Remus Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Remus Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, so yeah, got a show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. On the main motion on legislation 0006-22, motion, a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries.
Speaker,
Yes.
did I just say thank you before you go on?
Honorable Otto So.
My colleague.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead. You have.
Hey. And then, though, I really appreciate your vote. So this action that you have just approved will allow some of these dollars to be released to individual families that are impacted by the Navajo Hopi Relocation Settlement Act. Based on the ahlon de aisto, ya katne adi kapiche ya hotel badasa. Oh, Diego ba here. Ne, dashin kapiche, na hoti give cow. Thank you very much, Speaker. And go on to the next legislation.
Thank you. That, colleagues, moving on down on our agenda. Item under new business, new R legislation 0019-22. Ms. Naka, if you could read that for the record. The sponsors by Honorable Keon McGee, co-sponsors by Honorable Slater.
Okay. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Honorable Key Allen DeGay Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0019-22, an action relating to an emergency, establishing the Navajo Nation's position that the voting rights of the Navajo voters in all state and federal elections should be protected by appropriate legislation and other means, authorizing the Navajo Nation President and the Speaker of the Navajo Nation to affirm the Navajo Nation's position. And this has been electronically read into the record per the Council Rule 9.
Motion, Monica.
Second, Freeland.
I have to read that? Yeah. I have to read the whole rule?
Hold on. This, legislation was not read into the record. Ms. Nakai, go ahead.
Okay. We're on page 1 of 5, line 18. Whereas A, the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation 2 and NC Section 102A. B, pursuant to 2 and NC Section 164A16, quote, matters constituting an emergency shall be limited to the cessation of law enforcement services and disaster relief services, fire protection services, or other direct services required as an entitlement under Navajo Nation or federal law, or which directly threaten the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. Such an emergency matter must arise due to the pressing public need for such resolutions and must be a matter requiring final action by the Council, end quote. C, voting in the United States is a fundamental right of all Americans. U.S. Constitution Amendment 25, 1870. Although the U.S. Congress ratified the 15th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, it was not until the Snyder Act in 1924 that Native Americans were given the right to vote under the 15th Amendment. Despite this, minorities, particularly Native Americans, continue to face discrimination and other unfair restrictions in the election process, including unreasonable voter registration procedures, inadequate language assistance, and unfair voter identification requirements. Native Americans with disabilities face even more barriers in the voting process, including those at the polls on election day. D, in the United States, it is constitutionally unlawful for the federal government or any state to deny to any citizen the right to vote based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. U.S. Constitution Amendment 25, Section 1. E, the Navajo Nation, as with all Native American tribes, has a unique government-to-government relationship with the United States of America, Treaty of 1868, August 12, 1868, 15 Statute 667. F, the federal government owes a duty of trust to all Native Americans in this country. Native Americans are citizens of this country, and many have served honorably in the military forces of the United States. G, minorities, particularly Native Americans, continue to face discrimination and other unfair restrictions in the election process. Today, practices of voter suppression include unfair voter identification requirements, unreasonable voter registration procedures, and inadequate language assistance. H, the Navajo Nation has historically approved Navajo Nation resolutions to protect and preserve the voting rights of Navajo, Native American, and minority voters. One resolution number NAVIS 3221, an action relating to Nabageatiat Committee supporting the Frank Harrison, Elizabeth Peratrovich, and Miguel Trujillo Native American Voting Rights Act of 2021. S-2702, a bill introduced in the United States Senate. 2, resolution number CMA 1320, paragraph or parenthesis, An action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation opposing the state of Arizona's all-male in voting for the elections, requesting the state of Arizona consult with the Navajo Nation on other alternatives, in parentheses. 3, Resolution NABIAP 1720, parentheses, an action relating to Nabakiatia supporting HR 5510, a proposed congressional bill amending the Help America Vote Act of 2002 and entitled Protection and Advocacy for Voting Access Program Inclusion Act, in parentheses. 4, Resolution NABJA 0720, parentheses, an action relating to Nabakiatia supporting proposed Native American Voting Rights Act of 2019 as introduced through U.S. Senate Bill 739 and House of Representatives Bill 1694, in parentheses. I, the Navajo Nation Council by Resolution CJN 1508, also established the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission 2 and NC Section 920 et sec to interact with local, state, national, and international groups and advocate for recognition of Navajo human rights, which includes Navajo voting rights and Navajo voting redistricting efforts. 3, the Navajo Nation Council hereby finds the following. 1, Native Americans were the last Americans to be granted citizenship in the United States and the last to gain access to the right to vote. While Navajo voters are some of the most active and reliable voters in Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, Navajos still face numerous barriers in accessing their right to vote. 2, Navajo voters face voting issues that are unique to Indian country. The extremely rural nature of the Navajo Nation presents unique challenges for Navajo voters. Many Navajos must travel long distances to access basic voting services. All the county seats are located off the Navajo Nation. It is not uncommon for a Navajo voter to have to travel long distances one way to a polling location. As a population that faces extreme poverty, traveling these long distances can have an extreme impact on the voters' financial resources. 3, all Navajo voters must travel some distance to access their mail. The extremely rural nature of the Navajo Nation has resulted in there being no home mail delivery service on the nation. All residents on the Navajo Nation receive their election mail at their post office box address. There is a finite number of post office boxes on the Navajo Nation. Currently, there are fewer post office boxes than people, resulting in family members being required to share a post office box. Post offices generally limit the number of people that can be listed on a box, causing some who share post office boxes with their families to be removed from the box. Renting a post office box within the Navajo Nation is very costly, and if the fee is not paid on time, the box could be closed. If there are no availability on the family box, or if voters do not have enough money to pay the yearly fee, voters are forced to travel long distances to secure any available post office boxes. This drastically limits the ability of the voter to receive important voter information or their ballot in the mail. 4, getting to a polling location or post office box is often a difficult task as transportation options are limited. Navajos rely on relatives or clan members for transportation because most Navajo households only have one vehicle for the entire family. In some parts of the Navajo Nation, very few Navajos own a vehicle. Travel across the Navajo Nation can also be difficult as thousands of miles of roads are unpaved. Long travel times make checking post office boxes a hardship for Navajo voters who are elderly or disabled. Navajo voters must also choose to check their mail less frequently, checking once a week or even little as once every few weeks, making receipt of time-sensitive information difficult. 5, additionally, when Navajo voters do utilize a post office to mail their ballots, mail routes and timing are unreliable. This increases the risk of a ballot being uncounted. Because of the long delay in mailing, many Navajo voters prefer to vote in person or utilize drop boxes to ensure their vote is counted. 6, the Navajo language is widely spoken by Navajo voters. The Navajo people are a racial and language minority under the Voting Rights Act and entitled to language assistance under the Act. Any written election material provided in the English language must also be provided in Navajo. Navajo voters continue to face language barriers in voting, whether it be through a lack of voting material in Navajo or a lack of translators available to help them under the contents of their ballot. 7, eligible voters within the Navajo Nation should not face hardship in registering to vote, receiving and importing voting information, or casting their ballot. Overall, poverty combined with the rural nature of the nation and language barriers make voting for Navajos uniquely challenging. These disparities hinder active participation in the political process and effectively deny Navajos living on Navajo Nation lands the right to vote. 8, the Navajo Nation has a strong interest in ensuring that Native Americans have an equal opportunity to participate in the electoral process, the same as other U.S. citizens. Each Navajo person registered to vote in state and federal elections in Arizona, New Mexico, or Utah should have the ability to cast their ballot and have their vote counted. K, it is necessary for Navajo people, Navajo chapters, Navajo communities, and the Navajo Nation to continue protecting and preserving voting rights of Navajo voters by working with federal and state agencies as well as private organizations to advocate for the protection of the voting rights of the Navajo people. The first peoples of this country should not be the last people to cast their ballots. Therefore, be it resolved. The Navajo Nation strongly urges the U.S. Congress to enact voting rights legislation to protect the constitutionally guaranteed right of Native Americans to vote in all federal and state elections. The federal government must fulfill its trust responsibility and safeguard Navajo citizens' rights to vote, as well as the voting rights of all Native Americans. The Navajo Nation Council hereby authorizes the Navajo Nation President and the Navajo Nation Speaker to affirm the Navajo Nation's position of protecting and preserving the voting rights of Navajo voters in all federal and state elections. Thereafter, you have a copy of the Office of Legislative Counsel's memo, and then the Internet Public Review has not had any comments. Speaker.
Can you hear me? Okay, with that, thank you, Ms. Nakai, for reading legislation 0019-22 into the record. This legislation is sponsored again by Honorable Kim, co-sponsored by Honorable Slater, and will be co-sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown as well too. That, colleagues, is there a motion? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Question, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours. Oh, whoa. Che, Honorable Keon Begay. You go to the sponsor first.
Yate, Nando Lisa Kado, Speaker, Ado the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tikudo emergency legislation dahil so dito agenda add on osa earlier. Okoko 0019-22. Okoko Monday ata kodo the kwigushi bahata sito bahata isi le kodo at the state level and then at the federal level. A lot of these election process are being, I guess, being some part being eliminated. So and I believe that if we as Native American, and especially us Navajo, being the largest tribe with a large land base, covering into 3 states, that we got to really make a stance or position to say that Shohei, Hila Stokodo, Halit Ala Dojo, Hahoins and the net and that aki, net na aki, the local chapter level. To some extent, I covered on Monday down that if we're going to cover the state and the federal level, we also need to make a position. The one thing that I continue to express, and then I do appreciate the council asking the federal government to make an assessment report to the Navajo Nation government of how they're doing their postal service on the Navajo Nation. So they're not much interested. Major, I believe, majority of the bigger community on the Navajo Nation, like for example, Winderup, they have their own post office. 45, they have their own post office. But in some areas, like for me, the 5 chapters that I represent, 2 of the communities don't have a post office, which is Low Mountain, Talani Cottonwood. These communities, they get their either maybe like for example, either in Kemis Canyon or Pinyon or Kachip Blue Gap or even in Chinle. You know that when you fill out a ballot, I mean requesting for a ballot, they start asking where your residence is. So if you're saying that you live in Low Mountain, but you live, you're receiving your ballot in Chinle, I mean that raises a question. And then I also gave an example in the Touchy Blue Gap area. As far as the county vote, the community of Burnt Corn, Touchy Blue Gap, and Touchy Blue Gap, called there's a county line, Apache County and Navajo County. So in Touchy Blue Gap, the people lived in the Burnt Corn area lived in the Navajo County. If they're going to be voting in the chapter or Navajo Nation election, they have to go to Touchy Blue Gap chapter house. But if they're going to be voting in the county or the state, then they have to go back into the county. I think the last time they always utilized the Whippoorwill chapter, but between Blue Gap and Whippoorwill, you're talking about almost a good 15 miles or more. So ballots that registration. You know that a lot of county seats are off the reservation. It referenced in the legislation that if a person lives in the border of like Red Mesa or Sweetwater, we're in the northeast corner of the state, they have to travel all the way back, all the way down to St. John. They did the same way with the people that lives in the Navajo County and Coconino County. The Navajo people. In Ashi Epen the lot of them maybe not interested in voting because it's too cumbersome. Koko halet a dik ate na sos leniki beni tahaki shohe kote di hot the rural part of the reservation on Indian reservation. And then the good thing is that we have usually have a good turnout on election day if it's not raining or snow in November. And then even the precincts, the location, I'm hoping the DOJ is on the line listening. And during the last election, not during the local chapter official election 2 years ago, because the senior center and mini farms, they wouldn't allow the state to set up to vote for that precinct. So they had to scramble around and find a different location. But even finding that location is, of course, easy yet. And then people have to wait in line outside. But we have several, like for mini farms, we have a school system. And maybe during that one day, we could ask the school to say that, can we utilize your gym to conduct election process? And then, like, for example, Chinli they're divided. Some go to the Chinli chapter to vote, some go to the Chinli Community Center to vote. So they're given the runaround to vote. You've seen and you've heard that a congresswoman or a senator from the state of Arizona at Congress level, she chose not to help fix a lot of these problems that we're facing at the local level. The Indian tribes reservation so emergency legislation is so zuki okodo bana inika and how the okodo shohe and this is not the only problem that we have on the Navajo Nation when it comes to voting. They have language barrier as well. You know that when it comes to from the state level, you have multiples of questions. One time, a lot of these questions or a lot of these were not really being interpreted appropriately. So let's make a position that we have a big situation or an issue when it comes to voting. District a lot of these voting process available all zendo ayi ko pa hon what go stop be baka teacher what other the shin to na kha so hot to costo na han sa kisto list ko do na plan da ichi go just to vote, which is good. I mean, which is needed, and especially when it comes to that there needs to be a challenge that we know that's not really going to favor our issues at the state or federal level. And again, I apologize that I have to bring this up to the council in this fashion. But I'm sure that if we go back to our community, I'm sure that they have a lot of issues and concerns when it comes to voting time. I mean, it's in your hand now. Should you want to make changes, I mean, that's straight in keeping. And then the other area that I know, Johnny got you read district band the store. Coco dikat hit out la dikat Democrats that or Republicans did out la Honda store this pitch a jehotina no da store the kitchen that she's got out at store. And then the Navajo Nation lies in the New Mexico state and then the Arizona and then Utah. Of course, they live in the area of 3 different state system election law. I've asked earlier or Monday if the our Navajo Nation Department of Justice would be able to help us get an answer from the Postal Service. Kodo legislation that been so I guess I don't know what's the purpose. I go think the ban the hot at the other Kodona so to keep a I don't like it not programs or the federal government which will go at them. And I'm trying to figure out that particular legislation was passed. As of today, I haven't heard anything back. So, what the heck is it? I'm sure you have encountered in your own district about our Navajo people having some obstacle issues or concerns when it comes to voting time. So I believe that this particular legislation would really make a stance to say that we always have a situation. Can you fix it according to our area, to our issue, to being in the rural part of the Navajo Nation? It's a fundamental right, a constitutional right, but yet, so it always comes up when it comes to voting time of our Navajo people. And actually, what's one vote's going to do? I mean, a lot of times it's always the case that a deciding vote is always a small margin in some areas. So, so the issue the Navajo rights of the Navajo voters in the state and the federal election should be protected. I think we need to send this message to the state level and even at the federal level. Send it to our congressmen, send it to our senators up there. So rather than going with the party system or whatever, I mean, his speaker the president the hit again, and I'm sure the rest all has more in-depth situation within your own community, your own district, and your own counties, for working with the county officials, working with the supervisors at the state level. Speaker, legislation, emergency legislation. Mr. Speaker, so I give the floor back to you. I'll stand for a comment question. and I'll try my best. I don't really have an agent, but if there's anything, I don't know if we can have our election office will be on the line, or Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And then the other thing I got to provide to you is during the post office legislation passed, I went before the Human Rights Commission. Maybe help me in pushing the postal service issue on the Navajo Nation. But I know that they were just too busy with the redistricting process. To some areas that they couldn't be able to address those while they were just addressing the redistricting process. So, Speaker, I know I don't have that much time to discuss anything further, but nonetheless, I wish I could be able to provide all the information that I've going through and that I'm have encountered at the state level, at the local level, and even at the state level. The defendant of freedom, no, so in the that I did all a codo, Nihizada Behonez, no, the Yada, Navajo Nation code talker, but yet you can even have an appropriate, easy, quick access to vote on the Navajo Nation. So that's really is a big concern for our Navajo people, especially our elderly. Those people that are struggling to even make their ends meet. They won't have a gas money to travel and anything, or especially so with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to go ahead and yield the floor back to you. Stand for comment question. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
With that, you have a motion, do you have a second? And I do have Chairman Daniel So in the queue. Chairman, good evening. Where's yours, Chairman?
Speaker Damon, Addison, and 24th Navajo Nation Council, Addison Che. I see by Hewins and Dequaggy Sad Beton, who did Quaggy, Nahataliaki. So, Behin Tigi, O Ani, Artswajo, 110 chapters, Quaggy. Sahoe, I see access to the voting booth, to the ballot, but Bundanka. On the New Mexico side, we got the aspect and prospect of having translation into Navajo. This legislation, most recently, as of Monday, the Senate's ability to advance the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act didn't go anywhere. And so that's what really raised, I guess, the ire of anger among many of us that have been working with voting rights since the early 70s. So in that respect, I sent an email to Chief of Legislative Council, Ms. Dana Bobroff, to draft an amendment to include the H.R. 4 John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021. And that basically talks to the heart of our right to vote. And there have been many state legislatures, last count, I think it was 19, that are red states that have started to limit access to the ballot. And certainly the Navajo Nation needs to state their position, because our Arizona state legislature is doing that and has done it before. And going forward, we don't want it to happen anymore. Speaker, with that, I would make a motion to amend the legislation as I stated. Reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
So they're needing this.
I'll second to that motion, Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So
Hey, Eugene, go.
with reserve your time with 1 minute, 59 seconds. Did you guys receive anything? Office of Legislative Council, do you happen to have an amendment ready?
Good evening, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. Mr. Abeda is working on that amendment, and we will probably have it out in a minute or two.
Okay, well, it's not ready, so Chairman Daniel, so I'll come back to you. Good, Chairman. Okay, thank you. With that, moving that down, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Trey. Only Darcy saw the Darcy by Shane. But and he is Ado. You should not know what the last like. So that's a conde. Darcy Navajo TV in state law, Congress, and the Democrats. Oh, now she as or Democrats and all cinema every other me. Yeah, is that down a whole crack very start the holiday. So take a zero to party mean the natural party mean she to use a credit a check at a country. That's where we're at. Democracy is in Diego in the United States. No telling what's going to happen next year during the election this year. If they took over again, Republicans, they hasn't got every 1/6 committee, and so what they learned that. Although hasn't also impeached, they elect Biden. Even might be impeached because they are very, very right about saying that Trump won. But even though that's been they had their own electoral votes. Even now, see now so. Adi when night Adi need. I think that they turn away. American. Your artist not straight now zone. Because the question that I think that you share I need your eat and did not forsake will try, but I really do stand for the people's rights, for their democracy, because I really respect the veterans. They fought for democracy across within this world. In other countries, you can't another word, but in the right now, I don't know how to for democracy, but it's really at risk. It's going to all come out this November. So there's no say, so we might not have it. But you cut right now. Those it's different now. you can easily tell what those Republicans are saying in Congress. Abahazinko, Abahazindo, what agent the Yataki. Asita is cuttings and the lawyers and leaned. Why are they standing with it? Since it's such a Asita Yashonda. So, you cut a Biden, then all that, then we and the Hushna. What are holes? What are the Democrats in the state of Arizona? They're run by Republicans. They rather not listen to Democrats. They are the so what are these states you could it's going back to that Confederate. They want their own government on their own each state. When they hold just us can send the whole you don't hold me to Congress. So what was right now, that's where we're at. So with this legislation, yes, we can try as much as we can, no matter what, we just have to keep on fighting. What are a Yashaban to Casey Cornell of in the field for the Koani a begin, which is in Miyashin, on the harsh chain that all Democrats. What are this election is very important, November. It's very important. That's where all the next generation is what's going to happen, because we're already in that situation where democracy is at risk now. It's going to happen in November. It is also about what's the future generation after we lose the democracy. So that's the old trade. This is really, it's really about 85% we're in it right now. We're losing democracy. It'll be hospital. It's all because I speak for the veterans. They fought for democracy all over the country, and they tried, and it's fallen here in the United States by our own people. So, with that, Speaker, reserve my time. Thank you.
Time. Timed out right on 5 minutes, Honorable Eugene. So that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Oh, hold on. I did indicate to Chairman Daniel so that I'd come back to him when the amendment was ready, and the amendment is ready. His colleagues, that amendment has been sent out. So Chairman Daniel, so you received that?
Yeah, thank you. Otto, Ms. Barbara, Mr. Chattabeda, thank you for being a speedy wordsmith and adding the legalese to this request for Amendment 1. With that, I motion.
Okay.
Make that. Thank you, Speaker.
Amendment number 1, motion by Chairman Daniel. So, Ms. Nakai, can you read it into the record?
Can you hear me?
No.
Amendment 1 to legislation 00.
No. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, Amendment 1 to legislation 0019-22. On page 1, line 13, there's a correction there, Speaker. That should be line 14. Insert supporting the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, HR 4, 117, Congress. Following language after means. On page 5, line 12, insert letter A to create paragraph A. 3 on page 5, line 18, insert new paragraph B as follows. B, this is all underscored language. The Navajo Nation hereby fully supports the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, HR 4, 117th Congress.
which establishes new criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions must obtain pre-clearance before changes to voting practices may take effect and procedures set forth within the House bill. And that is the Amendment 1, Speaker.
Second, Wanika.
Thank you very much for that. Motions by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Wanika. That colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker Freeland.
Well, Freeland on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening. Thank you for the amendment. I just got a question. I just have a question related to the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021. Of course, we know it was voted down by the Senate last week. Does that mean that the bill is still alive? Or will the legislation need to go through the process again, or federal process through Congress? That's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Oh, Speaker, I reserve my time. Sorry.
Serve your time at 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? If not, I'm gonna go back to Chairman Daniel So.
Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Aroshache, Delegate Mark Freeland. What they voted down was a filibuster. And they didn't actually vote on the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. And so that's the aspect we have to understand. They will, and I'm sure they're regrouping on how to best address it. That's my understanding of the vote that occurred. I think it was on the, was it the 18th? Speaker, back to you.
Thank you very much for that response, Chairman Daniel. So let me go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? If there are none, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Aroshache. Thank you for the clarification. I understand completely. Wanted just to make sure that the act was actually still in place. So thank you for that, Che. With that, Speaker, I do waive the rest of my time. Ready to vote. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. That colleagues, anybody else in the queue? No one to reserve time on Amendment 1. Are we ready to vote? Going twice. 3 times. One more.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Hill votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Hayes votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay votes red via text. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable
Delegate Jan
Vince,
votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
God is a show. God is.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. Can I register my vote green?
Well, Vice Chair Slater is green. Uh, 22 in favor, colleagues. 1 opposed and speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we are back on the main motion. Any other comments or questions at this time? Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Begay. We're on legislation 0019-22. Honorable Elmer Begay going 3 times. Moving on down. For the record, Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Honorable Herman Daniels on the main motion. Floor is yours, Honorable Daniels. Good evening.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
good evening. I need to add the kodo and understand based on Anna. The they can halt. I read the kodo should shake kodo. My good chief from many farms. Kodo. I see by here kodo. Juno Nahadalia did emergency legislation. I don't know kodo our Navajo people, especially our elders. babam that's careful yet either. I see them. Shouldn't let that die little any what the Malay I think he was big kid how just she done the Malay can have good at I don't know on a way Sago had house so then she what are hands case. But at the local level, I see out on a tweet of Sani. Okay, I need out to the Halnod. I asked you about that is there. Nilsson had just shot. I bet what they shot windlessly. But I answered that case. Cordina Gaydam, state of Utah, San Juan County. I yego, you should not take a Hodin, not yego. I want to hit I Nilsego. Or in the kitchen, Nal Kitoyan, not San Juan County. After the Ecuador, that this legislation has in so a Ecuador Navajo Nation, we're going to have a position. Ecuador, state level and also the way the stated. I see, but by hints and all accommodation, I don't know, legislation, the case has been because never either join the band, case I have see, but by hints and could should shake, could only for a state or less, could I don't need a response, it's just a comment. Also, that I support this legislation, could only for the Mr. Speaker. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Colleagues, moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Yeah, speakers, Shadow by Hens and Cross Television, so we don't know the legislation. I think as a hidden in our nation government, voting rights need to be straightened up. We need to tell our senators up there in Arizona to understand our rights over here too. About Hens and then Kodona County, any Arizona, the county, any Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. But here, on behalf of the people of the 110 chapters, I'm ready to vote. I want to take care of this business and continue with this important legislation to be processed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll wait my time.
Colleagues, ready to vote then on legislation 0019-22?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, good evening. Floor is yours.
Shinanta, Ado, Shkea, Anot Hoda, Senat Agi, Yad Ekoda, Naot Ash, Ado, the Nikitse Ishliginate Lenny, and night, I think it's about Nalta, a coho, Ajiki, and Naashi, Kunk Lehot, Ashi, such a Nikin Taha, Bay Arjun, the Jono Ka, Natja, Lego. Da hal auda yana kai ne ya kwaje dasan da do hash keje kutata Supreme Court da no kut ba chini ya da hos ado el ka natja ado le tahis not ani nahaz khana gohot elkeda del cho kut shah squeeze zani yesh hada tsahi beni nadshna a koho khalait iliago khalait kodo tseda bach iliago eshi beni na di besh pansa anna tin na hasit khani e beni na to tehna liago be cases anna tin de na koda na hasit khaw sa an le Washington hashin so ngilchi kha nahalan le state capital the county da all khat da thoben na hat da di ha huge go khala e peso la dan ke hol o khosha ajin ken da atta da dan ke tesla da a peso ke hol o di da ke ya hagi da yen dan ken dollar la da leijin ni kha na has kha di a kha na has kha di at helium ba na hoint e da don ke teo aro tho la da hadiyo ba kha na hasit aro so that uranium e shin ne hilo aro khalait shi ne hisha kodo khalait ko shis zinigi e le an hin ka chen congress ya de je o kodo hodi na kodo dit abich a khait ziti no khashto Washington de asi na khahatot khash ashi kodo asi de nani klini hessen etten do la ana ganin kessen da za ne hit de nani klini na bi hon ho kha de de nani klini koda et hin ke beda hazan thon thoda bo ohta han na nishta hodat any do honi latin le what the ho one congress senate ben yetla hon ende ke ho ado an hin ke beso landa be ke be di zin eshi ol gen na hat nas a deist in ado an hidi ya kwelkini tlon hidini taha khala bilakana hot akhidi la nahallen o hot ansh kut abesh khat to ko shenan kodo la dat an hidi ya hadi jahtenani klini besh masa an hajo khaishin ti heslagi do bayat ot ki ha besh khadit se khaishin din tle kojo hos do ha hot soje ek at Georgia Republican there kadeya Democrats je ek go nan kitche indi nagi itza benina ajishi sto ta ho as na halan chinant a ko ne he je inken da haja anasi kodo peso la dan kitche na nalia American Rescue Plan ado an lejo jo had to see the hotan Republicans ado na khains and azado tadan United Nations and the hot United States China Russia hot ein stonken da ado aja to bit shleji dan leni nihiye do shleji no sin da dan kisna khala e belgana bizabaya be yalki aja na ho aja ne he oz in das aja ne e hot ahada not khaja Native American yet do colonize a del yada no don khan that ko ne hishan and ein castle la ne he kodo do she has lagi belagana vik be hajat zihit edat kaji da os kaji ne hinna ha kai kadi di kwegi shanna kon lady she hatan ke sido that a koho a joshi ban si kiss or a ko he $100.
Thank you, Honorable Brown.
Delegate Wanika.
Comments, questions?
Delegate Wanika.
Honorable Wanika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I really appreciate this legislation by Key Alan Begay. Go back here and the corona of Nil so the Girani. I need at it as the Yego Nahoti. Some years back, the U.S. Justice Department filed a complaint against the 3 states
Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. And based on that, it was resolved by a consent decree. And that consent decree is still active at the Justice Department. And what that did is the language Perigi Dressigila. And all the counties that have minorities, especially Native Americans, supposed to hire outreach worker to translate the ballot into the respective native languages. Because some of the counties started getting away from that. So when there's an election, it's the counties that take care of that election, whether it's county, state, or federal election. So I really appreciate what Honorable Daniel So recommended, that we meet with the states and the official that has jurisdiction over this. And I think we need to revisit that consent decree with the Justice Department. It's like we already have a foot in the door. As far as the counties, some of them are using what they call plus code. Using your phone, it tells you exactly where you live. What some of the counties are using right now is when people submit their voter registration, they will go ahead and put so many miles from the chapter or the voting, the polling place. When they put in those miles, you know how our roads are hard to see. When the counties look at that from where the polling places, they think it's in another precinct. Voting place they already said that I live in this county that no. We need to really meet with the counties and make sure that our people are properly registered. And I think we start using that plus code, it's going to really help, because a lot of people still get their UPS store fax because they give the plus code to these vendors. Even though there's no street address in there. I really support this, and I think we need to make arrangement to go to the Justice Department. I know there's still people working there that filed a complaint against the 3 counties. County so I really support this legislation. So let's all vote green on this.
Thank you very much for the comments, Honorable Ediswanika. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Nobody else in the queue. I can go back to reserve time. Chairman Daniel So, you have 1 minute and 59 seconds, Chairman, on the main motion.
Thank you. And thank you for all the positive comments from colleagues. I waive the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else to reserve time. Nobody else with in the queue. Any other comments, questions on legislation 0019-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Second reading. And then we'll go to the board.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Amendment 1 to legislation 0019-22,
On page 1, line 14, insert supporting the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, HR 4, 117th Congress. The following language after means relating to an emergency establishing the Navajo Nation's position that the voting rights of Navajo voters in all state and federal elections should be protected by appropriate legislation and other means. New language supporting the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, HR 4, 117th Congress, and existing language authorizing the Navajo Nation President and the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council to affirm the Navajo Nation's position. On page 2, on page 5, line 12, insert letter A to create paragraph A. 3, on page 5, line 19, insert new paragraph B as follows. New language B. The Navajo Nation hereby fully supports the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, HR 4, 117th Congress, which establishes new criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions must obtain pre-clearance before changes to voting practices may take effect and procedures set forth within the House bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Sakai, for reading that into the record. That go to the board. Voting on legislation 0019-22 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable
I vote
Key
red.
Al-
It's Delegate.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Dr. Kel Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels
Delegate
Jr.
Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Haluna.
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Pernell Haluna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Speaker with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Colleagues, on legislation 0019-22 with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries.
Speaker, this is Delegate Saul. Can you put my vote to affirmative green? Thank you.
With that, colleagues, the vote changes to 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. That legislation is it final? Yeah, final authority is here. Yes, that's a position statement. Yes. Sorry, the time is late, colleagues. With that, colleagues, that was item number R. Moving on down. Item number 12, close the session, announcements and adjournment. Colleagues.
Motion to adjourn, Delegate Brown.
By Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown at 7:08 p.m. on Thursday evening, January 27th, adjourning out of our winter session, colleagues. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say, colleagues, we completed the last winter session of our term. So some of us may return, some of us might not return, but we did it. We have Delegate Kealan Begay, myself still in the chambers from start to finish. So I just want to say thank you all, colleagues. It was great. Another great winter session in the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That will go down. Chairman Daniel So.
Yes. Again, thank you, colleagues. And it's certainly an honor to serve. And we didn't rush through this winter session, and it's really reflective of how this council proceeds. And I commend the 24 members. Thank you. I just wanted to express that sentiments of appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, ready to go to the board?
Sure.
Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
It says it. Should it all share the decision? The old the whole neck cut and that all teeth. Gosh, I have a Hakati just I think that arms on that's it. I feel more like a little bit more like a council delegate now, to be there all the time instead of somewhere else. and the Jeep calling in. It is at all on it seems that we lost a lot of time with a lot of legislation that didn't go forward because of pandemic. I still got a lot of projects and I still got a lot of legislation, all in regards to the titles, all 26 titles. And I wish I would have pushed all those through, but time is running out. We only got less than a year now. But the whole comes on to some Chicago shit. On Zonaway, Chicago, not Chicago shit. So, thank you, Speaker Chiche.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Colleagues, are ready to motion adjourn. We do have a motion. We have a second. But twice. One, 3 times.
Speaker.
Yellow hair.
Who said speaker? Honorable Yellow Hair. Floor is yours.
We have a very good number, 24 councilmen, and we're also 24 council. Majority of our on not being on time. Never waste time. Those kind of nature. She's not in the sea. I say, Honey, Lindo, she said, Live. Misado speaker, then go pass about him. So I don't put the president there. He's not here. Mr. Lai, the vice president, too. Jan, Joanna, Chief Justice, or here. But I want citizens, how this is here. We did a good job in passing many legislation. I want to have the door here. And then go ahead. Then go home on January. Yes, it's a year. A date in the Dahani, you know, the scars of it in the Sadilia, and Sadi, the voting rights that I want to go into house. You don't necessarily so you must share. If you didn't need all, it's not a deal. A question share. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless you all.
Speaker, Delegate also.
Speaker, Delegate Paul Begay.
Speaker, Delegate Begay.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I have Honorable Otto So. I have Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay. Colleagues, I'm going to say that it's 7:08 p.m. I do have staff here who need to go home, and 2 delegates, and mind you that they have animals to feed at home, and it's 21 degrees outside. Thank you, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. Did so share this incident ade chinanta share yegona nisto what hat up in the side. I really commend you guys. I'm trying to get used to the rocking chair that was spoke about earlier. Other than that, I don't about here. So staff, thank you very much for your time and effort that you take care of us. Ida and her team, Cheryl and your team, Charlene, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker and colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I would like to express my appreciation for a well run meeting session throughout the week. Yeah, the Nas eight age hat hard, ye would say it of the Nisa. I could egg on hard yilla. Quite a blessing. I don't thought Dana Nana, Page High School. I thought you can't also kid and lingo and name that cricket. The old jungle was Johnson, Nahan Nadi, there's other. Aaron Jungo, so there's an Halia. I showed my colleagues, even Ashley Dolly. A Quaho wants the Aniki Council Chambers. She get away and the Huita. Nahas tweet on his Zani, the A. Doia, and the Hashina land, Jishia Nil, Jishia Jados, a Kotego Sotazun Adalia. We should respect it as a holy place. Even at Aya and Sakis Yatehi, Ebe Tiki Stole, Sadiat Ehi, Sabahojoni, Ebe Yil Kitole, Sanarebika Hojoni, Ningi Bikeho Yitatole, Okotego, Ado Aya at the Flashit Aki, Okotego Aya and Junko Aya, nothing hit the Nebahui need, Bahuit Atole, or Abankas Kiss or Benedni Toles and so on. The Machin and Junan Hada Illa, ye the tree, Adoia, Hojon and Handa is even that a shea big penature. Chanda Hunter's clean or Ashini, Aircot Ego, Chanda Hunter clean or Kodoi Nase, Njungo Benani Catole, so Njungo Ea Nat, Ban Nasi, clean or less, Nikita Nepa. On high hints and audition, nothing, the Hanani Chegi, Deshwas Anni, and the other here, Speaker Damon, Nahat, Suntabo, Nikahonda, Ado, Hanta, Nishigi, Chief of Staff, those staff, and Canada, and so Naha hints and audition. I don't know, Naha, not Nishit and then of Sini, it's not Sandy. There's nothing of that is not sound, conduct not hold you by hints and door. We didn't just how long or less. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker Freeland.
On my Elmer Brigade.
Thank you, Speaker. Out on the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, the early part of the session started Monday, and before that, during the Navajo, I requested for attorneys to look into one of the legislation that was dropped since June by my sister, Charlene So delegate. It's regarding the reapportionment of the plan for school board and regarding the election and voting. So I think that needs to be somehow maybe push it to where it needs to be drafted, and that's the reason why I voted red, because of that. That we're not addressing our own voters' rights, the people's rights. That's the one that they wanted to address it, but it's just been there. So that's the main reason why I did that, Speaker. So do you think somebody can, or does it need to I do an email to have our legislative council to start drafting that legislation and drop it for us? Speaker, that's my third request. Thank you.
I have Chief of Staff who just wrote down that information, and she's going to be working together to get that, get a response out to you and Honorable Charlene So with assistance from Office Legislative Council, Honorable Elmer Brigade. That, colleagues, if there's no other comments, questions, we ready to vote?
Freeland. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues as well as the staff, thank you. I just wanted to humbly thank everyone, and of course ask you to all pray for our people, the 1,612 families who have lost loved ones to COVID-19, the families who are forever impacted by by the loss of a loved one. Remember, we're still battling this virus. We have to continue to pray for our people and our great Navajo nation. And that virus is still prevalent and it's still out there among us. And it's still making an impact to our people. And 44,000 plus recoveries. And we're thankful for that. But we have 1,600 fatalities. And that's something as a delegate, I know all of us will never forget in this lifetime. And I ask all of us to continue to pray for them and pray for all of those who are battling COVID, whether we're here in the nation, in this country, or around the world. And I hope we do see that day when this virus is no longer among us. And we lost a lot of good people because of it. We lost leaders. We lost family members. And, you know, I always, and I've said this before, colleagues, I always remember the day in January when we took our oath. Little did we know what was waiting for us. Little did we know what kind of a storm was awaiting us. And, you know, I'm very grateful for all of you, for all of our people who have come together and help those who are not as capable of helping themselves. Our chapters, my 8 regional chapters, all of our 110 chapters who have stepped up, our leadership, all of you, our Navajo Nation employees who worked tirelessly since March of last year. And here in Crown Point, I know they have worked here. And I can't imagine we still have 4 other agencies. Navajo Nation employees, thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you. And, you know, I will continue to pray for all of you. I will continue to pray for our great Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues. Have a great night. God bless each and one of you and your families. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That colleagues, everybody else who going to the board. Let's go to the board. Voting to adjourn. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Lewin, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes
green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
From the chambers, I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Haney votes green, and thank you for all your work.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince
Delegate
James.
Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Ortiz, show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Speaker with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. We're officially adjourned out of our winter session at 7:08 this evening. Have a good evening, everyone. Safe travels. Thank you to the staff. Thank you, colleagues, for being a part of our week. And most importantly, stay safe out there. We'll see you when you see you. Go on it.